Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 501 Gu 1 and 039's Investment. Chapter 501 Gu Yi's Investment. After seeing Odin leave again, the Ancient One also asked herself, was it worth it to stop Odin for Smith Doyle, especially when the other party was completely unaware of it? The answer is obvious, it's worth it. Smith Doyle's actions gave the Ancient One hope and another path. Through her understanding of other worlds within the multiverse, she discovered that Smith Doyle, and even the Dragon Balls and Shenron, did not appear in any of these universes she encountered. This situation made the Ancient One realize that Smith Doyle was different from others, possessing a unique characteristic. It's important to know that whether it's the Ancient One, Odin, or even Dormammu and other powerful beings at the level of the Celestial Fathers, they all have counterparts in various universes. The 5 primordial beings known to the Ancient One are unique in the entire multiverse: Eternity, Death, Annihilation, Infinity, and Galactus. Now, besides the 5 of them, the only other possible candidate is Smith Doyle. As for why it's only a possibility, it's because even the Ancient One wasn't sure if she had browsed all the Earths in the multiverse. She only looked at as many other universes as possible, and she didn't see Smith Doyle in any of them. Even an ordinary person like Smith Doyle who descended to Earth didn't have that. In this situation, Smith Doyle who descended into her universe was like that only ray of hope. Because of this uniqueness, Gui was very optimistic about Smith Doyle. Even if there was only a slight chance that Smith Doyle would grow to the level of the 5 great creator gods, her investment would not be a loss. Even setting aside the 5 great creator gods, she would be very satisfied with a single universe or even a godfather-level being. Smith Doyle's growth over the years has convinced the Ancient One that her judgment was correct. In the vast universe, he has grown to the level of a sub-celestial father in just a few years, and not just barely, but he is a pillar of strength. Moreover, his potential has not been exhausted but has become even more profound. Although the Ancient One has decided to seek refuge with the powerful Eternity, maintaining a good relationship with Smith Doyle is also a viable backup plan, especially when he grows to the level of one of the 5 primordial gods. As for why the Ancient One had such confidence in Smith Doyle, besides his uniqueness, he also brought a new power system, which, as far as she knew, included Ki and the power of the dragons involved in the Dragon Balls. These were all new paths. Grow up quickly, I really want to see you reach that level. The other side. Alarms flashed continuously in the energy monitoring room of the Trident building, and staff immediately sprang into action. At the same time, Ajax, who was leading Cersei to visit Smith Doyle, also stopped and murmured as he gazed in the direction of the League of Assassins. What a terrifying aura. Is this the full power of Smith Doyle? Cersei wiped away her cold sweat and then said, "This is terrifying. This aura could easily shatter our former enemies, the abnormal beings." Ajax nodded and said, "His strength has improved too quickly, completely beyond my expectations. I don't know if this trip will have a good outcome." Cersei nodded without saying anything more, and simply followed Ajax's pace. Panic gripped the Assassin's Guild. Many of those closest to the guild felt their hearts stop. The cat sage on Kalen Tower wiped away cold sweat and said, "Terrifying, the increase in strength is terrifying. Thank goodness we left, I thought Kalen Tower was going to collapse." In the instant Smith Doyle gathered his energy, he opened a portal and teleported himself to Hela's sealed land, Netherheim. He originally thought the fusion wouldn't have a big impact, but it unexpectedly caused terrifying noises and earthquakes in New York, making it impossible for him to test his strength. So he simply teleported himself here. Hela was also surprised to see Smith Doyle suddenly appear. She found that Smith Doyle's improvement was so exaggerated. Hela didn't care about the sparring match back then. At that time, she was in her worst condition. She was suppressed by the seal, and her connection with Asgard was also cut off. She even had very little energy in her body because she had recently challenged the seal. However, before leaving, the other party gave her a senzu bean, which restored Hela's condition to full after she ate it. Although she was still suppressed by the runes of the sealed land and could not contact Asgard, her strength was now at the level of the sub-celestial father. At that time, Hela even had the power to defeat the other party, but the fact that the first visitor in thousands of years had given her the senzu bean that restored her power made her listen to Smith Doyle's words instead of taking action. However, when Smith Doyle said that the universe was very complex, Hela just smiled and didn't say anything. Having grown up in Asgard, Hela had read countless books and knew much more about the universe than Smith Doyle did. "What's going on with you? I feel threatened by you." Smith Doyle said, "I defeated you last time, so it's not normal for you to feel threatened." Hela frowned and said, "That is not my true power." The next second, Hela also unleashed her full power, with dark green death energy surrounding her. According to Smith Doyle's assessment, Hela at this moment was no weaker than his normal combat strength, and even surpassed it in some ways. Smith Doyle exclaimed in surprise, "Last time, you..." For a moment, Smith Doyle couldn't reconcile the Hela who had been defeated by him with his 22,000 combat power with the Hela before him. At the same time, a thought arose in his mind: how bad must Hela have been back then? She couldn't have been faking it, could she? Hela began to speak. "That was when I was at my weakest. Also, thank you for sending me the senzu beans. Although my current strength is less than 1% of what I was at my peak." The 1% that Hela mentioned refers to her being in Asgard and being pushed to her peak by Asgard. However, this process was lengthy, lasting from her birth until before her sealing. It was only when she went to war with Odin that the power of Asgard pushed her to the peak of being a sub-father. In her strongest state, she was only a hair's breadth away from the father. Of course, that was when her BFUU was fully stacked. Upon hearing Hela's words, Smith Doyle frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. If it was true, wouldn't Hela at her peak be comparable to Frisia in his complete form? Is the highest combat power of the Heavenly Father 1 million? Is it possible to reach the Heavenly Father level Super Saiyan 1? End of this chapter. Chapter 502 Planetary Level and the Sub-Father. Chapter 502 Planetary Level and the Sub-Father. Although he had some guesses, Smith Doyle wasn't sure if it was true or not. Ignoring Hela's words, he revealed his purpose: "I came here just to find a place to test my strength. Since you were so strong at your peak, I believe your vision is not too bad." Having said that, Smith Doyle no longer held back and immediately used the tenfold Kaioken. Drink. Smith Doyle successfully used the 10x Kaioken, and was not unable to use it despite his increased strength. A red wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the sealed land. The originally gloomy sky above was cleared away by the soaring energy, and the earth trembled as lightning flashed all around. Smith Doyle's combat power instantly surged to 522 million. Seeing the change in Smith Doyle, Hela understood where the threat she felt came from. She never expected that Smith Doyle's strength could increase so much. Although this power was far from her peak, it was still enough to kill her now. Smith Doyle looked at Hela and said, "How about we have a friendly spar?" Hela coughed and then spoke, "Cough. A friendly spar is fine, I'll wait until I get back to Asgard." Hela's insight did not diminish with her declining strength. She was well aware of the gap between them at this moment, and she knew that a wise person would not stand under a dangerous wall. However, as long as she leaves the sealed land, even if she doesn't return to Asgard, she is not afraid of Smith Doyle at this moment, but she doesn't want to be killed yet. Hearing that Hela had no intention of sparring, Smith Doyle was not disappointed. Sensing that Hela's strength was inferior to his own, Smith Doyle naturally had little desire to fight. If the match is evenly matched, or even if the opponent is slightly stronger, Smith Doyle would actually be excited. "What level do you think my strength is in the universe?" Smith Doyle was still quite curious about his own power at this moment, and asked Hela for some reference at the current level of the universe. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Hela sensed the fluctuations and range of his energy, and then spoke, "As far as I know, the power in the universe can be divided into 3 levels: planetary level, subcelestial level, and celestial level. The differences between each level are huge, to the point that the top level at the current stage can wipe out a large number of mid to low level powerhouses. This is also because there are no further distinctions between each level. From planetary level soldiers to elite Asgardian soldiers and powerful Valkyries, they are all at this level. I have a pet named Fenrir, a giant wolf. I don't know if you know, but it's also a planetary level creature." Smith Doyle nodded, "I've heard of it. Those with basic destructive power within a planet should all be planetary level." Hela nodded. A sub-father level of power means that one can directly destroy a planet no smaller than Midgard with their own strength, which is considered to be the threshold. Upon hearing this standard, Smith Doyle frowned and said, "When I last came here, the energy level had already reached the sub-celestial level." Hela shook her head. No, last time I sensed your power, it was still about 5 times weaker than the subfather level. Smith Doyle asked instead. That's not right. With my power at that time, even if I only used half of my strength, I could easily destroy a planet. At that time, Smith Doyle already had a normal combat strength of 22,000. Hela thought for a moment and then spoke. This may be related to your energy system. Your energy has a greater advantage in destruction. But there are always trade-offs. Does your power system change the way you elevate your own level of life? From what I perceive, your lifespan is longer than that of the average Midgard, but not by much. Hela, the goddess of death in Asgard, wields the power of the underworld and death. Although she is like a floating object compared to the moon when compared to the death, one of the 5 primordial gods, she has no difficulty seeing through the essence of Smith's life with her abilities. Upon hearing Hela's words, Smith Doyle fell silent. The other woman was not wrong. In the Dragon Ball universe, neither Super Saiyan 3 in Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, nor the Super Saiyan 4-like creature in Dragon Ball Daima will increase their life level. They will still die of old age when their lifespan is up, and they are not considered a long-lived race. He only had a certain lifespan due to a small amount of Namekian blood. To extend lifespan, one must elevate the dimension of life, such as reaching the realm of a god and becoming a true Super Saiyan god. Once this is achieved, the problem of lifespan will naturally be solved. It's not just about having the energy of a Super Saiyan god, red-haired Super Saiyan god. One must also possess the aura and energy of a god and elevate the essence of life to the level of a super god, Super Saiyan God Blue. Smith Doyle then asked, so what are the upper and lower limits of the subfather level? Hela explained, the lower limit is that it can destroy a planet. No matter what your power is, as long as you can destroy a planet, all forces and individuals in the universe will acknowledge you as a superfather level powerhouse, even if you rely on other treasures. Smith Doyle said, Infinity Stones? Rainbow Bridge? Upon hearing these 2 familiar things, Hela began to explain. We don't count things like the Rainbow Bridge, which can't be carried around. Of course, a planet-destroying weapon like that can be considered a foundation, but it's not a true subfather level weapon. The Infinity Stones are all acceptable, as long as the target can carry them, withstand the backlash, and be able to destroy a planet with a single blow. Smith Doyle nodded, and at the same time, a term from a novel from his previous life echoed in his mind, Imperial Weapon. The Rainbow Bridge is considered an Imperial weapon, but it doesn't represent a true emperor. That's roughly the idea. On the contrary, artifacts like the Infinity Stone Gungnir, if used by the user to unleash their true power, can be considered to reach the level of a sub-celestial. After learning about the offline status, Smith Doyle continued to ask, what about the upper limit? Hela looked at Smith Doyle, then thought for a moment and said, if we only consider physical strength, then your current energy level would be about 20 times higher. Upon hearing Hela's words, Smith Doyle did the math and realized that it would cost 100 million to reach the upper limit. According to Dragon Ball's standards, a power level between 1 and 1 million is considered to be at the level of a sub-celestial father, which is quite a large range. Smith Doyle nodded and then asked, what about the Heavenly Father level? After hearing this, Hela thought for a moment and said, my strongest strength is only at the peak of the subfather level, infinitely close to the father level. My understanding of the Celestials comes more from Odin. End of this chapter. Chapter 503 Smith Doyle in Giant Ape Form. Chapter 503 Smith Doyle in Giant Ape Form. Upon hearing Hela say this, Smith Doyle responded, tell me what you know, I'm just providing a reference. Hela nodded and continued, for the Heavenly Father level, it's not just about increased destructive power, but more about changes in the essence of life and some special abilities. You understand the concept that our universe is not unique. Smith Doyle nodded. He clearly understood the concept of the multiverse. Hela breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Smith Doyle understood the multiverse. It made the explanation much easier. According to some sources and information learned from Odin, the Celestials possess the incredible ability to break through the universe to observe other universes and perceive the past and future. For those at the sub-celestial level, there are no special opportunities. This universe is their constraint. However, for celestial-level powerhouses, entering the multiverse and traveling to other universes is one of their abilities. I once read a document that said when more than 20 Godfather-level powerhouses are gathered, a universe can be reshaped, but I cannot verify whether it is true or not. Furthermore, even the strongest sub-father-level beings would still be no match for the lowest-level Heavenly Father powerhouses. As for the difference in energy between the two, I do not know because I have not reached that level. Hearing Hela explain so clearly and understand the difference between the father and the sub-father, Smith Doyle couldn't help but ask, if you know so much, why did you still wage war against Odin back then? Hela fell silent upon hearing Smith Doyle's words. A few seconds later, Helen sighed. Then Hela seemed to have come to a realization, and began to speak. Actually, I completely understood his decision back then. We were constantly expanding, and I was the vanguard of Asgard. That's how he trained me. But suddenly one day, he stopped without warning, determined to be a benevolent ruler without any explanation, and gave up a large territory, retaining only the 9 realms. You should know that many of those abandoned territories were conquered by my legions. Giving up like this is unacceptable not only to me, but also to my soldiers. As for going to war with him, on the other hand, I also wanted to reach the level of the Heavenly Father through this battle, but the result is obvious, I failed. Even with Asgard's help, I still haven't broken through to the celestial level. Finally, its connection with Asgard was severed and it was sealed here, where it remains to this day. Upon hearing Hela's story, Smith Doyle understood. Hela wasn't just seeking a reason for the soldiers who fought there and for herself. More importantly, she wanted to fight Odin and break through to the level of the Celestial Father in one fell swoop. At the same time, Smith Doyle had a general understanding of the abilities of a celestial level being. First of all, one's combat power must exceed 100 million. As for how much 100 million is, he was not sure, but he tentatively set it at Supersion 1 to 2. The more troublesome aspect is the multiverse, which requires the ability to observe and even enter the multiverse, and to see the past and predict the future to a certain extent. The latter's ability is not within the Dragon Ball system. As for breaking through the metaverse and entering the multiverse, in the Dragon Ball system, it involves the realm of gods, requiring one to reach the level of a superseen god, a god of destruction, or even Whis. However, it's not that difficult in the Marvel universe. There are many ways to enter and observe the multiverse, especially in the magical realm, where it's much simpler. Thank you for informing me. I'd also like to share 2 levels with you. Single universe level and multiverse level. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Hela looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, you don't even understand the distinction between the subfather and the father, yet you claim to share with me 2 higher levels that she herself doesn't know. Smith Doyle shared the information he knew. In terms of destructive power, a single universe level powerhouse has the ability to destroy an entire universe. The universe will be destroyed in their hands. Of course, they also have the ability to create while destroying. A Heavenly Father level powerhouse is no match for a single universe level powerhouse. In terms of destructive power, the red-haired Sun God can reach the level of a single universe. A few punches at full power could destroy a universe. In the Battle of Gods saga, red-haired Goku and Beerus exchanged blows, and just a few punches nearly destroyed the universe. Besides these, there are multiverse-level powerhouses who have the ability to reconstruct causality, delete timelines, and even the universe itself. Of course, this also includes creating a multiverse. After listening, Hela remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. I've never heard of this level before. Are you sure you're not lying to me? After all, you don't know enough about the previous levels. Smith Doyle shrugged his shoulders and said, there's no need for me to lie to you. You can confirm it with Odin one day after you leave this place. I'll also tell you something special, which is also the reason why Odin made peace back then. There is a group of people in the universe called the Celestials. The strongest among them have the strength of a single universe, and the strongest even reaches the multiverse level. And your father encountered a celestial being of single universe level, and was defeated by him even with full divine power, and was asked to stop expanding. Hela was taken aback by the answer, and then she thought back to the past. It seems that one day Odin left Asgard with the destroyer armor and a gauntlet inlaid with several infinity stones, full of confidence. However, not long after that, he announced a cessation of war. Smith Doyle continued, one of the Celestials' responsibilities is to create stars in the universe. Hela murmured, that's actually the case. At this moment, Hela finally understood why Smith Doyle had said that the water in the universe was deeper than she knew. She just didn't understand why Smith Doyle's knowledge spanned such a wide range. He knew about the last 2 levels but not much about the first 3. Smith Doyle actually knew of higher levels, but there was no need to mention them. With the dissipation of the 10x Kyokan, Smith Doyle's fighting power dropped back to 522,000. I need to test the sturdiness of this place in another condition. Hela asked in confusion. Another state? You can destroy this place as you please. When Odin sealed me, my power was not greatly weakened. It was much stronger than yours just now, but I still couldn't break the seal. Hearing this, Smith Doyle was relieved and immediately used Vegeta's artificial moon technique without hesitation, wanting to try out his great ape transformation. End of this chapter. Chapter 504 Bloodline and Inheritance. Chapter 504 Bloodline and Inheritance. A ball of energy containing the Bruswave band condensed in Smith Doyle's palm. Hella wondered to herself, what is this guy doing? Why is the energy decreasing as the ball of light he condenses in his hand is being generated? The next second, Smith Doyle threw the ball of light overhead. Bloom, artificial moon. As Smith Doyle threw the artificial moon with his fist, the sphere of light above expanded and emitted a burst of light containing 1,700 million Brus fluctuations. Hella looked at the source of light above her head and asked in confusion, "An artificial moon, what is that?" As Smith Doyle looked at the artificial moon above his head, his body began to change, transforming into a giant ape. Simultaneously, because he was wearing a combat suit modified from the destroyer armor, the suit grew larger as Smith Doyle increased in size. Seeing that Smith Doyle's energy had once again reached the previous level and his form had transformed into a giant ape, Hella exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of form is this? How did it turn into a giant ape?" The energy isn't stronger than before, it's just that the size has increased. In Hella's view, the energy fluctuations of Smith Doyle's giant ape form and his previous red energy form were not much different, both were increased tenfold. The only difference is that it used to be in human form, but now its appearance has changed drastically, and it has become a giant ape. Roar! This was the first time in years that Smith Doyle had activated his great ape form, and he was quite excited. He then roared at the open space to the side, releasing terrifying energy from his mouth. Boom! A single energy cannon with a combat power of 5.2 million was fired directly from the sky and struck the hill beside it. The visible hills were instantly destroyed without leaving any trace, and the earth began to tremble. Based on Hella's previous words, Smith Doyle did not hold back. The next second, runes began to appear all around, suppressing the power that could have destroyed Netherheim in one strike, and the destroyed hills began to recover. Clearly, the seal Odin placed on Hella was not simple. Although Odin's token did not suppress Smith Doyle, the damage he caused was repaired on the spot. Hella, seeing that Smith Doyle's attack even directly drew out runes, couldn't help but exclaim, "It truly possesses a destructive power far exceeding that of other systems, making it perfectly suited for conquest and warfare." Smith Doyle then unleashed his full potential, immediately testing his great ape form, including normal combat attacks and energy attacks using ki. The entire sealed land of Netherheim was constantly destroyed and reshaped with the help of runes. Hella stood aside watching Smith Doyle's test, wondering, how did Odin find such a helper? It should be noted that during the time she was conquering, although Asgard had a considerable number of troops, including an outstanding Valkyrie Legion and its own Fenrir giant wolves and Death Legion, apart from Odin, a celestial level being, and herself, a vanguard officer who was a sub-celestial level being, the rest of the warriors in Asgard were no more sub-celestial level beings, and the strongest were only planetary level beings. However, the destructive power that Smith Doyle is currently displaying is considered a mainstay among those at the level of the Sub-Fathers. Odin's seal is truly formidable, there's not a single trace of it being broken. Hela remarked, seeing Smith Doyle stop his destruction. "This is because we didn't suppress you, otherwise, the strength you could unleash would be greatly reduced." Smith Doyle glanced at the artificial moon above his head. Through the test just now, he knew very well that the Great Ape transformation ability was only useful when he didn't have the Kaioken and couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. After acquiring the Kaioken, the Great Ape transformation was no longer advantageous. Firstly, the artificial moon has a pre-launch animation, and the transformation into a giant ape takes time. Although the time is not long, it is still a weakness. Another weakness is that it is very obvious. There are two weaknesses. One is the artificial moon itself. If the opponent destroys the artificial moon, the transformation will end. The other is the tail on the body. If the enemy cuts off the tail, the transformation will still end. However, the Kaioken does not have this problem. The only problem with the Kaioken is that it consumes a lot of energy. Even with Smith Doyle's physique, he still cannot use the Kaioken for longer than the recommended time. As long as the artificial moon is there, the Great Ape form can be maintained indefinitely. However, the maximum power of the Great Ape transformation is only 10 times, while the Kaioken transformation can even be developed to 20 times the power if the body can withstand it. Considering all these comparisons, Smith Doyle knew that Kaioken was still more suitable for him. Having passed through his early, weak period, the help of Great Ape transformation was no longer as valuable as it had been in the past. Without wasting any more time, Smith Doyle fired a verbal attack that blew away the artificial moon above his head. As the artificial moon disappeared, Smith Doyle reverted to his human form. As the artificial moon above disappeared and Smith Doyle's giant ape form vanished, Hela pondered for a moment and then said, "Your transformation seems to require a special waveband in the artificial moon. Your weaknesses are quite obvious. You're not as strong as you were in your previous red state." Clearly, with just a simple observation, Hela, relying on her rich experience and the insight of a former peak supernatural being, saw the problem with Smith Doyle's transformation form. Smith Doyle didn't hold back and immediately spoke up, "That's right, this is a transformation ability granted by bloodline, and it doesn't require any additional skills or abilities. As long as they are Syans and still have tails, they can activate a transformation state with a tenfold boost. On the contrary, the Kaioken is quite difficult. You should know that Smith Doyle also went through continuous training to increase the boost from 2 times to 10 times. Even now, he still can't forcefully activate the Kaioken at 20x speed like Goku, otherwise his power level could reach 10 million. However, now that he has Dende, he can go back and try to boost his power level and strive to reach the standard to unlock the 20x Kaioken before the next Dragon Ball wish. Hela murmured, "The power of blood? Is your race very numerous?" Smith Doyle shook his head. "In this universe, I am currently the only one, but this ability and bloodline will be passed down to future generations. It's worth noting that when Gohan, Goku's son, was born, he also had a tail and could transform into a great ape." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Hela looked at Smith Doyle with some surprise. Was it really the original bloodline of the same race? This sparked Hela's keen interest in Smith Doyle and how he came to be. If one wants to have offspring, Smith Doyle would be a good choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 505, Star Destruction. Chapter 505, Star Destruction. Smith Doyle looked at Hela and then said, "I've finished testing here, and if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. By the way, think about what I mentioned last time. If you and Odin can reach an agreement, I'll talk to her and maybe you can get out sooner." Hela heard Smith Doyle mention Odin, and even more so, the promise not to harm the people of Asgard. "I think it won't be long before I'm able to leave here. Based on my calculations, he shouldn't be able to withstand the increasing power of Odin for much longer. My grandfather was in the same situation back then." Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised that Hela could guess Odin's impending death, but it wasn't incomprehensible. After all, most people wouldn't understand their own affairs as thoroughly as Hela did. Smith Doyle said, "This is your choice, and I'm just offering advice. After all, the people are innocent. In addition, Odin's lifespan may be subject to significant changes, so you should be prepared. It's important to know that Odin has sent Lorelei this time. Last time, Thor participated in the tournament to resurrect Loki, but this time Lorelei's wish directly addresses Odin's needs. With Odin's godfather-level strength, if he were to participate in the World Martial Arts tournament he is about to host, there would be really no one who could rival him. Unless they are competing against powerful figures like the Ancient One, Dormammu, or Thanos with multiple Infinity Stones." Hela frowned slightly. "Change? Could he find another divine object to enhance physical strength? Or can he slow down the ever-increasing power of Odin? However, if you want me to accept your suggestion, I think it wouldn't be impossible for you to bring some good food and wine next time, and we can have a proper discussion. As for this time, let's leave it at that for now." Seeing that Hela was willing to talk, Smith Doyle nodded. "Then let's talk about this again next time." After saying this, Smith Doyle left the sealed land and arrived outside the Netherworld sealed land. He came here this time partly to test himself and partly to show off his strength. Although he achieved a certain effect, it's still astonishing to think that Hela at her peak was so powerful, with a combat power of nearly 100 million. No wonder that even Thor, who had awakened the power of thunder, couldn't do any damage to Hela with his full force attack in the other universe. Keep in mind that Hela had only just returned to Asgard at that time and was still a long way from her peak condition. However, this display of strength did have some effect, as the other party agreed to communicate next time and bring some local delicacies and wine from Hela's hometown. Smith Doyle then retrieved the Sien single-person spaceship from the system space. He wanted to experience the thing, so he didn't use the space stone to return to Earth immediately. Smith Doyle took out the Sien Solo spaceship, followed the system's instructions and user manual, opened the spaceship door, sat inside, and entered Earth's coordinates on the control panel. The next second, the spaceship successfully started up and flew towards Earth. The other side. Hela watched Smith Doyle leave, then fell into thought. She had received a lot of information today. First, she learned about the 2 ranks above the Heavenly Father, and second, she learned the reason why Odin suddenly changed his nature and wanted to become a benevolent king. However, Hela was still very unhappy. Odin was her father, so why didn't he say anything about it? If he were to tell her that there was an even more powerful force outside, a higher single universe level, would Hela, a subfather who wasn't even at the level of a heavenly father, really commit suicide by crashing into it. Knowing this outcome, Hela accepted Odin's initial changes, but her hatred for Odin only intensified. For nearly 2,000 years, Odin sealed himself here without visiting or explaining, simply leaving himself here. If it weren't for her lack of strength, the first thing Hela would have done after breaking free of the sealed land was to beat Odin to a pulp. As for Smith Doyle's suggestion, Hela was more interested in the man than in these other suggestions. During the years she was sealed, aside from the fact that her strength was not weak at the beginning, Hela was determined to break the seal. However, in the long period that followed, Hela also reflected on her life. His early life was mainly dedicated to fighting for Asgard. His father, Odin, trained him to be a vanguard officer of Asgard, and he was either on a campaign or on his way to one. They have never tasted the bitterness and beauty of love, nor have they had any children. Of course, a man who is too weak would not interest her, but Smith Doyle gave her a different feeling. When they first met, she was at her weakest point in her life. Although Smith Doyle's strength didn't impress her at that time, the Sensubine still left a deep impression on her. However, this meeting had a profound impact on Hela. The man's exaggerated increase in combat power, which was more than 100 times greater than when they first met, and his unreasonable understanding of the universe, all made Hela quite interested in this man. Especially since the other party is the first person of a new bloodline, Hela believes that Smith Doyle is simply a very good candidate. Hela looked forward to their next meeting, imagining the possibility of falling in love with Smith Doyle and having a child. The other side, Smith Doyle's single-soldier spaceship traveled through the universe, and Smith Doyle also experienced the vastness of space. But while this was initially quite exciting, Smith Doyle started to get bored after a day of flying. At the same time, recalling Hela's words that destroying a planet is the hallmark of a subfather-level being, Smith Doyle looked at the silent, lifeless planet in front of him, opened the hatch, and then fired a beam of energy from 2 fingers. The energy beam instantly pierced through the planet, which was the same size as Earth, and exploded in front of Smith Doyle, destroying the nearby satellites at the same time. However, Smith Doyle sensed through his aura that neither this planet nor its surrounding satellites possessed any signs of life, thus relieving him of any psychological burden. This can be considered as leaving a mark in the universe on my ascension to the level of a subcelestial father. I just don't know if the forces in the universe will be able to notice this phenomenon. Watching the planet explode, Smith Doyle was still very shocked. This was different from the battles he fought on Earth. The ability to destroy planets was considered the minimum threshold for becoming a strongman in this universe. End of this chapter. Chapter 506 The Observer and 039's Record. Chapter 506 The Observer's Record. After Smith Doyle piloted his Sun Solo spaceship away from its original location, in the interdimensional space of space, a bald man wearing a blue hood was recording something. With the destruction of a dead planet, a new subfather-level powerhouse has emerged in the universe. It is unknown how this newly born subfather-level powerhouse will stir up the entire universe. As one of the observers, Ueda was drawn here because he sensed the intense energy erupting from the netherworld helium. Such a powerful energy fluctuation was clearly not from a weakling among the subfathers, but this energy was very unfamiliar, so he decided to record it. However, on his way to Ueda, Smith Doyle had already left Darkheim in his spaceship. But Ueda did not come away empty-handed. He quickly found Smith Doyle's spaceship and witnessed the other party easily destroying the dead star. In Ueda's view, Smith Doyle's effortless destruction of the dead star was more effortless than that of most subfather-level powerhouses. He destroyed a planet with a simple energy beam from his hands, and his own energy showed no signs of loss. This piqued Ueda's interest, and he directly recorded Smith Doyle in his notebook, only including major events and the birth of powerful beings that would impact the universe. The other side. Several days later on Earth. The Earth is not at peace at this moment. In fact, it is rife with undercurrents. Before the people of the Battle of New York were resurrected, the whole world was talking about the newly emerged Capsule Corporation, and countless government agencies and countries were investigating the Capsule Corporation. Half of the top 10 trending topics in various countries are closely related to the newly emerging universal capsule. Industries such as real estate, automobiles, and airplanes have been greatly affected. At the same time, governments and even militaries around the world have seen the potential of universal capsules to change modern warfare. However, the militaries of various countries were turned down, and they couldn't even meet with the head of the Capsule Corporation. Just as things were about to escalate, the resurrected crowds from the Battle of New York instantly diverted everyone's attention. Even governments around the world that had seen many extraordinary individuals were taken aback by this situation and immediately launched an investigation by their personnel stationed in New York, SHIELD, Trident Building. Inside the conference room on the top floor, representatives of the Security Council are currently holding a meeting via remote video. The U.S. representative asked directly, "Nick Fury, your headquarters are in New York, so you must be more aware of this major event. What phenomenon caused the resurrection of those who died in the Battle of New York? Is this caused by a natural phenomenon, some kind of superpower, or some other object?" Nick Fury had anticipated this question from the moment he learned of the people's resurrection, and immediately replied, "Members of the Council, this has just happened, and SHIELD is not yet aware of the cause of this. The dead suddenly came back to life without any warning. Our people are also investigating, and some of our agents who sacrificed their lives were also involved in this resurrection. However, according to our intelligence, the resurrected personnel this time are limited to those who died in the Battle of New York. No other personnel have been resurrected. We have communicated and spoken with the resurrected agents, and they know nothing about it. We are also expanding our investigation to see if we can get different information from the resurrected citizens. However, based on our intelligence department's speculation, the most likely outcome will not differ from what we ourselves have heard." Nick Fury did not inform the upper echelons of the Security Council about the Dragon Balls. He knew these top politicians all too well what they were really like, and he wouldn't be surprised if they knew the secret of the Dragon Ball's wish-granting ability, and it sparked a war. Therefore, Nick Fury and Pierce reached a consensus early on that the resurrection time of the New Yorkers could not be concealed, but the Dragon Ball that caused this resurrection event had to be kept secret. The Dragon Balls are currently only circulating among a small number of extraordinary individuals. Because of their small number, they haven't reached the upper echelons of politics. In addition, every lucky person who obtains a Dragon Ball keeps it a secret, which also means that not many people know about making a wish with the Dragon Balls. As for the dozen or so SHIELD agents brought along this time, they are all people trusted by Nick Fury, and it is unlikely that they would be leaked to politicians. Upon hearing Nick Fury's apparent ignorance, the Russian council representative spoke up. S.H.I.E.L.D. is mainly responsible for supernatural events, and this mass resurrection is one of them. SHIELD needs to investigate the cause. After all, these people don't just resurrect for no reason. We need to find out what caused all this, whether it's related to the Avengers, whether there's a superhuman with resurrection abilities, and you need to investigate these things. Of course, if you feel overwhelmed, you can apply for help from the United Nations. I believe everyone is willing to contribute to this matter. Upon hearing that the Russian representative had set his sights on this matter, Nick Fury spoke up. All supernatural events around the world are handled by SHIELD, so there's no need for other personnel to worry about it. At this point, the British representative spoke up. Nick Fury, I hope you take this resurrection event seriously enough. Earth's resources are finite, but if resurrection becomes the norm, it will be a terrifying thing. This time, the people who were resurrected are civilians who died from an alien invasion, and they may not seem to have any major problems. But what if the next resurrection involves everyone who died in a certain year? Or perhaps those who died in World War II, or those who died in World War I? Even resurrecting all the dead people would cause immense panic in society and globally. Therefore, the source of this resurrection incident must be thoroughly investigated. Upon hearing this from the council members, Nick Fury nodded expressionlessly. Yes, I will definitely arrange for someone to investigate all of this. Nick Fury outwardly agreed, but inwardly he didn't care at all. Knowing about the Dragon Balls, he was very clear that the dead would not be resurrected. No madman would use a hard-won wish opportunity to do something like that, such as those who died in World War I or World War II. On the contrary, if another large-scale disaster occurs in the future, it is very likely that someone will revive the dead through the Dragon Balls, but the revival of these people will not have any actual impact on Earth's resources. End of this chapter. Chapter 507 The Attacker, Bucky Barnes. Chapter 507 The Attacker, Bucky Barnes. Nick Fury used a pretext to appease the representatives of various countries on the Security Council, while simultaneously launching a new round of espionage purges in New York. However, while most of the resurrected people experienced good things, some absurd situations still arose, though these were isolated cases. Because only half a year had passed since the Chidori invasion, many families were still immersed in grief, and there weren't many absurd things like remarriages or house confiscations. With the resurrection of family members, the day is more of a comedy than a tragedy, and many have even suggested it as a new Easter. Outside the Assassin's Guild, Ajax and Circe stayed at a hotel in the next block, and because Smith Doyle had not returned, they did not see each other. Inside the room, Circe asked Ajax, "Do you think he might be deliberately avoiding us?" Ajax shook his head. Given Smith Doyle's character, he wouldn't do something like that. The fact that the other side did not appear in this major event, the resurgence of the people in the Battle of New York, indicates that there is something more important going on. I wonder who the champion of this year is, that they would so selflessly make such a wish. While Ajax spoke these words to Circe, he was thinking about something else entirely, the birth of the young gods on Earth. Because of this resurrection, the birth of the gods would not be delayed in the slightest and would still occur at the originally scheduled time. So, in order to prevent this planet from being destroyed, and also to allow Smith Doyle to be prepared, this matter must be settled this time. If the Dragon Balls were scattered across the globe when Cammy was born, they might have spread throughout the universe along with the destruction of Earth. In that case, wishing for resurrection wouldn't be so easy. Circe nodded and said, "He must be a kind and great person. At least few people would give up such an opportunity for a stranger." Ajax nodded, "We'll just wait here and believe that Smith Doyle will show up and accept our visit." Within the Assassin's Guild, Smith Doyle's departure was sudden. Neither Bulma nor Fox received any news, but no one was worried. They assumed that there was something special that Smith Doyle needed to handle, and they trusted Smith Doyle's abilities and were not worried that anything might happen to him. The Assassin's Guild continued its development as planned. Both the Red Ribbon Group and the Capsule Corporation were operating normally. As for other matters during this period, whether it was media interviews or attempts to spy on the Capsule Corporation, the Assassin's Guild blocked them all. At Tony's home. In recent days, Tony Stark has not said much about the resurrection of the people, only appearing briefly to say that it was a good thing before disappearing from public view. Howard Stark was very satisfied with the research his son had presented, whether it was the Iron Man suit or the arc reactor. "Tony, you've grown up. As expected, you did not disappoint me. You have successfully developed the real arc reactor." Howard, due to limitations in materials and technology, was unable to manufacture Tony's arc reactor despite discovering the new element. However, he was very satisfied that his son had succeeded. Looking at his father and mother in front of him, Tony smiled and nodded. "It's mainly because of the clues you left behind back then, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to create it so quickly." Tony's mother then spoke up, "I thought I would see my daughter-in-law and grandson, but I didn't expect that you would still be unmarried after all these years." Tony, hearing his mother's words, began to explain. "I already have a stable girlfriend, Pepper Potts, who came back with you all. She's currently the CEO of Stark Industries." Howard nodded. "If you have a stable relationship, then put marriage on the agenda and don't keep the girl waiting too long." Tony didn't argue, he just nodded. Howard sighed at this moment. "I never imagined that the world would change so much in 20 years. It's truly a testament to the progress of technology." In the days since he returned, Howard has reviewed a lot of information and compared the changes in the world before he left with the changes in the world now. Superhumans, all-powerful capsules, combat power detectors, Bimax robots, maglev flying cars, etc. Many of his original ideas were unexpectedly realized by later generations. Tony, seeing his father sigh, also spoke up. "Bulma is a genius scientist who is no less than me. She has indeed made many world-changing inventions." Howard looked at his son, thought for a moment, and then said, "Is there something you'd like to ask us?" Tony Stark nodded and said, "Father, I want to know the truth about your and mother's deaths. When I made a wish to the dragon said that you did not die in a car accident." Upon hearing their son Tony Stark's words, the Howards fell silent for a moment. Howard's wife, Maria, squeezed her husband's hand. At that moment, Howard recalled the scene of his death, and he even recognized the person who attacked him. But Howard couldn't understand why he attacked him and even killed him and his wife. After a moment of silence, Howard Stark spoke. "At the time, your mother Maria and I were preparing to return to New York with the super soldier serum we had developed, but we were attacked on the way." Tony Stark asked in surprise, "Super soldier serum?" Howard nodded and said, "Back then, Abraham Erskine developed the super soldier serum and created Steve Rogers, a super soldier, but he also died on the spot due to an attack by Hydra. I have been replicating and researching the super soldier serum since the end of World War II. On the day of the incident, I finally succeeded in developing the super soldier serum. But in the end, he met the same fate as Dr. Abraham Erskine, and was attacked and killed by his enemy on the way back with Maria." Hearing his father's words, Tony Stark clenched his fists and asked, "Father, do you remember who attacked you?" "Also, we were attacked right after we developed the super soldier serum." Father, you had spies around you at the time. Howard nodded silently, then spoke, the one who attacked me and your mother was Sergeant Bucky Barnes. Tony asked in confusion, who? End of this chapter. Chapter 508 Tony and 039's guess. Chapter 508 Tony's guess. When Tony Stark heard the name Bucky Barnes, he didn't immediately recognize him, but then he noticed the rank of Sergeant. Jarvis, retrieve Bucky Barnes' file. Okay, sir. Bucky Barnes, Steve Rogers' childhood friend. During World War II, Bucky joined the Army due to his superior physical condition, becoming a sergeant. After Steve Rogers underwent experiments to become Captain America, Bucky became Captain America's sidekick, repeatedly assisting Steve in destroying Hydra's base facilities. Towards the end of World War II, Captain America's sidekick Bucky Barnes was killed in action. Looking at the information Jarvis presented, Tony Stark stroked his chin and said, "A soldier who had already died at the end of World War II killed my parents." At this moment, Howard spoke up. Something was off at the time I recognized him. But his expression was as cold as a machine without emotion. As for his sacrifice, I remember that his information is still on display in the World War II museum. There must be some secrets we don't know about. However, 20 years have passed, so the investigation may not be easy, and it is even unknown whether the other party is still alive. Tony thought for a moment, then spoke. He might not be dead. And didn't you just say you brought back the newly developed super soldier serum? You should know that even now, neither SHIELD nor the military has been able to replicate the serum without side effects. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but it will take some time. Meanwhile, Tony Stark recalled a group of super soldiers who had appeared at Killian's base. He initially assumed it was a secret unit of the military or SHIELD, or even a defective version of the serum, and didn't pay much attention. But now that I think about it, these super soldiers who appeared might not be entirely innocent. However, he needs to confirm with Nick Fury and the military where these superhumans came from. Howard nodded and said, "Please be mindful of your personal safety." A few days later, east of Los Angeles, California, a black child looked at the superhero figurines in the shop window with an envious expression. At this moment, his father turned around, looked at his son gazing at the shop window, and said, "Your birthday is in a few months. Who is your favorite person?" Looking at the Avengers and Boys figurines in the shop window, the child said very sensibly, "No need." Hearing his son's answer, a hint of disappointment flashed across the father's face. He half squatted down and said to his son, "Hey, Dad's short on cash right now, but I'll find a job soon. I won't go back to the factory, but I'm very confident." Looking at his son, the father spoke again, "What are we, father and son?" The son looked at his father and said, "A team." The father laughed and bumped fists with his son, "That's right." Then she pulled her son aside and said, "So, which figure do you want?" Before her son could answer, a violent explosion suddenly occurred on the top floor of the building next door, with thick flames shooting out of the windows. Boom! The crowd immediately screamed, and the father immediately hugged his child and turned to look at the place where the explosion had occurred. Upon seeing the location of the explosion, the father's eyes widened in disbelief. He then turned to his son in his arms and said, "Are you okay? Ace, look at me." Ace nodded, indicating that he was all right. Looking at the Smith and Doyle figurines in the shop window, he said, "You stay here with God, okay? Maybe someone is injured. I'll go see if they need any help." After saying this, the black father immediately ran towards the building where the explosion had occurred. Watching the people evacuating, he looked up at the exploded room upstairs and immediately heard the woman's cries from the top floor. "Help, help." Hearing that familiar voice, he looked around at the side of the building, but there was no one else around. He put on his hood, took a deep breath, and stared at the wall in front of him. "Drink." He then chiseled it in with one hand, creating a dent, and then kicked it into the wall, creating another dent. With each punch and each kick, he made a dent, and he climbed straight up to the top floor where the explosion had occurred, quickly reaching the floor where the explosion had taken place. Upon entering the room, he found it ablaze everywhere. He quickly located the woman who was calling for help, and in the instant of the second explosion, he grabbed her and jumped from the top floor. He landed in a classic superhero rescue manner, put the woman on the ground, glanced around, pulled down his hood, and ran away. And Skye, who was at the scene, recorded everything on her phone. After the hooded man left, Skye went over to check on the woman she had rescued and found that she was no longer in danger. At the same time, Skye asked with some doubt, why would someone with superhuman abilities be so low-key? "It's a pity I can't afford a combat power detector, not even a second-hand one from the first generation. Otherwise I could check his combat power." With the advent of combat power detection devices, the existence of superhumans is no longer a secret, so there is no need to hide anymore, and their benefits are so good that countless people envy them. For those with extraordinary abilities, from government departments to Fortune 500 companies, even the super rich will offer them an extremely generous salary. This type of person enjoys very high welfare and social status. Unless the other party is a super criminal, but the act of saving people doesn't seem like that of a super criminal. Could it be that he was a criminal before he awakened to become a superhuman, and now that he has awakened, he is afraid to reveal his identity? Or is it that the government or some other organization arrests these nameless superhumans for human experimentation, forcing them to hide themselves like this? Sky was now speculating about the reasons behind the other party's actions. Her original destination was New York. The news of the resurrection of New Yorkers who died in the Chidori War had spread across the internet. As a member of the Rising Tide organization, Sky was also very curious about this matter. At the same time, the government still had not defined this resurrection event, nor had it given any reason. On the contrary, some religious figures who appeared out of nowhere claimed that this resurrection was a gift from their gods. Driven by the desire to get up close and personal with the extraordinary and to investigate this resurrection incident, Sky was about to drive away from Los Angeles when she encountered this situation, forcing her to stop, since this was a great opportunity to get close to the extraordinary. End of this chapter. Chapter 509. When people and 039's hearts are scattered, it ends 039's hard to lead the team. Chapter 509. When people's hearts are scattered, it's hard to lead the team. The other side. Smith Doyle is currently asleep inside his single-soldier spaceship, and it will be another 10 days or so before he arrives on Earth. At the same time, Lorelei, who received Odin's instructions, learned that she would not be thrown back into prison for failing the mission. Instead, she was given an important task to communicate with the US government and establish a consulate in New York as a communication point between Earth and Asgard. Lorelei was naturally happy to receive such an answer. She loved her freedom and her current life, and she had discovered many interesting things about the world. Instead of going directly to the US government, Lorelei contacted SHIELD agents and explained Asgard's demands. What should have been a simple matter has become a major headache for Nick Fury. In Human Base Afterlife. At this moment, Jiaing, the leader of the alien race, frowned slightly as he looked at the gathered information. Because of the combat power detector, she rarely lets Inhumans appear in the outside world anymore, and she rarely sends Gordon, who has the ability to teleport, out anymore. After all, although Gordon teleports to uninhabited areas, Jiaing rarely lets him move around in order to prevent accidents. Who knows if they might encounter a hiker or street thug carrying a combat capability detector. Gordon, standing to the side, spoke up. Over the past 4 years, the treatment and status of superhumans have been improving because of Smith Doyle's appearance in the world. Whether it's the Avengers, the Boys, or other superhumans from government agencies, things are much better now. Jiaing began to speak. They are different from us. They are not Inhumans who awaken through the Turigen crystal. Gordon paused for 2 seconds, then spoke. But we will all be collectively referred to as extraordinary individuals. Jiaing did not refute Gordon's words, but instead reached out and touched the scar on her face and said, "The world is changing rapidly. The superhumans who were once universally hated and whose research was conducted by the government have undergone tremendous changes. But I believe that those who did those things to me and our fellow citizens are still hiding in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the superhumans. Do you remember that family who ran away on their own last time?" Upon hearing Jiaing's words, Gordon recalled how, many years ago, because the daughter of an Inhuman did not receive a spot to awaken the Turigen crystal, the Inhuman stole a Turigen crystal and escaped to the afterlife. When Gordon and Jiaing finally found the right person, they witnessed SHIELD arresting the mother and daughter. The SHIELD ruthlessly shot and killed the mother and daughter, and their bodies were taken away for research. This situation further solidified Gordon's confidence that Chief Jiaing's decision was correct. The Inhumans should stay away from the dangerous outside world. Gordon began by saying, "I understand your concerns, but what about those children who have returned from the outside world and have not yet awakened? The information they brought back has already made the supernatural beings of the afterlife restless and agitated. Many people want to go out and become a superhero, especially now that there has been a large-scale resurrection of the dead. Some people have even shouted slogans, saying that even if you die in battle, you will return as a superhero." Jiaing knows that if people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. After all, the changes in the outside world are real. Because of her rules, awakened superhumans rarely go out into the outside world, but those who have not awakened are not restricted from coming and going in the next life. Moreover, Jiaying knew that she could not sever ties with the outside world, since the true source of the alien race's population was outside. She had simply had people bring back those alien race members who had bloodlines but had not yet awakened to the afterlife. It's impossible to completely avoid contact. If the treatment and status of superhumans in the outside world are really improved so much, then we might actually be able to go out. However, before that, we need to conduct a selection process. Select a few of the Inhumans who are suitable for combat to form a superhero team and test the outside world's reaction. Upon hearing the name of the leader, Jiaying, Gordon spoke up, "Then I'll go and inform everyone. I'm sure those young men will be very excited." Jiaying nodded. After Gordon left, Jiaying went to the mirror and looked at the stitches that spread down her face. This reminded her of her experience of being captured and taken to SHIELD. The man emptied her body and threw her into a stinking ditch like a discarded doll. No matter how many years have passed, she can never forget that torment, and the scars on her face are a constant reminder of it. The increasing number of people with superpowers, especially those specializing in combat, gave Jiaying hope for revenge. However, in recent years, due to the emergence of superhumans, SHIELD has even declared that the Avengers are part of SHIELD, which has extinguished much of Jiaying's flames of revenge. Smith Doyle was simply too powerful, so powerful that Jiaying did not believe that the Inhumans could be a match for him. This forced her to suppress her desire for revenge, but as she suppressed it, the flames of revenge would one day consume her reason. On the other side, outside, the hooded man who saved a woman in the explosion is now sitting in a coffee shop, looking through job postings in his newspaper for useful information. He needs a salary to support himself and his child. Because of his agreement with the surgical team, he cannot reveal his superhuman identity. Otherwise, it would be easy for a superhuman to get a high-paying job. After all, recruitment channels for superhumans by various organizations and wealthy individuals are still posted online. As long as they come to the site, pass the combat power test to confirm their superhuman status, and have no issues with their background check and criminal record, they can receive a generous salary on the spot. Unfortunately, all of this depends on the consent of the group that performed the surgery on him. Thinking of this, he touched the implanted object on his arm. At that moment, the television in the coffee shop was broadcasting news about him. Who exactly is this hooded hero? Is Los Angeles about to welcome his superhero? Is there any way I can thank him? Has no one really seen him? When the rescued woman spoke to reporters, one of the reporters replied, "Sorry, the identity of the hooded hero is still unclear. Researchers at UCLA Medical Center noted in a report today that paranormal." The man glanced at the news on TV and a smile appeared on his lips. He was clearly very happy about saving people. Maybe he could join the boys in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 510 Sky. Chapter 510 Sky. As Mike Peterson was looking at the newspaper in front of him, searching for a suitable job, a woman walked over and sat down directly opposite him. The person who arrived was none other than Sky, who had witnessed everything at the explosion site. After Sky sat down, she whispered, "What are you afraid of?" Mike looked at the woman who had appeared in front of him and asked in confusion, "What?" Sky began, "I'm curious why you're hiding yourself." Mike was a little confused and asked, "I wasn't hiding myself, I'm sitting right here, aren't I? And who are you?" Sky glanced around but didn't notice anything unusual or anyone following her, then spoke, "I am Sky. You're that hooded hero on TV. You're not planning to keep using the name, Hooded Hero, forever, are you?" Upon hearing Sky's words, Mike immediately denied it, saying, "Wait, what? I am not. I am just a worker." Sky picked up a sticky note from the table and said with a smile, "Yeah, but only during the day. I saw it with my own eyes. You are a hero. He's a real superhero." Sky then continued, "I'm not a diehard fan or a stalker, but you were so handsome back then." After expressing her excitement, Sky calmed herself down and continued, "But I don't understand why a superhuman would hide themselves. Are you in danger?" Mike looked at Sky, who had been talking for a while, and then said seriously, "You've mistaken me for someone else, ma'am." Sky began to speak, "That's what I don't understand. Given the current esteemed status of superhumans, why are you being so cautious? Is someone trying to persecute you? Is it SHIELD, the CIA, the FBI, or some other agency? The girl in the hospital really wants to thank you now. It might be that kind of thank you. But you are hiding and dare not show your face. The video of you saving that girl is the most viewed video at this time. But you can't even find a job, which is completely inconsistent with the identity of a normal superhuman." Sky had clearly seen the job posting circled on the newspaper in front of the man. Mike closed the newspaper, leaned back, and asked, I'm not afraid of anything, it's just that everything takes time. I'm not ready to be a superhero yet. Upon hearing the other person's words, Sky excitedly exclaimed, Have you just awakened? Does that mean I'm going to witness the birth of a superhero? However, if you are not really hiding or avoiding something, I would suggest you go to New York. That's a paradise for superhumans. There's the boys and the Avengers there, and even more organizations that recruit superhumans. Mike countered, Is it really safe for someone like me, a nobody who has just awakened, to be in danger? Sky shook her head and said, I am not sure. But the risks of remaining unknown are definitely greater. If you go out into the public eye and tell everyone that you are an extraordinary person and aspire to be a superhero, with media attention and exposure, even if someone wanted to do something to you, they would have to think twice. At least, the extraordinary individuals in front of the media haven't encountered any problems. Mike shook his head and said, I'm just an ordinary person, I'm not ready yet. He has consistently adhered to the basis requirement that the institution administering the serum should not expose him to the public at this stage. Sky began, Ordinary people should have jobs and allowances, but your current living situation is not good. I am very interested in the people who were resurrected after the Zitorai invasion and I plan to go to New York. If you want to enter a new world as an extraordinary being, New York is a great place. Also, your method of concealment is actually ineffective. Although the high price of combat capability testing equipment has prevented it from becoming widespread, Los Angeles is not some remote rural area. As long as you appear before the wearer, you will be more dazzling than a firefly in the dark night. Hearing Sky's words, Mike knew he couldn't leave right now, and immediately said, I have no plans to go to New York for the time being. Seeing that the other person was getting up to leave, Sky quickly got up as well and bumped into the other person. If you're worried about travel expenses, I have a good solution. I have a car, which is my mobile office. I can give you a ride. Mike glanced at Sky, nodded, and said, Thank you. But she still bypassed Sky and turned away. Sky didn't seem to mind as the other person walked away instead. She smiled and waved, saying, Perhaps we will have the opportunity to travel together soon, but I will not be setting off immediately. After the other person left the coffee shop, Sky pulled out a work ID from her hand, which she had stolen from the other person when she bumped into them. Looking at the photo and name on the work ID, it was indeed the other person's identification. The name on it read, Michael Peterson. Mike, I know your name now. Sky then left the coffee shop through another door. New York, the assassins. Fox was with Bulma at the moment, and Fox spoke up, We still can't get in touch with Smith and don't know where he went. Bulma said, That day he suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, stirring up the entire city of New York before vanishing in an instant. I can't get in touch with him either, I don't know where he went. Fox said helplessly. The number of people we're visiting is increasing, Ajax of the Eternals, Yingli of Taro Village, Hill, the commander of SHIELD, and even Tony asked why he couldn't get in touch with Smith. He also has something to ask me. Bulma also said, Secretary of State Ross also has something to discuss, but he can't get in touch with Smith Doyle either. I'm just a little worried that Smith Doyle's sudden burst of energy and his departure directly from headquarters might mean he encountered an enemy. Fox shook his head, That's possible, but they shouldn't be enemies. If we fight with that kind of energy, it won't be quiet no matter where on Earth we are. Bulma nodded in agreement. Tell them that Smith Doyle is in seclusion and training, and we'll discuss everything when he comes out of seclusion. Fox nodded and said, Hopefully Smith's departure won't last too long, otherwise it could really cause some trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 511 Nick Fury, I want to set up an embassy in Asgard. Chapter 511 Nick Fury, I want to set up an embassy in Asgard. Tony is currently on the top floor of Stark Tower, which has been converted into his residence. As for the bombed-out seaside villa, it is still under construction and will not be used for a long time. Jarvis, still can't get in touch with Smith Doyle. Sir, we are temporarily unable to contact Smith Doyle. Miss Fox said he is in seclusion and we will contact him again after he finishes his seclusion. Tony shook his head and said, Retreat. This is the first time I've heard that Smith Doyle needs to go into seclusion, and just recently, he unleashed a terrifying aura in New York, the scale of which was felt throughout the entire planet. Jarvis then said, Sir, I have not been able to locate Mr. Smith's cell phone signal on Earth. Upon hearing this result, Tony Stark paused for a moment, then murmured, They can't possibly leave Earth, can they? At the same time, Tony recalled the scene from when he first fell into the illusion, Smith Doyle leaving Earth and a massive enemy invasion. That shouldn't be the case, but it seems I really need to prepare. Jarvis then reported again. Sir, we haven't been able to find any useful information about Sergeant Bucky Barnes online. Tony nodded. I understand. Continue the search and use the camera for facial recognition. Inside the Trident building, Nick Fury's office. Hill said, we are currently unable to contact Smith Doyle. Fox's response is that he is currently in seclusion and we will discuss everything after he comes out. Nick Fury thought for a moment and then said, we don't have time to wait for him to come out of seclusion, so we won't communicate with him about this matter. Hill, you will be responsible for assisting SIF in communicating with the White House to allocate a piece of land in New York as the Asgardian embassy on Earth. By the way, ask them if it's possible for us to leave an embassy or office in Asgard, or even better, arrange a liaison officer. Hill nodded. I will discuss these matters with Lorelei, but I think it will be difficult to achieve any results. We don't even know where Asgard is, how do we get there, and how do we contact them once we're there? Nick Fury shook his head and said, that's something we need to think about later. What we need to think about now is getting this qualification. Hill nodded and said, understood, sir. I will contact Lorelei immediately. Furthermore, some people have linked the Sky Curtain to resurrection, but the previous 3 Sky Curtain incidents did not result in a large number of people being resurrected, so this claim is self-defeating. Nick Fury gave the order. I understand. Don't give up on the external public opinion front. Arrange for some professors to make hypotheses and guesses, even if they are a bit outrageous. A new Easter is also a good gimmick. Watching Hill leave the office, Nick Fury pondered Smith Doyle's situation and what had happened during his seclusion. Nick Fury still vividly remembers the scene a few days ago when the instruments in the energy detection room were completely destroyed. What exactly happened to cause such a terrifying energy fluctuation in the League of Assassins, exceeding the historical peak, and even causing the instruments to break down? It was such an eventful time. A black Airbus was parked in the hangar, and Coulson and his team boarded the plane. Ward took the communication receiver out of his pocket and said, Coulson said my communication receiver needs to be coded. I don't know if you've used this kind of receiver before, it is. Fitz stepped forward and took Ward's communication receiver, and before Ward could finish speaking, he picked up a hammer and smashed it on the spot. Upon seeing this, Ward paused for a second, then said, "New." Simmons, who was standing nearby, said, "He will reset the intrusion detection and identification system chip." Fitz used clips to remove the chip inside and then said, "The in-ear communicator no longer needs an external receiver." Ward removed the headset from his ear and asked, "Then how?" Before he could finish speaking, Simmons came up to him with a cotton swab, shoved it into Simmons' mouth, and said, "Embedded sensory nerve silicone resin that matches your DNA, very trendy." Ward was aware of Simmons' sneak attack and the act of spitting, but he controlled his body and did not dodge. Simmons, having collected the saliva, put the cotton swab into the test tube and said with a smile, "Donnie Gill, you too." After saying that, he repeated Donnie Gill's words in the same way. The two opened their mouths and spoke. Finally, "We're going on a mission. I can't wait." Just then, Coulson drove up in his beloved car, and Fitz, seeing the car, said, "One of Coulson's antique shield collections, a flamethrower, the world's first GPS system, he loves this junk." Now, all the popular hover cars are made of universal capsules, as well as the latest capsule hover cars. Coulson got out of the car and said to a ground crew member who was about to approach the vehicle, "Don't touch Laura." Fitz chuckled beside Ward, he even gave it a female name. Donnie Gill said, "This might be one of the officer's little quirks." Coulson led Ward and Donnie Gill into the plane and said, "Lara is not just a collectible. People always think that the new version is an upgraded version. This mobile command center operated at full capacity throughout the 90s, but then we got helicopter carriers. Have you heard the jokes about that guy who's afraid of flying?" Ward replied, "I successfully night jumped into the landing zone under heavy fire." Coulson, "I can handle it." Donnie Gill said, "I can now freeze ice ladders in the air. Although I can't fly yet, it has solved a lot of problems." Coulson laughed and said, "I was just joking." At this moment, Melinda came out and said to Ward and Donnie Gill, "If you want to pack your luggage, you'd better hurry, we're taking off in 5 minutes. May then handed a document to Coulson and said, "We may have found a waypoint for a rising tide organization." Coulson took the document and nodded, saying, "Very good, we need to keep up with the latest developments." Seeing that Coulson had obtained the documents, Melinda turned and walked towards the driver's seat. Coulson finished reading the document, closed it, and looked at Ward and Donnie Gill, saying, "Go and put your luggage away, we're ready to leave." Soon the Airbus's cabin belly closed, Melinda piloted the plane out of the warehouse, and after gliding along the runway for a while, it took off smoothly. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. 12 Centipede Serum. Chapter 512 Centipede Serum. The other side. Sky returned to her truck and began creating videos featuring members of the Rising Tide organization. During the Chidori invasion, all the dead people in New York were brought back to life. Is this a new supernatural ability, or a gift from God? The government has not offered an explanation, but I believe we will eventually find out the truth. The truth will eventually be revealed to the public and everyone will know it. If a person with the ability to resurrect is born from among the superhumans, who will protect his life? Will the powerful and wealthy never die or be replaced? If it is a gift from God, why would he do this? The Rising Tide organization will uncover the truth, and no one can stop us. No one can find us, and no one will ever know who we are. How are they going to capture us? By airdropping us? An attack along the way? How will you keep us silent this time? Nothing can stop me. Just as Sky was working on the audio for the video, the truck door was suddenly pulled open, and Coulson stood to the side with a professional smile, while Ward, dressed in a suit, stood beside him. Sky turned to look at the two people who had opened the car door, a bad feeling creeping over her, but she still greeted them. Hey, how are you guys? However, she was greeted with a hood, while Ward and Coulson took Sky and her car to the airport. At this moment, Sky was taken into the interrogation room on the plane by Ward. Once inside, Ward removed Sky's hood. Sky sat in her chair and looked at Ward, saying, "Who are you? Don't you know that kidnapping is illegal? The boys will definitely thwart your plot." Ward scoffed, "Don't play dumb, we're not criminals." Coulson, standing to the side, said, "Sorry, I have no chivalry towards women. In addition, we are agents of SHIELD. Your affair has been exposed, and Agent Ward has some connection with your organization." "Yes, the Rising Tide organization." Sky argued, "I don't know what you're talking about." Ward stood opposite him, his voice icy as he spoke. "There are two ways to resolve this." Sky asked curiously, "Are there any simpler ones among them?" "No." Sky awkwardly chuckled self-deprecatingly, "No." Ward asked, "What's your name?" "Sky, what is your real name?" At this point, Coulson spoke up, "We can talk about that later. What we need now is another name, a hero." Sky shook her head and said, "Why do you think I would know?" Coulson laughed and said, "Wow, you made a small mistake." At this moment, Coulson sat down opposite Sky and began to speak. "The phone you used to take the picture of the hooded hero has the same coded signature as some of the posts from the Rising Tide organization." As he spoke, Coulson threw the file in front of Sky. "Wow, really? It seems I made a mistake. But with your capabilities, why do you need to ask me for information? Is it because you discovered you couldn't crack my encrypted device? And where is this? Is this an airplane?" Coulson pointed to the document and said, "It's quite a coincidence that we found you were there just before the explosion. Would you like to tell me what my team will discover?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Melinda drove Fitz, Simmons, and Donnie Gill to the explosion site with equipment, and the three began to examine the traces left behind. Coulson continued to ask, "How did you know the hooded man was in that building?" Ward, standing nearby, asked, "Did you blow up the building to lure him out?" Sky looked at Ward in surprise and asked, "This is something only you people would do." Coulson shook his head and said, "That's not our style." Sky, however, said, "I've just been drawn to your style. SHIELD covered up what happened in New Mexico, Project Pegasus. Of course you still want to cover up the centipede thing." Ward looked at Coulson with surprise and asked, "What is the centipede incident?" Seeing Ward's performance, Sky laughed. "That's impossible, you guys don't even know what a centipede is. You have equipment worth billions. Do you think I can beat you with a laptop I won by betting?" Coulson maintained his professional smile and began to speak, "You should think about your friend. We are not the only ones interested in extraordinary individuals, especially those who awaken unnaturally. We want to recruit him, that's right. And the next person to approach him will want to take advantage of him. The next person to come looking for him will want to dissect him." No sooner had Coulson finished speaking than Ward leaned down and asked Sky in a menacing tone, "What is a centipede?" Clearly, Coulson was playing the bad cop, while Ward was playing the good cop. At the same time that the two were interrogating Sky, Mike Peterson, looking at the deportation order in his hand, received a call from the doctor who had injected him with centipede serum. "Yes, I understand, but... Doctor, people have seen me, they have seen my skills. This shows that your medicine is effective, very effective, and it might be a good thing if I make it public. Given the current status of superhumans, if people knew that you created me, the value of your research might be a breakthrough. It might become the next Stark Industries or Capsule Corporation." At this point, the doctor on the other end of the phone brought up the contract they had signed. Mike Peterson glanced at the centipede device on his arm and then said, "Yes, I know what I signed. However, if we control the situation, Perhaps I can serve as a showcase to attract more investment. Upon hearing the doctor's refusal, Mike spoke up, Doctor, you know my situation right now. I'm having a hard time making a living. And then what? You want me to go back to the factory and beg for help? Those swindlers won't even give me compensation, I doubt it. Yes, doctor, I just wanted to. All right. Mike Peterson hung up the phone in frustration. Apparently, the doctor wouldn't allow him to expose himself and wanted him to return to work as usual, now that he had recovered. However, having been kicked out of the factory, he couldn't find a decent job, let alone go back. In fact, the Immigration Bureau even issued him a deportation order because of his unemployment. This has greatly angered Mike Peterson, and perhaps he should follow the doctor's advice and try to find the factory manager to see if he can get his job back. The other side. Simmons and Fitz brought the equipment to the room where the explosion occurred. Looking at everything inside, Simmons exclaimed in surprise, "This is a laboratory." "Is it a rented laboratory?" Melinda May looked at the sign on the door and said, "Self-Rehabilitation Center." "It's also equipped with a top-of-the-line motion-sensing security system." Simmons looked around and exclaimed, "A secret laboratory." Donnie Gill said, "Perhaps it's a place that researches and creates superhuman beings." May sighed. "The presence of another extraordinary individual here is no coincidence. Was this explosion a deliberate act of sabotage? Is it targeting him, or have they gone too far?" At that moment, Fitz walked over with his toolbox and said, "Let's find out the answer. Ladies, please make way." "I'm sorry." Fitz, carrying his toolbox, walked past May and Simmons to an open space, opened the box, and prepared to use his tools to conduct a site survey. May looked at the other person and said, "Agent Fitz, if you're going to do field work, you can't be afraid of dirty or tiring work." Fitz piloted the small drone into flight and said, "That's not necessary." The bookshelf drone took off and began scanning the entire room. The other side. Inside the interrogation room, Sky recounted the information about the centipede. The centipede appeared online, then disappeared. "I traced the MAC address to the building where the explosion occurred." Ward looked at Sky and said, "What do you want?" "The truth." He then countered Ward's question with, "What do you want?" Ward calmly said, "World peace." Sky felt she was being brushed off, and Ward continued, "You anarchist hackers just love to stir up trouble. But they disappear without a trace when something happens. There's a reason for hiding the secret, Sky." Sky looked at Ward approaching and said, "Just because you are reasonable and sturdy doesn't mean you're not a malicious, impersonal tool of the government." Walter's tone changed, and he seemed somewhat impatient as he said, "Tell me your friend's name." Sky refused. "He is not my friend." At this moment, Coulson, standing to the side, offered a helpful suggestion. "You should know that his situation is dangerous. He is not a naturally awakened superhuman." Sky turned to Coulson and said, "Then let me go and let me talk to him." Sky pointed to Ward beside her and said, "I'll talk to him, not this T-1000 robot." Ward looked at Sky and said expressionlessly, "You want to talk to him alone?" "Of course." Ward ignored Sky and looked at Coulson, saying, "She's a fanatic who hacked into SHIELD and tracked down superhumans. She might just be the kind of little girl who does role-playing games under Stark Tower." Sky was furious that her secret had been exposed so easily, and said, I've only done it once." Coulson then opened the interrogation room door and said, "Ward, come out here for a second." Coulson and Ward walked out of the interrogation room one after the other. As Coulson left, he said, "Is it her? Did she offend you? Is it because of the mission? Are you deliberately sabotaging the interrogation because you desperately want to leave this group?" Coulson, "Let me be alone with her for just 1 minute, and I'll get the answer." Coulson looked at Ward and said, "She's a valuable person." Ward retorted, "She's just a valuable person?" Coulson nodded, then continued, "We know nothing about her. Do you know how unusual this is? The last people like this were the Asgardians. We need everything she knows." As he spoke, Coulson took out a box, and inside the box was a pistol-shaped syringe, which was used to inject spit-out medication. Ward looked at Coulson, his brow furrowed, and asked, "Do you think she has connections with those forces? Or do you think she's an alien too?" Coulson looked at Ward, "Who knows? But someone who leaves no trace like that is no simpleton. Norse gods, magicians, or the Eternals, which do you think it is?" Ward fell silent. It seemed that the person they had arrested was carrying a great secret. The other side. Simmons, watching the drones flying around and scanning, explained to May beside him, "We designed different capabilities for each device. Some are responsible for recording the size and texture of the room. Some are responsible for detecting the density and radiation levels of substances, while another is only responsible for dealing with odors." At this moment, Fitz, who was operating the drone to scan, shouted, Wow. I found something in something. Simmons quickly asked, what discoveries? Fitz pointed to a spot and said, there. Following Fitz's directions, May walked over, removed the clutter, and discovered a security camera. The surveillance camera has been destroyed. Fitz laughed and said, that's right, but this camera has flash memory to prevent insufficient voltage. I can synchronize it with the data from the motion detector. If we're lucky, we might be able to find images from before the explosion. At this point, Simmons said, we detected some chemicals. May looked at Simmons and asked, is it an explosive? Simmons walked over, picked up an item from the ground, and said, my God, it's not from Earth. The other side. Coulson and Ward returned to the interrogation room. Coulson, holding a small medicine bottle, said, this is QNBT-16. As Coulson inserted it into the injection, he spoke, this is a premium cocktail made from sodium thiopental derivatives, the latest super-powerful inducement drug. Don't worry, the effect will only last for an hour. Ward walked over to Coulson, raised his hands towards Sky, and said, just take a nap, and then we'll get all the answers. Before Ward could finish speaking, Coulson shot him in the arm with the injection. Ward winced in pain and looked at Coulson, asking, what are you doing? Sorry, does it hurt? Ward released his grip on the arm and said calmly, no, but you must be crazy, you shouldn't treat your teammates like that. At this moment, Ward felt a little nervous. What was Coulson up to? Had he discovered something? That shouldn't be the case. End of this chapter. Chapter 513 Preferential Treatment for Extraordinary Individuals. Chapter 513 Preferential Treatment for Extraordinary Individuals, bonus Chapter 3 for monthly tickets. The next second, Ward added, yes, it does hurt a little. But I usually try to hide my sore spot in front of pretty women, because that makes me feel more masculine. As soon as he finished speaking, Ward looked at his arm. Wow, this works really fast. Sky stared wide-eyed at what was happening before her, somewhat bewildered as to what was going on. Ward then sat down in the chair and shut his mouth, no longer speaking. Coulson, still sporting that harmless smile, asked, don't you trust us? You can ask him any questions. After Coulson finished speaking, he turned to leave the interrogation room. Ward, seeing that things were not going well, immediately said, wait, you can't do this. This is absolutely against the regulations. However, before Ward could finish speaking, Coulson had already closed the interrogation room door and left. With Coulson gone, Sky became quite interested. Thinking of Ward's words, Sky took off her coat, revealing her stunning figure. You look nervous, Agent Ward. Ward glanced at Popeye in front of him, then looked up and said, I'm recalling the training content. Clearly, as agents, they had been trained on how to handle decoys. I will never reveal any classified information to a girl who is trying to sabotage us. Sky got up from her seat, went to Ward's side, and whispered, how many have you killed? Ward paused for a moment, then closed his eyes as if trying to recall something, but still spoke, they are all high-risk targets, but they are all bad people. Sky moved from Ward's left to his right, leaning forward with his arms on the table, looking at Ward. Ward continued, they tried to kill good people, but afterwards I still felt uneasy. Sky continued, did your grandmother know about these things? Ward looked at Sky, his expression pained, Grandma. The two then had a conversation that lasted for an hour. The other side. Mike Peterson returned to the factory where he used to work and begged his supervisor to give him back his job. However, the supervisor paid no attention to Mike, and while inspecting the workshop, he said to Mike Peterson, who was following behind him, I can't help Mike, it's company policy. You haven't met the workload requirements, so I have no choice but to fire you. Mike Peterson walked to the side of the supervisor and pleaded again, Gary, I have no choice. I only have myself and my son left. I need a job to support us. The manager stopped and refused again, saying, we don't have any seats available. Mike, even if there is. There are 100 more people like you waiting, but they won't complain when their backs hurt. Mike Peterson explained, I was injured back then, but I'm much stronger now. I can do twice the amount of work as before. In order to get the job, Mike said he was willing to do more. However, the supervisor didn't take it seriously and instead said, aren't you listening to me? You're not up to the task. When I say I need to move things away, I need to. Mike Peterson glanced at the high pile of goods on the cart beside him, then shoved it several meters away, sending it crashing into the shelves and overturning. Is that so? Gary was stunned by Mike's behavior. Are you out of your mind? Why are you destroying the cargo? Wait, what about your power? Mike, you've become a superhuman? As they spoke, Gary excitedly circled around Mike, even reaching out to touch Mike's arm. Gary's tone immediately changed. and he put his arm around Gary's shoulder, saying, "So what you just said about being able to do the work of two people is true." Seeing the change in his supervisor Gary, Mike thought to himself, this is the treatment for superhumans. At the same time, he was also a little nervous that he had violated the agreement again and exposed his strength. "Yes, with my current strength, it's not difficult," Gary said, somewhat puzzled. "Buddy, it seems like your injury last time turned out to be a blessing in disguise. After thinking about it, I believe your injury should qualify as a work-related injury, and you should be eligible for workers' compensation. But given your current status as a superhuman, are you sure you want to go back to the factory? You can go anywhere you want, from Fortune 500 companies to government agencies." Mike began by saying, "Buddy, I haven't adjusted yet. You know, I just woke up. You should know what I was going through recently. I hadn't decided how I wanted to live my life yet. But I still have children to support, and I need a job to make ends meet, so I have time to think about how I should live my life from now on." Gary began by saying, "Buddy, no problem. You'll be back at work tomorrow. I'll try my best to help you apply for workers' compensation, but given your current physical condition, it might be difficult. Do you have medical records from when you were injured before? That would be a lot of help." Mike nodded and said, "I'll go back and look for it. Thank you, Gary." Gary began by saying, "It's okay, buddy. We're friends, aren't we? Also, I might be able to help you think of some ways for a superhuman to make money. After all, little Mike needs a good school, doesn't he?" Mike nodded and then left the factory. Gary watched Mike leave, two thoughts swirling in his mind. If I report him, the big boss will be overjoyed and might even offer him a high-salary job, and I can also get a good reward myself, or become Mike's agent. Being an extraordinary person is highly sought after. Becoming an internet celebrity or star couldn't be easier. The other side. An hour later, Ward collapsed in the interrogation room as the drug's effects wore off. Sky had already come out and entered Coulson's command room. Coulson glanced at Ward on the screen and asked, "What did Ward tell you?" "He said he had been to Paris, but didn't see anything. He also said that it would have been great if you had taken him to the island, because he missed out on a golden age." Coulson thought of the Dragon Ball battle and said with a smile, "That's a magical place." Sky glanced around and then said, "Ward doesn't like your style, but I do." "What about his?" At that moment, Coulson received a message and, with a wave of his hand, projected the video onto a screen in front of him. The scene in the video where Mike overturns a multi-ton load was captured by the factory security cameras and was found by SHIELD and sent to Coulson. Thankfully no one was hurt. "It seems we need to act quickly. However, it seems that after revealing our strength, the other party has become much friendlier." End of this chapter. Chapter 5:14 The Leaked Extremis Virus. Chapter 5:14 The Leaked Extremis Virus. Coulson looked at Sky, nodded, and said, "What did you find out?" Sky thought for a moment, and since the other party's face had already been revealed, there was no need to hide it anymore. She simply handed over the employee badge she had stolen from Michael. Meanwhile, May, Fitz, Simmons, and Donnie Gill, who were investigating the explosion site, had all returned to the plane. Coulson pressed the receiver in his ear and said, "May, Fitz, Simmons, come here." Soon the four men came in, and Coulson handed his name tag to Fitz. "Fitz, check his information." Fitz took the badge, went to the workbench in the command room, and placed the badge on it for scanning. Soon, all of Michael's information was available. Mike Peterson, factory worker, married, with one child. "I was injured and laid off, and my wife left home." After listening to Fitz's report, Coulson said, "He's a good man, just a bit unlucky. The most likely scenario is that someone told him they could make him strong again and give him superpowers." Sky, however, looked at Donnie Gill as he entered and called out, "Frozen Man, I saw you participate in the selection for the boys." Donnie Gill smiled but didn't say anything more. May, who was standing nearby, asked, "Who would have such technology, and what is their purpose in doing so?" Coulson did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "Fitz, are there any clues in the surveillance footage before the explosion?" Fitz displayed the intelligence information he had obtained on the screen. May, who was standing nearby, looked at the two people appearing on the screen and asked, "What's going on here?" Fitz explained, "This man is angry at another man." After reading Fitz's words, the others waited for what would follow. Simmons then spoke up, saying, "The data is incomplete." Fitz nodded and said, "Yes, I can't synchronize the time code because there isn't." Sky, who had been watching silently, spoke up, "What if you had audio?" Seeing the way everyone was looking at her, Sky continued, "I was monitoring the lab earlier. My long microphone was pointed out the window before the explosion, and the stored files were in my truck. There's too much background noise for me, but you can probably clear it out, right?" While Fitz was still pondering, Simmons spoke up, find a synchronization point and then cross-validate, and you can. Fitz, however, said, but I can't extract the patterns and the expressions. After a brief exchange, the two quickly came up with a solution and then said, thank you, we are currently in dire need of audio. Coulson looked at Sky and said, your truck is right here, but you're right, we couldn't decrypt your files. Sky smiled and said, the encryption is coupled with the GPS. Drive my truck back to that alley and I can get to work. Coulson did not refuse, the Meta Guild will escort you. When you go out, wake Ward up. May nodded and walked towards the interrogation room. The other side. Smith Doyle was asleep in his personal spaceship, while Tony, in order to confirm whether Smith Doyle was on Earth, went to the League of Assassins. Inside the office, Fox looked at Tony Stark in front of him and said, Tony, Smith is in seclusion. I will have him contact you after he comes out. Upon hearing Fox's explanation, Tony spoke up, Fox, Smith Doyle isn't on Earth, is he? Hearing Tony Stark's direct words, Fox asked, why do you say that? Fox and Bulma had speculated that Smith Doyle might not be on Earth, but they weren't entirely certain. Tony raised an eyebrow, surprised, don't you know either? At this moment, Bulma came out and said, it's highly likely. I checked earlier, and Smith's cell phone signal can't be found anywhere in the world, which means he's not on the server. I confirmed with Day-Day that the phone was not turned off before that energy fluctuation. Tony Stark took a deep breath and then spoke, in other words, you also don't know why Smith Doyle unleashed his energy or why he left Earth. Fox paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, actually, not long after each Dragon Ball wish ended, Smith Doyle would test his strength by unleashing his full power once, and there were no abnormal problems. We don't know why he left this time, but I believe that Smith Doyle will return soon. Tony nodded and said, okay, then let's wait for this guy to come back, hopefully he won't be gone for too long. By the way, is the Loki scepter we captured with Smith Doyle or with you? I have a new idea that I'd like to study. Bulma said, the item is with me, but whether I can lend it to you for research will depend on Smith Doyle's return. Tony Stark nodded, then we'll wait until Smith Doyle returns. I'll take my leave now. However, when Tony Stark saw Bulma develop the capsule of destruction using the Tesseract, he wondered if he could find some inspiration from Loki's scepter. Watching Tony Stark don his suit and fly off from the balcony, Fox spoke up, is there anything special about Loki's scepter? Bulma shook her head. I just figured out the universal capsule using the cosmic cube. Smith Doyle took the cube and left the scepter behind. I haven't started researching it yet. However, there may not be much to gain. Its only unique feature is that the scepter has the ability to pulsate and control people, and it can also shoot lasers to attack. Fox said, Smith's collection of trophies usually has a story behind it, so keeping them safe will prevent any mistakes. I'll send a team of werewolves to the Capsule Corporation for security, and I'll send a team of vampires to your side as bodyguards, to ensure that nothing unexpected happens before Smith Doyle returns. Neither of them was sure how long Smith Doyle would be gone this time, so they made arrangements accordingly. With the power the League of Assassins currently wields, even if Smith Doyle doesn't show his face, no other force can shake him. Early in the morning, Mike Peterson arrived at the hospital to visit the person he had saved. Michael Peterson, holding a bouquet of flowers, pushed open the door to the ward. Upon seeing the visitor, the woman lying on the bed exclaimed in surprise, You are, that person. Michael Peterson, with a smile on his face, began to speak, You look great, that's wonderful. The woman accepted the flowers from Michael Peterson and said gratefully, Thank you, the flowers are beautiful. The doctor who had just finished examining her left the ward when he saw someone coming to see the patient. Watching the doctor leave, her expression changed, and she immediately asked in an icy voice, What are you doing here? Michael Peterson looked at the other person and said, Doctor, I've resumed my work. I will then return to my normal life until the situation is completely stable, or the experiment has made new progress. She stood up from the hospital bed, looked at Mike Peterson, and said, What you need to do now is control yourself and try to avoid using the power of the centipede serum. Our first test subject went out of control, walked into the lab with a bomb, and you see what happened. I was blown up here, and he himself vanished into thin air. Mike Peterson began by saying, I'm not like him. The woman looked at him, but said in an icy voice, And you were caught on camera demonstrating your superhuman strength at the factory, which is another breach of contract. The doctor was clearly unhappy with Mike Peterson's actions. In her view, Mike was no different from the guy who had self-destruct. Mike Peterson grabbed the other man's arm, somewhat agitated, and said, The first time was to save you, and the second time was to save myself. I also need to make a living and earn money. However, the woman said, You've exposed me. At the same time, she pulled her arm out of the microphone's grasp, and while glancing through the window to see if anyone else was eavesdropping, she said, "You've exposed the plan. The people who gave me this technology are no joke. They don't want to be exposed. Hooded heroes have to disappear. You can't show your superhuman strength in public." Mike Peterson looked at her and felt that the woman in front of him was a complete stranger at this moment. "You're right, hooded heroes really do need to disappear." But it was the hooded hero who disappeared, not Mike Peterson. Hearing the other person's reply, the woman nodded and said, "Good that you understand, Mike. You must try your best to avoid losing control, lest you end up like the last person. That was a disaster. I'll contact you once I'm discharged and have a new lab." Mike Peterson walked step by step to the window of the ward, where he stood and turned to look at the other person. "I will try my best to avoid it, but superpowers are the key to my new life. Perhaps this will be the origin story of a new hero." After saying that, Mike jumped out of the window on the 10th floor. The other side. May and Sky drove the car back into the alley they had entered before. Sky began adjusting the equipment inside the car and spoke into the walkie-talkie to Fitz. "The audio will be sent in a little while. It hasn't been compressed yet, so it will probably take a while." On the other end, Fitz was also debugging the equipment and replied, Okay, I'm receiving it. When you come back, I'll show you my thing." Fitz realized he had misspoke and quickly added, "It's a thing, not me, it's my hardware. My equipment." Fitz still sensed something was off, so he quickly ended the call. "Let's hang up." Fitz hung up the call, and Carlson, who was standing nearby, looked at Simmons, who was busy working, and asked, "Isn't alien metal an explosive?" Simmons spoke as he studied the alien metal. "I thought the fracture pattern and dispersion were the source of the explosion. But it's just full of dripping gamma radiation." As the electric drill continued to strike, the alien metal began to drip a viscous liquid. "Wow, it's really starting now, this is interesting." At this point, when it was about time, Ward came out and asked, "What clues did we get?" Fitz began, "Sky is sending us encrypted files about the centipede that she has investigated. However, we have the audio of her explosion earlier, and I've already loaded it." Carlson looked at Fitz and said, "Well done." Fitz walked to an open space and, after using some technical terms, began to speak. "I will present this to you using virtual images. It's like magic, but it's science." With Fitz's actions, the images of the scene before the explosion were reconstructed using virtual imaging. Looking at the virtual scene before him, Ward observed for a moment and then asked, "Was the explosive device in the suitcase?" Fitz started playing his denoised audio file and heard the conversation between the two people inside. "Please calm down and let me check your vital signs." In the virtual scene, a man spoke excitedly to another person wearing a white coat. "I feel good, and I want to feel even better. Where is the doctor? Where is she?" The man in the white coat said, "If you don't calm down, I'll give you a sedative." The man picked up a chair, slammed it on the table, and shouted, "Where is she?" Just then, Fitz pressed pause and spoke, "Wait, did you guys see what's on his arm?" As the figure was magnified and recounted, the same thing on the arm became clearly visible. Ward began, "A centipede." Simmons walked over at this moment and said, "It's his intravenous blood filter. Sir, this viscous substance is very similar to the serum that Dr. Erskine invented in the 40s, used for." Before Simmons could finish speaking, Carlson interjected, "Super soldier." Simmons continued, "I detected alien metal, gamma radiation, serum, and many known sources of superpowers mixed together." Carlson looked at Fitz and instructed, "We need to check the source of the explosion. Fast forward to the last part of the recording." Fitz received the order and immediately began to operate. Soon the scene of the explosion was reconstructed, and the man in the scene was seen to be glowing orange before turning into a fireball and exploding. Upon seeing all this, Carlson immediately said, "This is the extremis virus, a new strain, and it's extremely unstable." It's clear that Carlson is very knowledgeable about the extremis virus. The information about it was provided to SHIELD by Chinharan, the fireman. To address this, SHIELD modified the extremis virus, but it only worked on Chinharan without side effects. All other test subjects experienced overheating and self-destruction. Simmons remarked, "That poor guy didn't bring any explosives. Does that mean that Mike also has the same substance in his body?" Ward offered his opinion, and judging from his strength, he has even more inside him. Fitz then realized, then Mike could. Everyone within a 2-block radius will be killed by him. Carlson looked at Ward, "Didn't you want to defuse the bomb? Here's your chance." End of this chapter. Chapter 515 Annual salary of $10,000. Chapter 515 $1 million annual salary, bonus Chapter 4 for monthly tickets. Carlson was now pondering who had leaked the extremis virus to the other party, or whether the other party supplier was a member of the boys. According to the intelligence sent back by Chinharan, the members of the Black Robe Boys all had a copy of the information on the extremist virus, in addition to the Red Ribbon Group and the government that imprisoned Killian. However, Killian had already been executed, so it was impossible to obtain any information from them. The other side. After Sky finished everything in the car, she quietly picked up a book from the table, revealing 3 chips hidden underneath that had been programmed with specific hacking techniques. Sky picked up one of the chips and quietly slipped it into her underwear. He then closed his laptop, turned around and said to May, "It should be fine now, let's go back." After saying that, Sky returned to the airport with May. At this moment, Mike Peterson returned to the factory with his son, placed the child in the factory's children's room, and said, "I've returned to work at the factory. We've completely overcome our difficulties, and things will only get better from now on. Ace, let's cheer each other on." "What are we?" Ace looked at his father and said, "A team." Just then, Mike's supervisor, Gary, walked over, holding a toy gift box in each hand. The one on the left was a boy's figurine gift box, and the one on the right was an Avengers figurine gift box. "So this is little Ace, he's so handsome. This is a gift from your uncle. Since I didn't know which one you liked, I bought 2 sets. Looking at the gift his supervisor brought, Mike smiled and said to his son, "Quickly thank Uncle Gary." Ace excitedly accepted the toy and thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Gary." Gary put his arm around Mike's shoulder and said, "Buddy, you've been reinstated. Did you bring the treatment records I asked you to bring last time?" Mike nodded and said to his son, "Ace, you stay here for today, I'll get back to work." After giving their son a brief instruction, Mike and Gary left the nursery. Mike handed a file folder to Gary and said, "These are my medical records and some invoices. See if you can use them." Gary opened it, glanced at it, and said with a smile, "With these things, there's naturally no problem, we can easily apply for a portion of them. But Mike, leaving little Ace in the factory's children's room is not a good idea. What have you thought about what I mentioned last time? The big boss is also hiring superhumans with high salaries, but he hasn't been able to find anyone yet with his assets. In addition, I will be your agent. We can first become popular through online media. If you don't want to expose yourself, you can wear a mask or something and shoot some videos to upload to YouTube." After thinking for a moment, Mike asked, "What are the treatment and requirements from the big boss's side?" Gary began by saying $10 a month, and his job duties are to serve as a part-time bodyguard and his social face. The big boss recruits superhumans not for any specific purpose, but to integrate into a higher circle. If he has a superhuman under him, he will have more face and it will be easier for him to deal with that group of people. Of course, the downsides are also obvious. You need to accompany him to social events, meet more people, and you might even have to spar with other superhumans hired by other bosses. But he's too stingy. How could he possibly recruit a superhuman with $10? Mike was stunned when he heard this. $10 a month, that's $120 million a year. That's definitely enough for financial freedom, and he still can't recruit anyone. Luckily, he's a superhuman now too. It's a pity that he can't show his face openly yet. Although he feels fine, he witnessed the explosion and still needs medical support. Where's the other one? When Gary heard that Mike wanted to hear another approach, a smile appeared on his face. "I can assemble a professional photography team for you to shoot videos or short films related to extraordinary individuals. Given the popularity of superhumans, even if you are fully armed and do not show your face, you can still get a lot of traffic." YouTube, Facebook, and many other platforms have launched mid-length video and short film programs, and there's money to be made from them. Moreover, traffic equals money, and once it grows, it's no less than the salary offered by a big boss. Mike exclaimed in surprise, "Is it possible to have a lot of traffic without showing your face?" Gary nodded and said, "Superhumans are both highly sought after and extremely rare. The films produced by the boys alone cannot satisfy the public. Without showing my face, I wouldn't say that getting 1 million followers is easy, but getting 10 million followers will be more difficult." Upon hearing this, Mike became quite interested and immediately agreed to Gary's second proposal. The two then discussed a profit-sharing arrangement and the support and funding that Gary needed to provide in the early stages. The other side. Inside the Airbus base, Ward was assembling his sniper rifle. Since he was defusing a bomb, he would take care of the enemy remotely. As for Coulson, he hadn't prepared any long-range equipment. If Ward couldn't handle the opponent, he would send Donnie Gill to deal with him. Coulson was also somewhat curious whether Donnie Gill's freezing ability could successfully cool down Mike, who was mixed with the extremist virus. At this moment, Simmons and Fitz walked over and said to Coulson, "Sir, he didn't explode because he was angry. Although the two are related, it can be considered a kind of chemical reaction. Calming him down will only buy us some time, but he will eventually explode. Coulson looked at the other person and asked, "Is there a solution?" "Isolate him and keep him away from people." Coulson was not satisfied with Simmons' answer and asked, "Or what?" Fitz said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I blew his head off." Simmons explained, "If he dies, the radiation metabolism process will stop." Donnie Gill said, "Let me try it first. If I freeze him, will he still explode?" Fitz shook his head and said, "Lowering the temperature may be an effect, but we are not sure what the final result will be." Coulson turned to look at Ward, who was organizing his weapons, and said, "We'd better not let Mike's son lose his father." Simmons shook his head and said, "We don't have much time left, we can't." Coulson looked at Simmons and said, "Never tell me it's impossible. This is your job, get it done." After saying that, Coulson turned and left. By this time, May and Sky had returned and informed the other party of Mike's dangerous situation. Sky exclaimed in surprise, "What? The microphone is going to explode? Just like the Mandarin incident back then, my God, how could such a product still be leaked?" "What are you going to do, kill Mike?" Coulson began. "We are not that extreme, and we are trying to find ways to avoid the possibility of it exploding. However, he is no longer suitable to work in the factory, in case he were to explode there. Can you imagine that chain reaction? The entire factory, including all its personnel, would die. If it were in a city, it would affect an area of 3 city blocks. The virus injected into him wasn't just the extremist virus, it was far more potent than what happened on the spot." Fitz and Simmons are frantically researching ways to crack the code, or at least delay the opponent's overheating and explosion after the injection. Meanwhile, Coulson called in a local team of SHIELD agents for support, determined to get Mike out of the factory safely. End of this chapter. Chapter 516 Embassies and the Establishment of Diplomatic Relations. Chapter 516 Embassies and the Establishment of Diplomatic Relations. Having confirmed that Smith Doyle was no longer on Earth, Tony Stark returned to his laboratory, where he pondered how he could effectively protect the planet. Tony quickly had an idea. What if we wrapped the entire planet in steel warriors? Tony Stark recalled the giant white robots that protected humanity during the Battle of New York. If another batch of robots equipped with firepower and capable of fighting were deployed, would the presence of an Iron Army make them no match for the enemy in the next invasion? Just as Tony was pondering this, Howard arrived at the lab. After his resurrection, Howard hadn't left Tony's house. He hadn't figured out how to meet his old friends yet. In addition, he had been studying and learning about the changes in his afterlife and new scientific breakthroughs. Tony watched his father arrive, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Father, I have an idea." Howard laughed. "Tell me about it, and maybe I can give you some good advice." Tony said, "I want to build an Iron Legion to completely protect the Earth." Howard considered the information and knowledge he possessed and then asked, "Aren't you and Ivan Vanko doing the same thing? He built a remotely controlled steel army, and I've heard that you've also developed dozens of steel suits that are ready to be deployed at any time." Tony shook his head and said, "Not only that, I need more, a steel army that can protect the entire planet. They don't just stay in my warehouse, they're deployed like police patrols to do more to stop crime and protect the planet." Howard asked in confusion, "Aren't there many extraordinary individuals in the world today? I see you've even formed the Avengers and the Boys, isn't that enough?" Tony said, "The main enemy is an alien force, they have countless organized armies. If one day Smith Doyle leaves Earth, I hope Earth will have the power to resist the enemy. And not all superhumans will fight on the front lines, I hope for more power." Tony Stark had witnessed the power of the Eternals, but aside from that ancient, mythical era, he had not found much information about their actions. He also discussed this matter with Smith Doyle and learned that the sorcerer community was also protecting Earth, but they were responsible for dimensional invasions. Internal conflicts and alien invasions were not Kamartaj's responsibility unless there was a major danger. As for the Eternals, they once protected humanity, but after eliminating the deviants, they decided to cease interfering with human development due to certain circumstances. Perhaps they will only intervene when humanity is on the verge of destruction. Frost Giant invasion. As for Su Wenyu, after joining the Assassin Alliance, he should be able to contribute to Earth. Howard began by saying, "I'm still exploring and understanding the world right now, so I can't give you a definite answer. You might want to discuss this with your comrades, perhaps they can give you an answer. However, times have changed so fast. Back in our day, we were thinking about crushing the Nazi and Hydra plots and creating more super soldiers. It has now progressed to the point of fighting aliens and defending Earth with steel robots." Hearing his father Howard's suggestion, Tony nodded and then said, "I discussed it with them and saw what everyone thought. "Father, you can take Mother to visit some of her old friends. After all these years, there aren't many left. For them, every meeting is one less opportunity to see each other." Howard nodded solemnly, knowing that many of his old friends had already passed away. The other side. Commander Hill, accompanied by several female government officials, was negotiating with Lorelei of Asgard at a base. "Miss Lorelei, we have no problem in principle with Asgard's desire to establish diplomatic relations with the United States and set up an embassy." At this moment, a former U.S. diplomat standing next to Lorelei spoke up. "First, let me correct one point. My client, Ms. Lorelei, represents Asgard, which is not just establishing diplomatic relations with the United States, but with the Earth. But since there is no single entity on Earth that is the master of the entire planet, the decision was ultimately made to place the embassy in New York." The American government officials standing nearby looked displeased. Clearly, the other side didn't take them seriously. What did they mean by not establishing diplomatic relations with the United States? What did they mean by not establishing diplomatic relations with the United States yet wanting to set up an embassy in New York? Hill's expression remained unchanged. She merely frowned at Lorelei and said, "Ms. Lorelei, then this matter is more suitable to be discussed with our SHIELD. After all, we are an organization under the United Nations, and the United Nations represents all the countries on the entire planet. We have no questions regarding the establishment of diplomatic relations and the embassy. However, we hope that the establishment of diplomatic relations is mutual, and we also hope to establish an embassy in Asgard to better facilitate communication between the two sides." Upon hearing Hill's words, Lorelei reacted as if she had heard a joke. "Ha ha ha. Commander Hill, did I hear you correctly? You must establish an embassy in Asgard." Hill nodded seriously and said, "That's right. After all, establishing diplomatic relations is a two-way street, isn't it?" Lorelei began to speak. "I don't mean to discourage you, but do you even know where Asgard is in the universe?" Hill said expressionlessly, "Tell us, and we'll know." Lorelei laughed even more exaggeratedly and said, "Okay, even if I tell you, then what? How will you get there? After you go there, how will your people contact this side of Earth? As far as I know, spacecraft technology on Earth is not yet capable of long-distance manned travel, is it? As for communication methods, they are not even capable of interplanetary communication." The government officials standing nearby looked embarrassed by Lorelei's words. Although they had made the request, they were actually unable to go there. Hill, however, said with a firm expression, "Ms. Lorelei, this is not an issue that Asgard needs to worry about. How to communicate and how to travel back and forth are our problems. But we must have this right to establish diplomatic relations with each other." Lorelei joked, "You sure? If I don't agree to your conditions, you won't allow us to establish an embassy?" At that moment, Hill remembered what he had discussed with Nick Fury, why Asgard wanted to establish diplomatic relations with Earth and why it wanted to set up an embassy in New York. Ultimately, the conclusion was that the other side had only one goal: to collect the Dragon Balls more easily and participate in the Dragon Ball battle. If there's anything on Earth that could attract Asgard, it's the Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Because of Dragon Ball, Hill can be relatively more assertive on the issue of establishing diplomatic relations. As for traveling to Asgard, just because SHIELD can't do it doesn't mean Nick Fury can't. He has a spaceship outside Earth, which belongs to the Skrulls, but it's under Nick Fury's control. Knowing its location, he has the ability to send people or go to Asgard himself. As for the communication issue, Nick Fury wanted to give it a try, but he discovered that the Combat Power Detector's communication system could still be used outside of Earth. He couldn't even test the communication distance, since the spaceship hadn't traveled too far. Hill then spoke up, "I am sure. And I know very well why Asgard established diplomatic relations." As he spoke, Hill drew a circle on the table with his finger and then drew a 5-pointed star inside the circle. Lorelei wasn't surprised to see Sif pointing directly at the Dragon Balls. Asgard established diplomatic relations with Earth specifically for the Dragon Balls. Of course, they could also use the old method of teleporting people over via the Rainbow Bridge. He immediately said, "You should know that our arrival does not require your permission. Even in the universe, Earth, which is Midgard, is one of the regions ruled by Asgard." Hill said with a smile, "Of course I know. You may not give us face, but you must always give face to SHIELD. Inspector General Smith Doyle. Isn't this so-called embassy only existing because of him?" Hearing Hill get straight to the heart of the matter, Lorelei didn't insist. Asgard wasn't immune to diplomatic relations with other nations, so she immediately said, "Okay, but how to send people and how to get them here is your own problem." Hearing that the other party agreed, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. All they wanted was a qualification. They didn't really have the ability to send someone over. But not having the ability now didn't mean they wouldn't have the ability in the future, and judging from the director's expression, there might be a way. Hill stood up and shook hands. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate. We'll hold a press conference once your people arrive. Lorelei also shook hands and said, pleasant to work with. The other side. Outside the factory, Coulson and a team of SHIELD soldiers had arrived outside Union Station. Coulson and Ward got off the train. Ward glanced around and then said, Coulson, look at this place. You're going to risk the lives of thousands or tens of thousands of people for this nobody who could explode at any moment. There is more than one factory in this area. Some of these factories contain a lot of flammable and explosive materials, which could easily lead to a chain reaction. Coulson, holding a megaphone, looked at the factory gate not far ahead and spoke, nobody is a nobody, Ward. Simmons will figure something out. And with Donnie Gill, our chances are very high. Sky then said, Donnie Gill and I went in. I spoke with him, and maybe I can get him to come out on his own and accept your help. Coulson laughed, look, we have another foreign aide here. Ward was somewhat helpless, but Coulson was the leader of the entire team, and he could only accept orders. Sky then put on a communication device in her ear and walked into the factory with Donnie Gill. However, at this moment, inside the factory, Mike is talking to a strange man. You've been exposed. Get out of here with me right now. Mike asked, puzzled, what did I reveal? I now have a stable job and a bright future, so why should I leave? Seeing that Mike was not cooperating, the man immediately said, it's your choice. The man immediately took out a syringe and aimed it at Mixar. Caught off guard, Mike was immediately pricked in the shoulder with a syringe, but before the other person could press the boost button, Mike kicked him away, cursing, bitch, what are you going to inject me with? As he spoke, Mike felt the syringe being pulled out of his shoulder. Although the action was quick, some liquid still entered Mike's body through the syringe. However, when Mike looked at the other man, the man he had kicked away was already dead on the spot. At the same time, several hidden gunmen appeared from all four sides and immediately opened fire on Mike. Mike reacted quickly, grabbing a piece of steel next to him to defend himself. Ding, ding, ding. The bullet struck the steel plate, sparking as it struck. At the same time, the workers around screamed and ran outside in response to the sudden incident. Of course, there were also one or two fearless individuals who craned their necks to see what was happening. Sky and Donnie Gill, who had just entered the factory, heard the gunshot and immediately said, oh no, there are gunshots coming from inside. Something might have happened. The two immediately ran toward the direction from which the gunshots came, and Coulson, who was outside, had obviously heard the words coming from Skirmel. Task Force, prepare for personnel evacuation. At this moment, Gary, the factory supervisor, also rushed back from outside. He had just gone to contact the photography team and help Mike with the application before leaving the factory. Gary ran up to Coulson and asked, Sir, what happened at our factory? Coulson glanced at the man in front of him, but didn't say much, only giving a perfunctory reply. Endangering elements have infiltrated the premises, and a gunfight has broken out. Evacuation is necessary. Also, this is a restricted area now, please do not disturb my work. After speaking, Coulson ignored the man in front of him, and an agent came up and took the man outside the security line. Inside the factory, Mike used a steel plate as a shield in his left hand and a steel pipe as a weapon in his right, wreaking havoc as he went. Faced with his extraordinary strength and jumping ability, he found the four gunmen and shot them dead on the spot. Sky and Donnie Gill, who arrived just in time, witnessed Mike smashing the last gunman's head with a steel pipe. Sky's exclamation drew Mike's attention. As for Mike's son, Ace, he was still playing with superhero model toys in the nursery. End of this chapter. Chapter 517 Recruitment. Chapter 517 Recruitment. Mike was also taken aback when he saw Sky, and then explained, it's not what you think. As he spoke, Mike dropped the blood-stained steel pipe he was holding and asked, what brings you here? Donnie Gill watched Mike warily as he approached, ready to strike at any moment. Sky began to speak, I sensed you were in danger, but it's clear the danger is one step ahead of me. At this moment, Mike looked at Donnie Gill beside him and asked, who is he? And how did you know I was in danger? Did you know who attacked me? Sky began to speak, he's an agent of SHIELD, here to protect your safety. We don't know who attacked you yet, but you're in danger and we have to take you away. You can't let your son be in danger like you. Upon hearing Sky's words, Mike immediately realized what she meant and murmured, Ace cannot be harmed. At this moment, an orange-red light flashed across Mike's face, clearly indicating that although the injection had not been large, it had already caused him to show signs of losing control. As he spoke, Mike ran towards the children's room. When he got to the door, he opened it and saw his son playing with toys inside. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Ace, we need to leave." Hearing his father's words, Ace was somewhat puzzled, but he still began to tidy up his toys and put them into the box. At this moment, Donnie Jill, who was behind Mike, whispered, "He has become unstable." The orange light that flashed across his face just now means that he could explode at any moment and blow us all into the sky. Sky then said, "Let me talk to him, we can't give up on his life." Donnie Gill nodded and said, "I can act at any time, so be prepared." On the other side, Ward, armed with a sniper rifle, had reached a high vantage point. He could see Mike inside the factory through the glass windows and immediately reported, "I have arrived at the sniping position and am ready to fire at any time." After giving his report, Ward aimed his sniper rifle at Mike, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Sky ran up to Mike and said, "Mike, you need to come with us, along with your child. We will protect you. Your situation is very unstable right now, and you know what that means." Mike grabbed Sky's arm and said in an icy voice, "What do you know?" Sky said with a pained expression, "You scratched me." Mike didn't budge, but he did reduce the force of his blows. Sky sensed the change in power and immediately spoke, "The explosion I saw was caused by someone just like you, wasn't it? Do you want to blow your son up with you?" Upon hearing Sky's words, Mike released his grip and said, "I'm different from him, I can control myself very well." Sky continued, "I believe you, but these things are not something that can be changed by your personal will. This thing inside you was called the extremis virus before you. You couldn't be unaware of such big news as the attack on Tony by Killian, could you?" Mike nodded and said, "The doctor said it's an improved version." Sky didn't ask about the doctor's statement, but instead began to speak. "Mike, SHIELD has a lot of superhumans, even the Avengers are an organization under their umbrella, they won't harm you. What they need to do now is get you out of here and remove or stabilize the bomb inside you. Come with us now, is that alright? They will protect you and keep you from harm." Mike thought for a moment about the doctor's subordinate who had attacked him, and immediately nodded. "I agreed, but only for the sake of Avenger God. I trust his organization wouldn't betray me, my child." However, before Mike could finish speaking, an orange-red light flashed around him, and he bent over. Sky was startled by the sudden turn of events. Knowing what was about to happen, she ran over, picked up Ace, and tried to run away. Just then, Donnie Gill's freezing power instantly enveloped Mike. Shoo! The temperature in the children's room dropped instantly, and Mike was frozen solid. Due to the freezing, the extremis virus in Mike's body did not erupt, instead, it subsided after a flash of orange light. Sky and Donnie Gill breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. "It's safe for now." Ward, who was observing the situation, reported, "Sir, the target has just malfunctioned and is currently frozen by Donnie Gill." Donnie Gill reported the situation to Coulson, who immediately waved his hand and said, "The target has been temporarily brought under control. Remove him immediately and isolate him." The SHIELD task force immediately rushed in and took the frozen Mike and his son Ace away from the factory. Back at the Airbus command center, Coulson received good news. Fitz and Simmons had developed a drug to stabilize microphones, which would eliminate the risk of them self-destructing after injection. The stabilizing agent involved the cells and tissues of Blazing Blade Shinhaerin, but SHIELD made a backup every time they performed a physical examination on Shinhaerin, so it did not affect his body. Upon receiving this news, Coulson smiled and said, "This is really good news." Coulson immediately reported the news to Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Sir, our team has successfully completed its first mission, which is a good start. Based on our findings, the centipede serum, which combines multiple abilities, still has drawbacks, but Mike's compatibility is very high, somewhat similar to Killian's situation back then. And after Simmons researches the serum, Mike will no longer be at risk of self-destruction. In other words, if we have highly compatible personnel, we can also create extraordinary warriors using this centipede serum. I also suggest recruiting Mike into SHIELD. He is relatively simple-minded, and some basic resources and education for children would be enough to get him to join. After receiving training at the SHIELD Academy, I believe he will be able to become an outstanding super warrior." Upon hearing Coulson's report over the phone, Nick Fury nodded and said, "Very good, this operation was quite successful, and your team got off to a good start. However, this centipede serum still needs further research. We can't inject our agents with a bomb. As for the issue of compatibility, perhaps we can see if there is a breakthrough by comparing genes." End of this chapter. Chapter 518 Hulkbuster Armor. Chapter 518 Hulkbuster Armor. Coulson nodded and asked, "Sir, Mike was recruited by me after all." After his training, Could he be assigned to my team? Upon hearing Coulson's request, Nick Fury immediately refused. Coulson, your team already has a superhuman. Coulson understood and nodded in agreement. Understood, sir. That serum that enhanced Donnie Gill. Nick Fury said even the improved version of the extremis virus is still not effective against Donnie Gill. The agency is developing a new product. If a new enhanced serum becomes available, we will consider Donnie Gill. Coulson expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. The last request to enhance Donnie Gill was flatly rejected by the director, but this time there was hope. After hanging up the phone, Coulson began writing the mission report. The next day, after finishing his mission report, Coulson took Sky to a place where SHIELD housed some special needs children. Mike's son was to be fostered here and cared for. After the formalities were completed, the child was taken away by the teacher, and Sky came to Coulson's side. I told him that his father would soon be back with him and that he might even become a superhero in the future. The child is very excited. Will Mike be safe in the end? Coulson nodded. The problem with his serum has been temporarily resolved. The next step is training and learning. His future is something he needs to take control of himself. But becoming a superhero shouldn't be a problem. Sky paused for a moment, then asked a question. So, this mission is over? Many things have not been investigated clearly. Coulson nodded and said, yes, we failed to cut off the source of the centipede, and the person who funded that small experiment is still at large. But at least we saved Mike, and we saved Ace too. However, these matters will be handled by others, and the centipede issue will surely receive a final answer. As Coulson got into the car, he looked at Sky and said, have you considered that proposal? Sky looked at Coulson and said, join your team? I don't have much of a team spirit. Coulson explained, we're not exactly a team, but we can fight evil and punish wrongdoing, and you can be a great help to us. You can watch the strangest show on earth from the front row. After all, this is exactly what you wanted. Sky nodded and said, I hacked into SHIELD from my own truck. Give me something new. Just then, the phone rang, and Coulson answered it. Go ahead. Ward's voice came from the other end of the phone. Coulson, we've received the mission from 084. Sure. Ward replied, they want us to confirm. As the call ended, Coulson started the car, and Sky, who was sitting next to him, asked, what's 084? Coulson looked at the other person and said, you have 10 minutes to decide whether you really want to know. Sky shook her head. No, my plan is to go to New York. I've already wasted a lot of time because of Mike. Upon hearing Sky's refusal, Coulson shook his head and said, that's a real shame, but I believe we'll meet again someday. Also, try to stay away from the Rising Tide organization. That's not your place. I don't want to see you being arrested again next time we meet. After speaking, Coulson pressed a few buttons on the car's center console, and the car began to rise. Coulson took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, and said, see you next time, Sky. Looking at the car floating in place, Sky gave a thumbs up and said, hovering cars, that's really cool. Coulson didn't explain that it wasn't a hover car from the capsule but a flying car. He simply drove away on the spot, as he was very pressed for time. The other side, Tony Stark, following his father's words, came to the Avengers headquarters and found Steve Rogers training there. Upon seeing Tony Stark's arrival, Steve Rogers immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, dude, I really admire you for choosing to resurrect the civilians who died in the Battle of New York. You are this. Seeing Steve Rogers' thumbs up, Tony Stark shook his head. He had no intention of taking credit for someone else's work, and immediately said, that is not my wish. My wish has not changed. It is still to resurrect my parents. And they have been successfully resurrected. Steve Rogers was also taken aback when he heard Tony Stark's words. Howard's, congratulations, Tony. But if it wasn't you who wished to be resurrected, then what was it? Tony said, it was Smith Doyle who made a second wish to the dragon, bringing back to life those who died in the Battle of New York. Steve Rogers stared wide-eyed and muttered, can the dragon grant a second wish? Tony Stark shrugged and said, is it strange? I've made several wishes over the years. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone make two wishes at once. Everyone has to thank Smith Doyle. Steve Rogers nodded. We really have to thank Smith Doyle. By the way, what brings you here this time? Is there a new mission? Tony Stark shook his head and said, it's not that I have a new task, but rather that I have a new idea and I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. Tony Stark immediately told Steve Rogers about his idea of arming the world with steel robots, but Steve Rogers rejected it after listening. No, I completely disagree with your idea. Do you want to turn Earth into a cold, mechanical palace? Tony, I believe that everyone's strength is enough to protect the Earth, and with the continuous emergence of new superhumans, we will only get stronger. And aren't you afraid of an omic crisis? Upon hearing Steve Rogers' refusal, Tony didn't say much, only stating, I will think about it. Tony then bid farewell to Steve Rogers and visited Dr. Bruce Banner, Natasha, and Jessica Jones, among others, to hear their opinions. However, the result was not ideal. Tony Stark's idea did not receive everyone's approval, which made Tony somewhat frustrated, and he also began to consider the feasibility of his plan. Instead, after Bruce Banner raised some questions, he decided to let Tony research an anti-Hulk armor first, so that if the Hulk went out of control in the future, there would be no way to deal with it except for Smith Doyle and the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 519 Be Prepared. Chapter 519 Be Prepared. 10 days flew by. During this time, Lorelei of Asgard announced outside the United Nations headquarters in New York that Asgard would establish diplomatic relations with Earthlings and recognize that the rights of Earthlings would be protected in the universe. As a result, Asgard would have an embassy in New York, with Lorelei serving as Asgard's ambassador to Earth. Meanwhile, Heimdall teleported a squad of guards via the Rainbow Bridge to act as a front and assist Lorelei in her work. The news immediately attracted the attention of countless people around the world, and many ordinary people believed that this was the first time that Earthlings had been recognized and had diplomatic relations established with an extraterrestrial race. Moreover, this alien race is a long-lived race, and they left behind legends of Norse mythology on Earth. SHIELD. Trident Building. Nick Fury watched the news reports about Lorelei and the Asgardian soldiers, while pondering the selection of a permanent envoy to Asgard. Just then, Hill walked in and said, Sir, we have detected a small spaceship approaching Earth. As he spoke, Hill took out a photograph and said, This is a photo taken by a satellite. The other side is rapidly approaching Earth. At its speed, it will soon reach Earth's orbit and enter Earth's orbit. Nick Fury looked at the prototype spaceship in the photo and said, Judging from its size and shape, it should be a small spaceship that can't hold many people. What kind of alien race could this be? Hill shook his head and said, It's still uncertain. However, due to the establishment of diplomatic relations, Lorelei shared some information with us about alien races and cosmic empires, but we cannot verify it until they leave the spaceship. Unless we get the people in Asgard to identify the spaceship and determine where it came from. Nick Fury shook his head. There's no need to notify Asgard yet. Is it possible to predict where the spaceship will land? Hill said, The landing site cannot be determined at the moment. We can only predict the landing site after the other party enters the Earth's airspace. Nick Fury thought for a moment and then said, We don't know if the other party is friend or foe. We should contact the Avengers to prepare for a possible response. Hill paused for a moment, then asked, Shouldn't we let the agents communicate with them first? Isn't it a bit of an overreaction to send the Avengers directly? Nick Fury said, We need to be extremely cautious about this kind of spaceship that directly lands on Earth, especially this oddly shaped small spaceship. Summoning the Avengers doesn't mean starting a war immediately, it just means being prepared to fight at any time. I believe they are also very interested in extraterrestrials from outside Asgard. Hill nodded. Yes, sir. Soon, everyone at the Avengers base received the message, and Tony Stark looked at them and said, Guys, let's go greet our alien visitors. Jessica Jones looked at the absent Smith Doyle and asked, Why isn't the Inspector General here? He's also one of our Avengers. Hill said, The Assassins Guild said that Smith is in seclusion and has temporarily cut off contact with the outside world. Time is running out, everyone. Let's set off immediately, as the enemy is about to arrive on Earth. Bruce Banner put on his coat and asked, Have you determined their landing location? Hill glanced at the latest news on his tablet and said, The latest landing site is in New York. It seems you don't need to travel too far. Hopefully, the landing site is not in the city center. Steve Rogers said. Then let's get on the plane first, and after we determine their landing point, we'll fly there directly. Soon everyone boarded the Quinjet, and the plane took off. Inside the Sion's single-soldier spaceship, Smith Doyle was still asleep, while the spaceship had already entered Earth's atmosphere. Boom! The spaceship successfully landed on Broadway, creating a large crater in the road. At this moment, the agents of SHIELD had already evacuated the personnel, and the Avengers were also gathered not far away. Tony Stark looked at the circular spaceship in front of him and said curiously, What kind of race would build such a small prototype spaceship? How do people live inside something this size? The activity space is probably similar to that of a hibernation pod. Steve Rogers, who was standing to the side, spoke up, They might be just like in the movies, only 10 centimeters in size, so that the spaceship has enough room. Tony Stark ignored Steve, while Bruce Banner, standing nearby, said, I'm more curious about their technology. Long-distance interstellar travel is no simple matter, and this small spaceship is very technologically advanced. Natasha and Barton also looked at the spaceship in front of them with curiosity, waiting for the creatures inside to come out. Drop. As a notification sound rang out, the spaceship's doors opened, and Smith Doyle, dressed in a combat suit and carrying a combat capability detector produced by the system, stepped out of the spaceship. Everyone present was astonished to see Smith Doyle appear. Smith Doyle, watching the numbers constantly changing on the combat power monitor, spotted the Avengers not far away. "Guys, is this a welcome back for the Inspector General?" Tony Stark flew over in his suit, then opened his mask and said, "Smith, you really gave everyone a surprise. We were wondering what kind of alien visitors they were, but we never expected it to be you. Don't tell me Bulma developed this single-person spaceship." Seeing the large number of agents and Avengers outside, Smith Doyle knew that his return had touched a nerve with Nick Fury, but he smiled and said, "I just tested the performance of the single-person spaceship, and I'm quite satisfied with it." Hill, in the distance, reported to Nick Fury at headquarters, "Sir, the person inside the spaceship isn't an alien, it's Smith Doyle. They're probably testing the latest product from the Capsule Corporation, but we don't know how far it can travel, or whether it can travel between Earth and Asgard." Nick Fury nodded. "I understand. Keep an eye out for information about the spaceship and ask the Universal Capsule Group when they will launch this product." After saying that, Nick Fury hung up the phone. Looking at the view outside the building, Nick Fury touched his bald head, thinking how troublesome it was that Smith Doyle had caused all this commotion. End of this chapter. Chapter 520 Individual Spaceship. Chapter 520 Individual Spaceship. Seeing that the communication had been lost, Hill turned to the agent beside him and said, "Lift the alert." Hill strode towards Smith Doyle, stood before him, and said, "Welcome back to our Inspector General. Fox just told me you were in seclusion not long ago." The direction of this seclusion was somewhat unexpected. Before Smith Doyle could speak, Tony Stark said, "Scientific research in seclusion is also a form of seclusion. This is a single-person spaceship. You illiterate person wouldn't understand the value of this. Banner, do you think I'm right?" Banner curiously examined the small spaceship in front of him and said, "Yes. How can scientific experiments not be considered a period of seclusion? Sometimes I would also shut myself away and forget to eat or sleep because of scientific research. By the way, how was this thing made, and how did you manage to survive inside it?" The Avengers members standing nearby were also very curious. No one was not curious about the spaceship still looking the same. Smith Doyle said, "This is no place for idle chatter. I think the agents have been blocking off the entire street for quite some time now." Tony Stark began, "It's really not suitable to stay here for long. Many people are already taking photos of us remotely from inside the house." Reply to on headquarters first. "By the way, what are you doing with this spaceship? Do you need to arrange a tow truck?" Smith Doyle said, "No need to bother." Smith Doyle pulled the remote control button for the Cyan individual spaceship out of his pocket, pressed it, and the spaceship's hatch automatically closed and it took off. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, and exclaimed in amazement, "This is really convenient, and it's very intelligent. By the way, where did your spaceship fly off to?" Smith Doyle said, "Flied back to the Assassin's Guild base." Smith Doyle then took out his phone, called Bulma, and told her that a circular single-soldier ship would be returning soon, and she should remember to receive it. Smith Doyle then boarded the Quinjet and returned to Avengers headquarters with the rest of the Avengers. On the next street outside Broadway, on the roof of a building, Sky, holding binoculars, saw Smith Doyle step out of the spaceship. "I thought it was aliens, but it turned out to be Smith Doyle." However, judging from the situation, Smith Doyle's failure to notify SHIELD about testing the new spaceship has caused quite a misunderstanding. "That's really interesting. This spaceship must be the latest product from the Capsule Corporation. Their research and development capabilities are truly terrifying. Coming to New York was definitely the right decision. There's nowhere else as interesting as here." After Sky arrived, she first witnessed the establishment of diplomatic relations with Asgard, and then saw Smith Doyle test his solo spaceship and return, which was much more interesting than following Coulson. Although she couldn't find out why the ordinary people were resurrected during the Battle of New York, she discovered something interesting here: Dragon Balls. The price on the dark web is approaching 1 million, and there are quite a few organizations in New York collecting perfectly round natural stones. There are really a lot of interesting things going on. Avengers headquarters. Steve Rogers came over to express his gratitude. "Thank you for bringing back those who died in the Battle of New York." Upon hearing Steve Rogers' words, everyone looked over in surprise. Nick Fury, who had just arrived, also asked, "Wasn't it Tony who made the wish?" Tony Stark said, "My wish is to resurrect my parents, nothing has changed. As for the resurrection of the people of New York, that was Smith Doyle's doing." Bruce Banner, Natasha, and others spoke up after hearing this. Those who were resurrected really need to thank Smith. Smith Doyle waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care about these things. At this moment, Jessica Jones spoke up. "I remember that director Nick made a bet with Secretary Pierce. Tony, will you resurrect your father or your mother first? Looks like they still lost." "Your parents must have been resurrected by now," Tony Stark remarked. "That Nick Fury guy actually made a bet on this. I really want to smash his bald head in." Everyone present burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha." Jessica Jones looked at Commander Hill and said, "Commander Hill, why don't you smile? Is it because you're naturally averse to smiling?" Hill then smiled slightly and said, "I'm just imagining that scene, it must be really exciting." Ha ha ha. Everyone present laughed again upon hearing Hill's words. As the laughter subsided, Tony Stark draped his arm over Smith Doyle's shoulder and began to speak. "Dude, your sudden departure from Earth without a word really startled me. I was afraid you wouldn't come back." Smith Doyle said with some surprise, "You knew I went out?" Tony nodded. "Yes, I came to see you." Tony then asked, "Tell me about that small spaceship. The space there is so small, how do they deal with oxygen, food, water, and relieving themselves? The sailing distance can't be too short." Smith Doyle said with a smile, "The inside is somewhat similar to a treatment pod, and it has a hibernation system. There's no need to worry about nutrition, oxygen, or excretion." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Tony Stark also thought of the healing pod's capabilities. Inside, there was really no need for oxygen or to worry about excretion or anything else. If the hibernation system were activated, wouldn't it be possible to reach the destination simply by taking a nap? Hill then asked curiously, "What about the flight distance? Is it possible to travel between Asgard and Earth?" Smith Doyle asked curiously. "Why ask if it's possible to travel to and from Asgard?" At this moment, Jessica Jones spoke up. "Earth and Asgard have established diplomatic relations. They even set up an Asgardian embassy in New York. Of course, Earth also has corresponding rights, but it seems there are no spaceships to travel back and forth, and no means of communication." Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that so much had changed in the 10 days or so he had been away. Asgard had actually established diplomatic relations with Earth. It was truly unbelievable. Theoretically, it is possible to travel to and from Asgard, but the journey takes a long time. "Also, that one of mine is not for sale." Hill nodded and asked, "Chief Prosecutor, when will the Universal capsule launch this single-person spaceship?" "We're planning to pre-order it." Smith Doyle said, "It's not certain yet. Let's wait for the announcement at the new product launch event of the Universal Capsule Group." Then Natasha spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, the alarm is off. Let's have a party while everyone's here." Tony said with a smile, "No problem, I'll have someone prepare it right away." Smith Doyle nodded in agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 521 Dragon Clan Genius Dandy. Chapter 521 Dragon Clan Genius Dandy. As the party ended, Smith Doyle returned to the League of Assassins headquarters. All the character cards and individual spaceships obtained from this wish lottery have been taken out and used, except for the name key in Genius Dende from the partner lottery, which remains unused. Smith Doyle was quite looking forward to Dandy, this super support character, but he didn't know if this Dandy was Earth's god Dandy or the Namekian dragon Genius Dandy. There are two types of Namekians: combat Namekians, such as Nail, and non-combat Namekians, who possess abilities such as healing and regeneration. As for the Namekians who could create the Dragon Balls, they were called Dragon Clan Geniuses, and the original Piccolo was a Dragon Clan genius with fighting talent no less than that of the Namekians. Dandy, on the other hand, is a dragon genius who can not only instantly heal his injuries but also create Dragon Balls. After the Earth's Kami and Piccolo Jr. fused and lost the ability to create the Dragon Balls, Dende took over the position of Earth's Kami. He also took over the original Dragon Balls and made some improvements, increasing the number of wishes the Earth Dragon Balls could grant from 1 to 2, and later to 3. He also removed the restriction that resurrected individuals could not wish for resurrection again. Thinking about Dandy's abilities, Smith Doyle was curious whether Dandy could affect his Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle immediately used his partner card, Dandy. Dandy was quickly materialized before Smith Doyle's eyes. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Smith Doyle spoke. "Dandy." Dandy stared at the man in front of her for a moment, then called out, "Mr. Smith." Smith Doyle looked at Dandy in front of him. He didn't look like he did during his time as an Earth god. Back then, Dandy had been an Earth god for a while and had grown a bit taller. "Dandy, were you on Earth or Namek before you came here?" After hearing this, Dandy spoke up, "I've never been to Earth. I've always stayed on Namek. I felt your call and that's why I'm here. Smith Doyle nodded thoughtfully, even though Dende had not yet experienced Frisia's invasion of Namek. Smith Doyle waved his hand, summoning the dragon balls that had turned to stone and were preserved within the base, and said, Dandy, could you try to improve or activate these dragon balls? Seeing the 7 stones flying towards him, Dandy curiously picked them up and examined them for a moment before asking, Mr. Smith, may I see the dragon model? Upon hearing Dandy's request, Smith Doyle shook his head, sorry, Dandy, I don't have a Shenron model. Indeed, when Smith Doyle and the dragon balls arrived on Earth, there was no Shenron model. If the dragon balls absolutely had to have a Shenron model, then the most likely candidate would be himself. He and the dragon are 2 sides of the same coin. The stronger he becomes, the stronger the dragon will become. As for whether the dragon will disappear if he dies, Smith Doyle is uncertain. Dandy looked at Smith Doyle curiously, having seen the stone-turned dragon balls fly over with a wave of his hand. Dandy circled Smith Doyle once, then spoke, it's strange that Mr. Smith, who is not a Namekian of the dragon race, has the ability to create dragon balls. You made these dragon balls, didn't you? Smith Doyle did not refute this. Although he did not create these dragon balls himself, they were inextricably linked to him, so it was not unreasonable to say that he created them. Dandy examined the dragon ball in his hand for a moment, then spoke, these dragon balls are really small. Our Namekian dragon balls are this big. As he spoke, Dandy gestured with his hands, amazed face, /. Dandy continued, Mr. Smith, you are the owner of the dragon balls, and I cannot activate or change your dragon balls. Upon hearing Dandy's answer, Smith Doyle thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. If every dragon genius could modify and activate the dragon balls, then all Namekians could modify and activate the dragon balls created by the Grand Elder. Even the Earth dragon balls were only able to be reactivated by Dende using the previous dragon balls after the old god was fused with them. In reality, those were dragon balls created by Dende. Thinking about all this, Smith Doyle asked, since you can't use my dragon balls, can you make your own set? After thinking for a moment, Dandy said, I am a dragon, and I have the ability to create dragon balls. However, this requires finding suitable materials to create dragon balls, and it takes quite a while to create them. It is not easy. Furthermore, I have no experience in successfully creating dragon balls. If I could inherit the dragon balls from my predecessors, the creation process would be very simple. Smith Doyle thought for a moment that his dragon balls would continue to evolve in the future, and one day they might even become super dragon balls, each as big as a planet, spanning the entire multiverse. He couldn't possibly place 7 Earth-sized dragon balls around Earth, so Dende's dragon balls might be useful in dealing with some unexpected events. Dandy, I will have someone help you bring you all sorts of materials, and then you can start forging your own dragon balls. Although Dandy was a little curious as to why Smith Doyle, who already had the dragon balls, would need to make another set, he still agreed. Yes, Mr. Smith. Smith Doyle, thinking of the Namekian dragon, immediately found a drawn image of the dragon and showed it to Dandy. This is the image of the dragon. The dragon you create should also look like this. Dandy looked at the image of the dragon in the picture and exclaimed, wow, this dragon looks so beautiful, I love it so much. Seeing that Dandy also liked the Earth dragon, Smith Doyle nodded in satisfaction. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I need your help with my cultivation. Dandy asked, puzzled, Mr. Smith, I am not a combative Namekian. How can I help you? Smith Doyle smiled and said, it's very simple, I'll just heal my injuries later. Hearing that it was just about recovering from his injuries, Dandy breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought that Smith wanted him to spar and fight. No problem, treatment is my specialty. Smith Doyle considered the environment of the training room. If he were to bombard himself with Kamehameha inside, the noise would be too great. Netherheim would be a good place, and he could train outside the sealed land. End of this chapter. Chapter 522 300 million battle power. Chapter 522 300 million battle power. Smith Doyle used the space stone to open a spatial portal, taking Dandy away from Earth and directly to the planet Darkheim, which is located on the other side where Hela is sealed. Dandy, I'm going to attack myself in a moment. When you see me fall, come and heal me as soon as possible. Dandy nodded. Yes, Mr. Smith. Smith Doyle immediately used his flying technique to fly a distance away, placing Dandy in a safe position. After all, his normal full-power attack of 52 was enough to kill Dandy if he even grazed him. If Dandy died, he would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, he was unsure whether these non-manifested companions could be revived by wishing with the dragon balls if they really died. Dandy saw Smith Doyle fly into the distance, and he hid behind a rock to watch Smith Doyle's situation. At this moment, Smith Doyle felt that his position was relatively safe, so he landed on the ground and immediately unleashed all his energy. Dandy, sensing the powerful aura, murmured, "It's truly a terrifying aura. The Grand Elder's bodyguard, Niru, would definitely not last a single move against him." After unleashing a power level of 52, Smith Doyle did not immediately use the Kamehameha. Instead, he first fired a ki blast and then used his body to block the ki blast's path. Boom! The gas canister exploded on Smith Doyle, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Smith Doyle appeared unharmed in front of Dandy. Dandy was stunned by Smith Doyle's actions. What kind of training method was this? Self-attack? Self-healing after being injured? Is this kind of exercise really effective? 3 question marks appeared above Dandy's head. Smith Doyle sensed the power of the energy blast he had just fired. Although it was powerful, it had not caused him any real harm. He immediately took action again. Ha ha ha. Smith Doyle fired a series of gas blasts, which flew in a long line toward the open space ahead. Smith Doyle immediately used the space stone, instantly appearing in front of the energy blast, and then the next second, boom, 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 a violent explosion erupted instantly, shattering the earth and turning the mountain behind it into dust. A terrifying gale swept in, startling Dandy into grabbing cover, but he was still blown away by the wind. Smith Doyle caused quite a commotion. Hela in the sealed land also felt the shaking of Netherheim. She stood up, looked around, and murmured, "What's going on?" As the smoke cleared, Smith Doyle's figure was revealed. He did not put up a fight, and his clothes were tattered from his own all-out attack. His shirt was completely destroyed, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Smith Doyle wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sensing that his injury wasn't serious, he immediately spoke, "That's not enough, it won't work on injuries of this severity." Smith Doyle immediately unleashed the Kamehameha, and radiant energy instantly gathered in his hands and waist. Turtle-style Kagon wave. Smith Doyle immediately unleashed a Kamehameha, and after releasing the Kamehameha, he swung his hands around sharply. Change. The next second, the Kamehameha wave, which had been flying straight out, was swerved by Smith Doyle and headed straight for his back. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Had it not been for Smith Doyle taking the hit, the entire netherworld would have been destroyed in that attack. Dandy, who had just flown in, was once again blown away by the blast wave. As the explosion subsided, Smith Doyle lay in the crater, barely breathing. "Okay, it seems like I used too much force." At that moment, Dandy flew over and immediately began treating Smith Doyle's injuries. Dandy was also terrified. He even felt that if he had delayed by just 1 minute, Smith Doyle would have been dead from his attack. Dandy's treatment was also immediately effective, comparable to the effects of the magic bean. Smith Doyle, who had just been struggling to breathe, was instantly full of energy again. Smith Doyle, who had stood up, began to speak. "Phew, that was really dangerous." Dandy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Smith, your exercise routine is terrifying." Smith Doyle looked at Dandy and said, "Thanks, Dandy. You retreat to a safe area first. I need to test how much my strength has increased. I might need your help later." Dandy opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't try to persuade Smith Doyle. Instead, he flew further away and promised not to be blown away this time. Boom. Smith Doyle became enraged again, sensing that his own energy had doubled. "Our current standard combat strength should be around 104 million. As expected, near-death breakthroughs are very suitable for Xians, but only if they have enough potential. Near-death breakthroughs are no secret among the Xian race, but without sufficient potential, growth is not limitless. This is why Goku, Vegeta, and others stopped using near-death states to increase their fighting power later on." However, Smith Doyle's potential at this time was not low. He had used the fruit of the spirit tree, fused with Yamcha, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, and with the training he had received over the years, he was ready to unleash his potential. And so, Smith Doyle continued his self-destructive training, a scene that horrified Dandy, who watched from afar. As for Hela, who was sealed away, she was also very frustrated. She could only feel the shaking of Netherhem and the constantly repairing runes, but she had no idea what was happening in the outside world. This state of complete ignorance made Hela very irritable, and so, Smith Doyle brought himself to the brink of death while Dandy performed resuscitation. However, the effect became worse and worse, and eventually stopped at 3 million combat power. As he made his final attempt at treatment, Smith Doyle spoke, "Let's stop this workout here." Dandy asked curiously, "Mr. Smith, what race are you? It's incredible that you can increase your combat power in this way." Smith Doyle flicked the tail around his waist and said, "Xian, but this is just one way to unleash potential." Dandy's eyes widened. "Sigh, Xian. Although Smith Doyle had long guessed that he couldn't infinitely increase his combat power, he didn't expect it to stop at 300 million combat power. All things considered, their combat power has increased sixfold, which is not low. End of this chapter. Chapter 523 Changes. Chapter 523 Changes. With 300 million combat power, Smith Doyle knew that was no simple number. With Kaioken or Great Ape transformation, his fighting power can reach a terrifying 3,000 million. This is already comparable to Frisia's fully transformed state, 25% power. Moreover, 300 million power level is the benchmark for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Only when you reach 300 million power level can you charge towards becoming a Super Saiyan. With this in mind, Smith Doyle was even more pleased with Dandy's arrival. I wonder if the Dragon Balls will upgrade now that the battle power has reached 1 million. Smith Doyle's consciousness entered the system space, but the information about the Dragon Ball upgrade did not arrive. It seems that even 1 million battle power is not enough to upgrade the Dragon Balls again. Does it require tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of battle power to activate the Dragon Balls upgrade once more? A combat power of 10,000 is one level, 10,000 to 100 million is another level, and 100 million to 1 trillion, if this is the model, then there is indeed considerable pressure. Smith Doyle then attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan, but failed. He then took Dandy back to the League of Assassins headquarters on Earth. The next day, Smith Doyle arranged for Dandy to live with the Taran hermit for the time being. As for the Temple of the Gods, since he didn't draw it, he decided to have Bulma build one for him. With the Red House aerial base as a reference, and with Bulma's research capabilities, it's not impossible to build a mechanical version of Cammy's Lookout. As for the item lottery, he'd rather get something like a spirit fruit tree sapling than something like Cammy's Lookout. After Dandy was settled, Fox also came over. Since you went out, quite a few people have come looking for you, and we had no choice but to use your seclusion as an excuse to send them away. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Doyle understood why Hill and the others had said they were in seclusion. The reason was right there. This situation is somewhat sudden. Normally, I would give everyone a heads up before leaving. Who contacted me during this period, and what major events occurred? Fox took out the file, looked at the records on it, and said, Commander Hill from SHIELD contacted you to discuss the matter of Asgard establishing diplomatic relations with Earth. A Jack of the Eternals has come to visit and is currently staying at a hotel in the next block. He will visit again when you return. It seems he has something important to discuss. Tony Stark came by a while ago to check if you were on Earth. He also wanted to borrow Loki's scepter for research, but Bulma refused, saying it was up to you to decide whether to lend it to Tony. Besides that, the establishment of diplomatic relations between Asgard and Earth is a major event that has occurred during this period. In addition, a new superhero team has appeared on Earth, called Afterlife. Apart from that, nothing else major has happened in the past 2 weeks. Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Doyle also began to think. Asgard established diplomatic relations with Earth, and even chose New York as the location, with Lorelei in charge. This must be for the Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Ball battle has been cancelled. We'll hold a World Martial Arts tournament as a warm-up event 1 or 2 months before the Dragon Balls revive. Fox nodded in agreement. I analyzed it at the time, and this was the most likely possibility. Apart from the Dragon Ball, there doesn't seem to be anything that can attract their attention. In the past year or two, the Asgardians' rewards have all been for the Dragon Ball. Smith Doyle continued, as for a Jack of the Eternals, contact him to come and pay a visit. I happen to have some time to meet them today. Fox recorded it. Smith Doyle had a general idea of the Eternals' goals, which were nothing more than 2 things: Tina's eternal obsession and the birth of a new celestial being nurtured on Earth. These were the only 2 things that could make Ajax so concerned. As for Tony Stark, he didn't mention it to me at the party last night. He should come to me when he borrows it again. Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised that Tony came to borrow the Mind Stone. After all, so much time had passed since the Battle of New York, and Tony hadn't shown any interest in studying the Tesseract or the Mind Stone. He wondered why Tony would want to study the Mind Stone after he left. At this point in time, Tony shouldn't have had any ideas about Ultron yet. Speaking of Ultron's army, Smith Doyle recalled 2 universes, one of which was the 816 universe with Professor X, in which Tony successfully developed an Ultron that did not betray him, and his mechanical army helped the Avengers in that universe. However, in the hypothetical universe, that Ultron is a bit outrageous. After obtaining the vibranium body, he used the power of the Mind Stone to kill Thanos, who had extremely high magic resistance, with a single blow. It's incredibly absurd. Even Smith Doyle couldn't understand how Ultron, with only one Infinity Stone, could defeat Thanos, who had 5 Infinity Stones, in one move. It's highly illogical and even a bit like a plot device. Besides the What If series, Ultron in the cinematic universe also became a villainous boss, but was ultimately sealed and killed by Vision. Considering the damage caused by Ultron, Smith-Doyle decided it would be safer to prevent Tony from researching the Mind Scepter. Then Smith-Doyle thought about the superhero team in the afterlife. Is it the reincarnation of the Inhumans? Tell me about your next life. Fox took out photos of the members from the afterlife and then said, Lincoln Campbell, a member of the afterlife squad, has the ability to control electrical charge and create lightning to attack enemies. The maximum attack strength has not yet been determined. Alyssa can create a certain number of clones, each with the same power and skills as the original, and can act simultaneously. The maximum number of clones is currently unknown. Yu's ability is high-speed movement, but the maximum movement speed is currently unknown. It's a 3-person superhero team. Upon hearing Fox's introduction, Smith-Doyle was certain that this superhero team called Afterlife was the Inhumans he knew who had emerged from the Afterlife base on Earth. Unexpectedly, with the change in the status of the superhumans, the extremely conservative Afterlife also sent out 3 members. Smith-Doyle, who knew the Inhuman leader Jiaying well, was quite surprised, knowing that there were quite a few Inhumans there, and their abilities were extremely diverse. Sky, the future queen of the Shockwave, possesses exceptionally outstanding abilities. End of this chapter. Chapter 520 For the Conditions of the Eternal Race. Chapter 520 For the Conditions of the Eternal Race. Among the Inhumans, there is the woman in the floral dress who can foresee the future, and Gordon who can teleport like an arrow. As for Sky, the daughter of the Inhuman leader, her shockwave power was the most exaggerated. The highest record seems to be shattering the Earth during a major war, but I don't know if that's true or not. If Sky eventually develops herself to the point where she can shatter the Earth with a single move, in a sense, she could even be considered a subfather-level powerhouse. It's a good thing that there are more and more superheroes, because it makes things much easier for us. However, the emergence of superheroes will inevitably give rise to supervillains, and we must be prepared to prevent this. After all, the destructive power of supervillains is much greater than that of ordinary people. Fox said, We are also making contingency plans in this regard, but currently the treatment of superhumans in society is very good, and very few superhumans will engage in crime. Unless they are criminals who have awakened extraordinary powers. Smith-Doyle nodded, and at the same time, he decided to pay more attention to the Inhuman organization in the afterlife, and it would be best to prevent Jiaying from causing any trouble, since Turigen crystals are extremely harmful to non-Inhuman members. By the way, what is Bulma doing? I haven't seen her. Fox said, Bulma is studying the single-person spaceship you brought back. Its technology far surpasses that of Earth. Upon hearing that Bulma was researching Xian individual spaceships, Smith-Doyle decided not to disturb her for the time being. Then let a Jack of the Eternals come over. Fox nodded and said, I'll make arrangements right away. The other side. Nick Fury of SHIELD also learned from Hill that it was not Tony Stark who was resurrected, but Smith-Doyle. Tony Stark's wish was to resurrect his parents, the Howards, who have already been successfully resurrected. Upon hearing this information, Nick Fury remained silent for a long time. He had never expected that the Dragon Ball wish would turn into 2 wishes this time. The government already had enough of a headache dealing with the resurrected person, and now they had to cover it up in various ways. Now there's another heavyweight figure involved, Howard Stark and his wife. This person is one of the founders of SHIELD, and his status is in no way inferior to Peggy Carter. If others knew that this person had also been resurrected, Nick Fury could already imagine the harassment he would suffer. Perhaps the reason that his death was faked would be acceptable to others. Meanwhile, Nick Fury thought of another trump card of SHIELD, Ghost Woman. The opponent's body is in a quantum superposition state, so others cannot touch Ghost Woman, but Ghost Woman can attack the opponent. However, considering the abnormal defensive capabilities of previous contestants, the Ghost Woman's strength might not be able to break through their defenses. After all, she only possesses the characteristic of being unattackable as a ghost, and her own destructive power has not been enhanced. After ruling out Ghost Girl as an option, Nick Fury pulled out the pager to summon Captain Marvel. It seems that for the next Dragon Ball battle, Carol will have to be called back. Nick Fury then ordered SHIELD to begin collecting perfectly round natural stones around the world. Not only Nick Fury was collecting them, but Hydra executives, who had witnessed the resurrection of a large number of people, also took action and began collecting them around the world as well. The known factions collecting these stones include Shield, Hydra, the Eternals, and Wakanda. This massive collection by these groups instantly drove up the price of naturally round stones, immediately attracting counterfeiters and speculators, resulting in a situation where round stones were expensive. The Assassin's Guild headquarters. Ajax brought Circe here again. Ajax had seen the news on Broadway yesterday, and after seeing the news, he knew that their meeting was not far off. Sure enough, she received a notification from Fox the next day. Led by a waiter, Ajax and Circe arrived at Smith Doyle's office. "Mr. Smith, it's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Ajax and Circe greet him, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Me too. May I ask what brings you two to visit me?" At this point, Ajax introduced, "This is my kinsman, Circe. Her ability is to break down and alter the atomic structure of matter, allowing it to be transformed into any desired substance." Upon hearing Ajax's introduction, Circe immediately demonstrated it, gathering water molecules from the air in his hand and instantly reshaping them into a golden dagger. Seeing this, Smith Doyle couldn't help but speak up, "What a convenient ability. With this, wealth is just a bunch of numbers to the Eternals." Ajax did not refute this. For the Eternals, Earth's wealth was indeed the least important thing. "Tell me, what was your main purpose in visiting me and waiting for me for half a month? It can't be that you want me to witness the abilities of this member of the Eternals, can it?" Ajax said, "Our tribeswoman Tina has been suffering from eternal obsession. I would like to ask Mr. Smith to use the Dragon Ball to wish for a cure. As for the cost, I don't know what materials Mr. Smith needs, but Circe is capable of manufacturing them." Upon hearing Ajax's request, Smith Doyle shook his head and refused. "This deal is not worthwhile. If I need any materials, I can just make a wish to the dragon. I can even wish for a material planet the size of a planet. Wouldn't this method be more convenient, and there are no middlemen taking a cut? After all, with Miss Circe's abilities, she probably can't transform an entire planet." Smith Doyle was certain that Circe couldn't do it at all. Perhaps it could be done by combining the abilities of the entire Eternals, but Circe, who wasn't even a father yet, simply didn't have that power. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Cecilia's face showed an apologetic expression. "Mr. Smith, I really can't transform an entire planet, and the energy consumed varies depending on the strength of the material." Ajax then requested, "Mr. Smith, is there no other way to save Tina besides the Dragon Ball battle?" Smith Doyle recalled Tina's eternal obsession, a problem caused by the resurgence of erased memories. Perhaps a solution could be found with the Ancient One at Camartage, and this time he planned to take Wanda to Camartage. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle said, "There's another way. I can go and ask around for you. P.S. There will be an extra chapter in 1 hour, end of this chapter." Chapter 525. Want to get something for free? Impossible. Chapter 525. Want to get something for free? Impossible. Bonus chapter for 5 months votes. Ajax immediately asked, "I don't know what method it is." Smith Doyle said, "Eternal obsession isn't something that can only be cured by wishing with the Dragon Balls. I know a powerful person who might have a cure. I can help you inquire about it." Upon hearing this, Ajax expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much for your help. Regardless of whether things go well or not, I will have Circe exchange a batch of materials that your side needs as a token of my gratitude." Upon hearing Ajax's words, Smith Doyle nodded in satisfaction. This leader of the Eternals was very shrewd and knew how to navigate social situations, ensuring that his trip wasn't in vain. Can vibranium and original adamantium alloy be converted? Upon hearing these two materials, Circe was somewhat surprised but still spoke up. "It can be converted, but it consumes a lot of energy. With my abilities, I can't convert too many at once." Of course, what Circe said was based on the size of the vein. She knew that there was more than one vibranium vein on Earth. Smith Doyle was not surprised, and nodded instead. "Then you two can wait for my news. I will contact you once I have confirmed it." Ajax then looked at Circe and said, "Circe, wait for me outside. I have something I'd like to discuss with Mr. Smith alone." Circe was curious about what Ajax wanted to do, that he was avoiding her, but since he was the leader of the Eternals, she didn't say anything and simply walked out of the office. Smith Doyle was also curious. Besides Tina's perpetual obsession, what else did Ajax want to talk to him about? However, the opponent's ability is somewhat similar to Dandy's. Both can instantly heal others, and their weakness is the same. They don't have strong combat abilities themselves. "I wonder if there's something you'd like to discuss with me privately, Ms. Ajax." Ajax composed himself and began to speak. "Mr. Smith, what I'm about to say may be a bit shocking. I hope you can listen to it calmly and not get agitated." Smith nodded. "Please tell me." Ajax began by saying, "Above the Eternals is another group, the Celestials. They are the true gods of the universe, incomparable to false gods like Asgard. In Ajax's eyes, the so-called Asgardian gods were nothing but false gods, far inferior to the Celestials. Only Odin and others could earn Ajax's respect. The Eternals, on the other hand, were created by the other side to protect the planet's development. The Celestials' mission is to bring life and hope to the universe. They create stars to bring life to other planets. Upon hearing this, Smith Doyle already knew what Ajax was going to say. In fact, the duties of the Celestials were quite similar to those of the Supreme Kai in Dragon Ball, creating life-bearing planets. However, the counterpart to the Supreme Kai is the god of destruction, who eliminates and destroys some life forms and planets. In the Marvel Universe, similar duties are somewhat similar to Galactus and Annihilation. Ajax continued, however, the Celestials are born in a different way. They inject young Celestials into life-bearing planets, and as the intelligent races on the planets grow, new Celestials will be born. When a new god is born, the planet that was conceived will break apart like an eggshell. At this point, Ajax glanced at Smith Doyle and noticed that the man's expression hadn't changed at all, which amazed Ajax at the man's emotional stability and self-control. There is a celestial being conceived within the earth, and its birth is only 20 or 30 years away. Smith Doyle then deliberately said, "So you want to combine the power of me and even more extraordinary beings to kill the Celestials who are being conceived in advance?" Ajax quickly shook his head and said, "That's not what we mean. The mission of our eternal race was to ensure the smooth birth of the new celestial gods. Every member of the Celestials is a treasure of the universe, and they have a special mission. But I don't want this beautiful planet Earth to be destroyed, so I have an idea. Could I make a wish in advance that after the new gods are born, the shattered Earth will be restored, so that the entire planet will remain intact?" Upon hearing Ajax's words, Smith Doyle felt that the other party had made a good plan, and asked, "Have you considered the casualties and loss of life that would result if the Earth were to shatter?" Ajax said, "Then we need to use another wish, just like the New Yorkers who were resurrected this time. This is the best solution I can think of." Smith Doyle looked at the other person and then said, "Then you all need to work hard to earn the right to make a wish." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Ajax's eyes widened, and he asked, "Shouldn't you just make a wish to avert a crisis on Earth?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "This is trouble you caused, and it's your responsibility to deal with it. According to the rules of the Assassin's Guild, if you cannot resolve this yourselves, you will become our targets for elimination." When he said these words, Smith Doyle's expression was cold and devoid of any emotion. He wants to get something for free from me, but he also wants to get a whole primal adamantium the size of a god for free, and he was right. According to the Assassin's Creed's original philosophy, the goal was to directly kill the yet-to-be-born celestial god and the Eternals associated with that celestial god. Even if it's a new rule, the Eternal race will have to solve the problem themselves. If the Eternal race can't solve the problem, then he will deal with the Eternal race and that new celestial god together. Knowing the birthplace of the new Celestials, Smith Doyle also had another idea. When he obtained a seedling of the spirit tree fruit in the future, he wanted to plant it there to see if it could absorb the nutrients of the new Celestials and grow into an incredibly plump and powerful spirit tree fruit. After all, the fruit of the spirit tree should be from the Supreme Kai's realm or the god of destruction's realm. Ajax paused for a moment, then spoke, "You don't understand the power of the Celestials, you don't even know what you're going to face." Smith Doyle said calmly, "I know." Then Smith Doyle unleashed his power, a terrifying force that terrified Ajax. The opponent's power was simply too great. Although such power is nothing to the Celestials, it is enough to destroy the Eternals. So the trouble you've caused needs your efforts to resolve. I hope to see the Eternals perform brilliantly in future matches. If you don't do your best and I really have to step in to clean up the mess, I hope you can bear the consequences of all this. Ajax now regretted it somewhat. She shouldn't have told Smith Doyle about the new Celestials. This had unwittingly placed a shackle on the Eternals and hung a sword over their heads. At that moment, Smith Doyle spoke up, "I am aware of the Celestial group and even the birth of the new Celestials." Upon hearing this, Ajax's eyes widened. "P.S. I'll continue with 3 updates tomorrow. Please vote for me with your monthly tickets. If you all give me over 2,000 tickets, please." End of this chapter. Chapter 526 The position of Sorcerer Supreme rejected again. Chapter 526 The position of Sorcerer Supreme rejected again. Ajax led Cersei away from the Assassin's Guild and back to the hotel where they were temporarily staying. Cersei looked at Ajax, whose face was full of worry, and asked, "What happened?" Ajax glanced at Cersei, but instead of revealing the truth, he said, "We need to work even harder to get a wish from the Dragon Balls." Cersei asked, somewhat puzzled, "Isn't Mr. Smith trying another method to treat Tina?" Is it already confirmed that the problem can't be solved over there either? Ajax shook his head and said, it's not about being obsessed with Young, it's about something else entirely, something that requires us to get a wishing slot. Cersei didn't know what else besides Tina was required for them to get a wish slot. Specifically is? Ajax did not reveal the birth of the new gods, but instead said, I'll let everyone know once we get the spots, let's not worry about it now. When Cersei heard that Ajax had not given any specific details, she did not say anything more, believing that Chief Ajax had his own reasons. The other side. Smith Doyle looked at Wanda as she arrived and said, Wanda, I've found you a place that's suitable for learning and understanding magic. Wanda asked curiously, Smith, didn't you personally teach me? Smith shook his head and said, no, the library at Camartage is more suitable for your studies. Wanda exclaimed in surprise, Camartage? The holy land of mages to which Cassius and his group belong. Smith Doyle nodded, yes, that's right there. I have already discussed it with the Ancient One, the High Priestess of Camartage, and you are free to enter and leave the library of Camartage to borrow magical books there. Wanda hugged Smith Doyle, thank you, Smith. You went to great lengths to seek out the High Priest of Camartage so that I could learn more magic. I am truly grateful. Looking at Wanda hugging him, Smith Doyle thought to himself, Wanda is doing this on purpose, isn't she? As Wanda hugged Smith Doyle and spoke, she thought to herself, I should have been bolder and just kissed him. Cough, cough. Smith Doyle coughed and began to speak, Wanda, let go of me first, I'll take you to Camartage. Seeing that Smith Doyle wasn't angry, Wanda felt she had successfully pulled off a sneak attack, so she let go of Smith Doyle and stood obediently to the side. Smith Doyle immediately used the power of the Tesseract to open a wormhole in front of him, leading directly to the training grounds of Camartage. Alright, let's go. Smith Doyle led Wanda through a wormhole and directly to the plaza of Camartage. As the two arrived, the monks in the square greeted them. Welcome, Mr. Smith. Because of previous visits and word of mouth among Caecilius and the mages in his circle, everyone had a certain understanding of Smith Doyle, the friend of the Sorcerer Supreme, and also knew a little about his ability to open spatial portals. I have come to visit the Ancient One. The monk began to speak, the Supreme One is waiting for you in the room. Smith Doyle nodded and led Wanda toward the room where the Ancient One was. At this moment, a mage in Cassius's circle in the square ran towards Cassius's room to tell him that Smith Doyle had arrived and brought with him the contestant Wanda. Smith Doyle brought Wanda to the Ancient One's office. The Ancient One. The Ancient One nodded, even more satisfied with Smith Doyle, because she discovered that Smith Doyle's power was even greater than before, and this time the power was a leap forward, several times greater than before. Most importantly, Smith Doyle's seemingly limitless growth is what the Ancient One values most, bringing it closer to her previous speculation about his uniqueness. It is believed that the threshold of the celestial level will not be a constraint for Smith Doyle. Then the Ancient One turned her gaze to Wanda, who had been brought by Smith Doyle. The inheritor of chaos magic, she was truly a born sorcerer who didn't need to borrow the power of others. She was indeed a promising candidate for the Sorcerer Supreme. These are the students you brought, preparing to study in the library at Camartage. Smith Doyle nodded and said, yes, Ancient One. Wanda, who was standing to the side, also spoke up, hello, Ancient One, I am Wanda. Gui nodded and said, King. At that moment, the librarian, Wizard King, received the Ancient One's summons and entered. The Supreme Being. Ancient One said, Wong, this is Wanda. From now on, she will be able to freely enter and leave the library to learn about its contents. Take her to the library first to learn about the book categories there. The sorcerer looked at Wanda and said, please follow me. Wanda looked at Smith Doyle, and with Smith Doyle's nod, she followed Wong out. The other side. Cassius also received the news at that moment that Smith Doyle had brought Wanda to Camartage. Wanda, could she be the junior apprentice that Mr. Smith is bringing along? If it really is her, we need to cultivate a good relationship with Wanda during this period. Although Caecilius was frustrated by his defeat in the last Dragon Ball battle, he could not accept it and was prepared for the next battle. For Cassius, failure was not terrible, what was terrible was the lack of hope. This was much better than his previous aimless research. Inside the office of the Ancient One, Gui looked at Smith Doyle and said, are you really not going to let this young girl become my disciple? Smith Doyle said, Ancient One, I believe you have a more suitable successor. Smith Doyle was indifferent to Camartage's lending magic, or even the position of Sorcerer Supreme, and did not think it was a good choice for Wanda to bear this responsibility. Ancient One smiled and then said, actually, I think you're more promising. Your magical talent is quite strong, and you're more suited to the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, Ancient One is joking. It's better to leave the maintenance of dimensional security to the sorcerers. I'm more suited to be in charge of invasions in the real world. Gui didn't take Smith Doyle's refusal seriously. She had just said it casually, and she already knew that Smith Doyle would refuse. She was just giving Vishanti face to show that she would not refuse. In fact, the Ancient One did not want Smith Doyle to inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme. She did not intend to give this favor to Vishanti, especially since Smith Doyle was such a special person. P.S. Update a bit late, there are still 2 chapters left, will be released around 2 a.m. Requesting monthly votes, we're almost at 2,000 votes, please help. End of this chapter. Chapter 527 The Discovery of Ancient One. Chapter 527 The Discovery of the Ancient One. Smith Doyle was not interested in the title of Sorcerer Supreme, nor was he particularly interested in learning Kamartaj magic, so he declined the Ancient One's offer. In his opinion, this position should be left to Stephen Strange to worry about. He's done a pretty good job as the Sorcerer Supreme, hasn't he? Ancient One, I need your help. Looking at Smith Doyle, Gui smiled and said, "You just rejected me, and now you're asking me for help? You bastard. Speak, what is it?" Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Smith Doyle chuckled, realizing that he had indeed troubled the Ancient One quite often. "It's Tina from the Eternals. She's afflicted with eternal demonic possession. Based on my understanding, this symptom is likely caused by the reappearance of past memories and confusion with current memories. I wonder if the Ancient One has any treatment options." Upon hearing Smith Doyle mention the Eternals, the Ancient One was reminded of these law-abiding creatures who had always stayed on Earth. If it weren't for the appearance of the Dragon Balls, these Eternals would probably have continued to hide. "I do have a kind of magic that can seal away part of the target's memories. If this phenomenon is caused by other memories, it is not difficult to deal with. Simply resealing it will solve the problem." Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Smith Doyle spoke up, "I'll bring Tina over in a bit. Thank you so much. I wonder what I can do for you." Gui waved her hand and said, "I don't need you to do anything. Keep growing. The future is not peaceful." Smith Doyle nodded and thanked him, "Thank you." Smith Doyle then opened a wormhole and returned to the base, where he made contact with Ajax. "Tina's obsession can be resolved. Where is she now? I'll take her there for treatment." Upon receiving the news, Ajax immediately spoke, "I'll have Macquarie bring Tina over right away." Ajax then immediately contacted Macquarie and had him send Tina over in a spaceship. Smith Doyle was not kept waiting long when Ajax arrived at the League of Assassins with Sir Sumikari and Tina. Smith Doyle wasted no time and spoke directly, "Tina, come with me. You guys wait for me at the Assassin's Guild. The staff can show you around here." Ajax said, "I'm leading Tina's matter to you." Smith Doyle nodded, then said to Tina, "We are going to visit the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, who is an extremely powerful sorcerer in the universe, comparable to Odin and Zeus." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's brief introduction, the Eternals present all looked serious. Apart from Ajax, the other 3 believed they came from the Olympian pantheon and were naturally familiar with Zeus and even Odin. However, the person who visited and treated Tina was actually on the same level as these 2 big shots. Even Ajax, with the support of the Celestials, dared not underestimate such a powerful figure. Smith Doyle immediately opened a wormhole, leading directly to the Ancient One's office. "Come with me." Smith Doyle, accompanied by Tina, arrived at Kamartaj, while Ajax and his companions, led by waiters, toured the headquarters of the League of Assassins. Looking at the Ancient One seated before him, Smith Doyle spoke, "Ancient One, I have brought the person." Tina, standing to the side, curiously observed her surroundings before her gaze finally settling on the Ancient One. She hadn't expected this bald woman to be a powerhouse on par with Odin and Zeus, and immediately greeted her respectfully, "Hello, Ancient One. Mr. Smith said you can cure my eternal obsession." The Ancient One nodded, stood up, and looked at Tina in front of her, saying, "Eternal obsession, let me solve your troubles." The Ancient One placed her hands on Tina's forehead and immediately began using magic to heal her. As the magic was cast, the Ancient One entered Tina's sea of consciousness. She needed to distinguish which memories needed to be sealed and which needed to be preserved. The Ancient One quickly pieced together Tina's main memories on Earth, and also saw Tina's residual memories on other planets and those that had been sealed away. Through these memories, the Ancient One saw the Celestials, the Eternals' mission, their protection of the birth of the new Celestials, and their collapse in the face of the Celestials' destruction of their planet after the birth of their members. It is through these memories that the Ancient One now knows that inside the Earth, there is a new celestial being conceived, and that the Earth will face a future crisis of collapse. After determining what had happened, the Ancient One used magic to seal and reinforce Tina's experiences outside of Earth. Having done all this, the Ancient One withdrew from Tina's consciousness and spoke, "Tina, your eternal obsession has been resolved. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, it should not recur. Tina opened her eyes and asked, can't it be completely eradicated? Gui asked, don't you know the real reason behind Yang's obsession? Tina shook her head. It's not clear, all we know is that it's a special ailment among members of the Eternals. Ancient One looked Tina over and then said, then I suggest you don't know. You can think of it this way, eternal demonic illness is also a part of your body. I just sealed it away with magic. Under normal circumstances, your eternal obsession will not be triggered again unless my seal fails or someone helps you remove the seal. Upon hearing this, Tina realized that there were things about eternal obsession that she didn't know, and that the Ancient One had advised her not to investigate if she didn't know the answers. With these thoughts in mind, Tina didn't delve too deeply into the matter. She could discuss the matter of eternal obsession with Ajax later. In reality, Tina was unaware that the memories of the Eternal Clan members had been sealed by the Celestials. However, for some reason, Tina's seal failed, and under the influence of her past memories, Tina would occasionally go berserk, entering a state of eternal madness and indiscriminately attacking the surrounding creatures. As for the other members of the Eternals, except for their leader Ajax, their memories have been sealed. Thank you, Ancient One. Gui smiled and said, you really should thank Smith Doyle. I wouldn't have treated you without him. Tina nodded, then immediately turned to thank Smith Doyle. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Smith Doyle did not refuse Tina's thanks, as she bore a striking resemblance to Fox. End of this chapter. Chapter 528 Vibranium and Primal Adamantium. Chapter 528 Vibranium and Primal Adamantium. After the treatment was completed, the Ancient One asked the sorcerer to take Tina out for a walk, while she had other matters to discuss with Smith Doyle. Watching Tina leave, Gui felt she still needed to speak up about this matter. Do you know the mission of the Eternals? Upon hearing the topic of the Ancient One, Smith Doyle asked, you saw Tina's past memories? Gui nodded. The birth of the new Celestials brings destruction to the planets they nurture. In her memory, I saw countless scenes of destruction, which is why her memories are conflicting. Every time a new Celestial is born, their memories are sealed, and they are then sent to the next planet to continue protecting the birth of new Celestial members. Now, a new member of the Celestials is being conceived within the Earth. Smith Doyle nodded and said, I will have them handle this matter properly. If the Eternal race cannot resolve it satisfactorily, I will step in to cover it. Gui looked at Smith Doyle and then said, Dragon Balls are a good solution. Also, don't resort to force to resolve this matter until you're absolutely certain of success. Provoking the Celestial group behind the Eternal Clan is not in your best interest. Although the Ancient One had high hopes for Smith Doyle, if they were to provoke the Celestials at this stage, they would really be crushed by them, since some of those guys had already surpassed the Celestial level. Smith Doyle nodded in agreement. Even Odin, who was once clad in the Destroyer suit and wielding the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with several Infinity Stones, was still taught a lesson by the Celestials. If he were to provoke the Celestial group now, it would be truly difficult to deal with, but if he can't now, the future is uncertain. Besides using the Dragon Balls to repair the Earth, killing the new Celestials would also be a good option for the Eternals, but they might not do so if they had the Dragon Balls. I will be careful, and I will handle this matter well. The Ancient One nodded. The birth of the new Celestials was still a long way off, and by then she would no longer be on Earth. Only Smith Doyle and the future Sorcerer Supreme would be able to shoulder the responsibility. Now that you've made up your mind, take Tina and leave. Smith Doyle nodded, then left Kamartaj with Tina, while Wanda stayed behind to study magic. The other side. Sky, who arrived in New York and witnessed Smith Doyle's return, continued to produce videos in his van under the guise of being a member of the Tide organization. God returned to Earth in a circular, single-person spaceship, and SHIELD cleared the streets of Broadway for this purpose. Does the successful test flight of the single-person spaceship developed by the Universal Capsule mean that single-person space travel is no longer a challenge? Sky also included a video she filmed of Smith Doyle opening the spaceship hatch and stepping out. With that video done, Sky started working on her second one. According to my investigation, the resurrection of the New Yorkers occurred along with the Sky Curtain. But the Sky Curtain incident has been happening for 3 years now, once a year. If the resurrection incident is related to the Sky Curtain, then who else was resurrected in the past 2 years? Have the powerful and wealthy of the past reappeared in the world without our knowledge? If the Skyfall event is unrelated to resurrection, then what changes will its appearance bring to us? If it's the ability of superhumans, will the world progress in the direction I imagine, towards a point where the top level will never die? Regarding the resurrection incident, no matter how anyone tries to obstruct it, the Rising Tide organization will continue to investigate. Sky created 2 videos, both using synthesized audio, and released them posing as a member of the Tide Collar organization. After finishing those, Sky began working on her 3rd video. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality that has led to the phenomenon of expensive stones in New York? A perfectly round natural stone has been sold for $1,000. This phenomenon can truly be called the New York stone price. I wonder if this will become another tulip mania. However, compared to the price of stones, an item called Dragon Ball has reached an astronomical price. Sky included a picture of Dragon Ball in the video and then continued. According to my investigation of Dragon Ball, when this item first appeared, the purchase price was only $300 million US. But over the past few years, the price has risen steadily and has now exceeded $3,000 million US. I don't know what's so appealing about the Dragon Balls that justifies the price, but I do know that if a lucky person gets them, they will achieve complete financial freedom. As for the secrets behind Dragon Ball, they are worth pondering. Sky made 3 videos in a row and released them across the entire internet through the Rising Tide organization's channels. All 3 videos immediately topped the trending charts, arousing the curiosity of countless netizens on both the dark web and major public platforms. The stones, starting at $1,000, and the Dragon Balls, starting at $3,000 million, attracted countless eyes, bringing the Dragon Balls into the public eye. Assassin's League headquarters. Smith Doyle brought Tina to Ajax and began to speak. Tina's eternal obsession has been cured, so you no longer need to worry about her suddenly launching an attack. Ajax expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Smith, this has truly lifted our mind. Tina also spoke up. Smith, I owe you a favor. Now I no longer have to worry about suddenly going berserk and hurting my people. Ajax did not stop Tina from voluntarily owing favors. She knew that Tina looked very similar to Fox, the chief steward of the Assassin's Guild, and that having more favors wouldn't hurt. At this moment, Cersei spoke up and asked, we just visited the League of Assassins, and I think Kalen Tower is a very interesting building. Is the conversion between vibranium and primitive adamantium to be done in the ground below? Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to hear Cersei's suggestion. Was it about converting it into a mineral deposit? He immediately asked, will the mining of materials affect the stability of Kalen Ta? Cersei began to explain. I need you to pile up some metal on both sides of the tower for me to convert. This will create a surface mineral deposit pattern, so that mining won't go deep underground and affect the stability of the Kalen Tower. In addition, I can convert a little more material to make the base of the Kalen Tower also made of special material to take root in the earth, making it more stable. Of course, if you have other ideas, I can also convert it directly in your warehouse. After thinking for a moment, Smith Doyle agreed to Cersei's plan. P.S. These 2 are supplementary to yesterday's post. There will be another update tonight. We're not far from reaching 2,000 monthly votes, so please use your monthly votes. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 529 The Temple of the Gods. Chapter 529 The Temple of the Gods, Seeking Monthly Tickets, The Other Side. Although Coulson's team successfully retrieved Item 084, a battle broke out inside the aircraft on the return journey, and the aircraft was severely damaged as Item 084 was activated. As for the so-called 084 item, it is a laser weapon created by the Hydra organization during World War II. Slingshot Base. Nick Fury arrived at the Slingshot Base, looked at the Airbus plane under repair, and shouted to Coulson, isn't it? Are you kidding me, Coulson? 6 days. You turned a completely refurbished, state-of-the-art aircraft into a pile of junk in just 6 days. Coulson looked at Nick Fury and said calmly. Camilla activated the 084 weapon at the time, and its power was considerable. Nick Fury complained, don't tell me it's powerful. Do you know how much this plane is worth? Nick Fury glanced around at the plane undergoing maintenance, walked up to Coulson, and said menacingly, fix it for me, restore it to its original state. Don't let Fitz or Simmons do any modifications, like building a broken fish tank or something. Coulson nodded and said, yes, sir. Nick Fury continued, as for the bar, it's acceptable. Nick Fury looked at Coulson, stared at him for 2 seconds, then took out a file and said, you have a new mission. The Rising Tide organization is stirring up trouble again, and according to our investigation, their target has appeared in New York. Go and take care of that guy. Coulson took the document and followed Nick Fury as he walked out. As Coulson walked out, he discreetly pressed his earpiece and whispered, the fish tank thing is off, but the bartending project got approved. Assassin's League headquarters. The Eternals had already left, and Smith Doyle was lost in thought, staring at Kalen Ta in front of him. However, when Cecily was performing the metal conversion, she accidentally used too much force and completely transformed the stone-built Kaelin Tower into primal adamantium. Cersei said apologetically at the time, "I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I've accidentally turned the landscaped Kaelin Tower into something mundane. I'm so sorry, I'll get back to normal right away." Of course, Smith Doyle also refused Cecily's request to be restored. For Cecily, it was all about changing matter, whether it was turning it back into primal adamantium or turning it back into stone, it didn't make much difference to her. At this moment, Bulma and Fox looked at everything in front of them, and Fox spoke up. "It seems that Kaelin Tower will not only be a sacred place for cultivation in the future, but the tower itself will also become extremely valuable." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Secondary adamantium, the military sells it to us for $100,000 per gram. This original adamantium is the entire Kaelin Tower. Smith, you've struck it rich. Compared to the vibranium and original adamantium that were converted on both sides of the base of the Kaelin Tower, the entire tower is obviously much heavier." Smith Doyle said, "Although the original adamantium is very valuable, there is plenty of it on both sides of the land, so there is no need for us to demolish the Cat Fairy's Kaelin Tower." Bulma nodded and said, "That's true. But the Eternal's ability is truly monstrous. Doesn't that mean they have no shortage of materials or wealth?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Now we have enough vibranium and adamantium, enough for our needs. It can be used to upgrade everyone's equipment and create corresponding weapons and battle suits. I remember Ivan Vanko always wanted to create a suit of vibranium or secondary adamantium, didn't he? Now we don't have to worry about materials anymore, and we can also take care of Pietro's suit and weapons." Fox nodded as well. "However, we need to plan this carefully. We can't just release it for free. It would be better to establish a reward system." Smith Doyle said, "Okay, then I'll leave this to you." Then Smith Doyle looked at Bulma and said, "I want to build a floating temple of gods. Is our technology capable of making it?" Smith Doyle showed Bulma a diagram of the Kami's lookout in the Dragon Ball world. Bulma looked at the blueprints in front of her and asked, "Floating? Where are you going to put it?" Smith Doyle looked at Kaelin Tower in front of him and said, "It's right above Kaelin Tower. Actually, there should be a connector at the top of Kaelin Tower, but I haven't obtained it yet." Bulma thought for a moment and said, "Let me think about how to keep it floating in the sky for a long time. It seems that a lot of new types of reactors are needed. We can give it a try, but this is a big project and will take quite a while. However, I have a lot of things to research lately: the Mind Scepter, the single-person spaceship, and now I need to add the Temple of Gods to the mix." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Smith Doyle gave an awkward laugh and said, "No rush, no rush. This is just an idea of mine, let's leave it for last." "Oh, right, Bulma and Fox, we have a new partner named Dandy. Currently, I've arranged for him to live with the Cat Fairy, both at the top of the Kaelin Tower. He has the ability to heal injuries instantly. If any member is in mortal danger and there is no time to use treatment pods or paraffin baths, you can ask Dandy to come to the rescue." Bulma was somewhat curious, could this Dandy also be from her universe? Fox took note of this ability and decided to visit Dandy, who possessed this special ability, when he had some free time. After explaining these things, Smith Doyle, Bulma, and Fox left the base of Kaelin Tower. The other side, Coulson's team gathered in the conference room, and Coulson distributed the mission documents that Nick Fury had brought. The Rising Tide organization has caused a huge uproar on the internet. They have released several information online, all of which involve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-secret Dragon Balls. Coulson then played 3 videos in the meeting room, all of which were released by Sky Productions. After the video finished playing, everyone present fell silent. They knew that the entire Dragon Ball team was aware of the seriousness of the situation. Although measures have been taken to reduce the heat, the spread is still very widespread. Ward began by saying, "It's those Tide Rising members again. They're completely lawless and the root of all unrest." Coulson continued, "According to the headquarters investigation, the video was released from New York, but we cannot pinpoint the exact location. We need to find the culprit. P.S. It's the last day. Please use your monthly votes, everyone." End of this chapter. Chapter 530 Heading to the Inhumans. Chapter 530 Heading to the Inhumans. Donnie Giles then spoke up, "If I remember correctly, Sky's destination was New York. Could this guy be the one who did all this?" Ward gritted his teeth and said, "I told you we couldn't let someone like her leave." Coulson then spoke up, "It may not be Sky. The Tide organization has quite a few members, and with the series of major events in New York, it's impossible for them to be missing any members." Fitz and Simmons didn't say much, they just looked at the mission file. Ward continued, "She remains a prime suspect, and she herself is a member of the Rising Tide organization. I suggest we start the investigation with her. If it's not her, we can use her as a starting point to find other members of the Tide organization. Upon hearing Ward's words, Donnie Gill, who was standing nearby, spoke up. I have no objection. Ward's suggestion is highly feasible. If it weren't Sky, it would still be a form of protection for her. Fitz and Simmons then looked at Coulson and said, I'll do as my superior says. Coulson glanced at the documents in his hand and said, then let's head straight to New York. May will come to pick us up once the plane is repaired. Upon hearing Coulson's words, everyone left the conference room, with Ward at the very back. Ward, who was at the very back, whispered to Coulson, still no use for Sky's intelligence? Coulson nodded solemnly. The data is still completely blank, so it can be treated as item 084. Ward nodded and said, let's start by making a breakthrough with her. Coulson then said, don't hurt her. We need to ensure her safety until we've investigated the situation thoroughly. Ward gave an okay sign and quickly walked out. Coulson was also very curious about Sky. Although he was on other missions during this time, he used his authority to investigate, but everything about Sky remained a mystery, and he found nothing useful. It seems that some things can only be investigated by myself when I return to SHIELD and use my privileges to see if I can find any clues. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Sky is not a superhuman, but just an ordinary person. But it was precisely because ordinary people left no trace that Coulson became even more curious. It seemed so illogical. He believed that returning to New York this time would allow him to find some clues, and with that thought, Coulson quickened his pace and walked out. Assassin's League. With Smith Doyle's return, Bulma and Fox felt at ease and threw themselves back into their work efficiently. The appearance of more extraordinary individuals, along with the addition of the boys and the afterlife, further reduced New York's crime rate, even allowing the boys to dedicate more time to publicity, filming promotional videos and solo movies. This state of security radiates outwards from New York City, because fighting crime isn't always limited to New York. Superheroes also venture out to take down notorious criminals. Smith Doyle dealt with several matters in succession, and his thoughts also turned to the last thing Fox had reported earlier, the emergence of the new superhero team, Afterlife. Smith Doyle felt sympathy for the Inhumans' headquarters in the Afterlife and for Jiaying's plight. However, Jiaying's idea and actions of using Turigen crystals to create the Turigen mist to infect everyone in the future are unacceptable. After all, the Inhumans only make up a small fraction of the population. For most ordinary people, coming into contact with Turigen crystals would only result in one thing, turning them into a pile of stone statues and dying. With this in mind, Smith Doyle decided to make a trip to the Inhumans' stronghold and meet their leader, Jiaying. Smith Doyle closed his eyes and began to sense the fluctuations of qi across the globe. He quickly identified several places with relatively strong qi, including the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Agents Academy, the military, the Eternals, and a few scattered individuals with powerful qi. As for places like Kunlun and Taro, they were spared Smith Doyle's perception due to the presence of barriers. However, the Inhumans' Afterlife base had no barriers, which Smith Doyle quickly determined because the amount of supernatural energy gathered there was too prominent. Without any hesitation, Smith Doyle soared into the sky, leaving the League of Assassins and heading to the Inhumans' headquarters. Soon Smith Doyle appeared in the sky above the Afterlife base. Smith Doyle did not hide his flight path, and the Inhumans of the Afterlife quickly spotted Smith Doyle in the sky. Upon receiving the news, Jiaying rushed over with Gordon immediately. Looking at Smith Doyle in the sky, Jiaying felt a little bitter. She didn't know why the base in the Afterlife had been exposed so soon. Even the three Inhumans who went out to form a superhero team didn't know the true location of the Afterlife base. They relied on Gordon's abilities to get in each time. Gordon whispered to Jiaying, if there is any danger, I will take you away immediately. Jiaying gave a bitter smile, there's no need anymore. If the alien race is wiped out, what's the point of me living alone? At this time, Jiaying was very pessimistic because Smith Doyle was not only a superhero, but also a high-ranking official of SHIELD. This made Jiaying, who had been tormented by SHIELD, feel no goodwill towards him, let alone trust. Mr. Smith, please come down. I was unaware of your visit. I have failed to greet you properly. Although Jiaying felt bitter inside, she did not back down in front of her clansmen and immediately spoke up openly and boldly. Smith Doyle looked down at Jiaying and Gordon beside her, and with a burst of speed, he appeared in front of them in an instant. Seeing Smith Doyle's unpredictable speed, Jiaying felt a chill in her heart. On Earth, although Gordon had strong teleportation abilities, he was not necessarily safe. Hello, leader of the Inhumans, I am Smith Doyle. Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Jiaying was filled with fear. It seemed he knew quite a lot. Jiang grasped Smith Doyle's hand, a smile on her face, and said, "Hello Mr. Smith, I am Jiang, the leader of the Inhumans. You are very welcome to visit me." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Show me around here first, we can talk about the rest later." Seeing that Smith Doyle didn't seem to be planning any violence, Jiang felt much more at ease and immediately began introducing the afterlife base she had built to Smith Doyle. End of this chapter. Chapter 531 Please uphold justice. Chapter 531 Please uphold justice. As Jiang showed Smith Doyle around the afterlife base, she began to say, "Before your birth, the personal safety of the Inhumans was not guaranteed, so we had no choice but to build the sanctuary. The Inhumans are a name we use for ourselves, meaning people who are different from ordinary people. Now, the outside world calls them superhumans." Smith Doyle looked at the Inhumans in the afterlife base and said, "Times have changed, so the treatment of extraordinary individuals will naturally be different. Does everyone here possess special abilities?" Jiang shook her head and said, "Yes, times have changed, and we've started to embrace the outside world, but we didn't expect to attract your attention so quickly." Then he continued, "Everyone here is an outcast, but not everyone has awakened their abilities." Smith Doyle looked around with great interest. The Inhumans were also very curious about his arrival, and many of those who recognized him were quite excited. Why not awaken everyone? Jiang led Smith Doyle away from the square and headed towards the next area, saying, "There are some differences between Inhumans and superhumans. The difference lies in the DNA within the body, and the awakening process will not be smooth sailing, it may even bring disaster." As she spoke, Jiang pointed to Gordon standing to the side and said, "Like Gordon, who used to be a very handsome kid, but during the awakening process, he gained abilities but also lost his eyes. Besides those like Gordon, there could be even more serious mutations. Some people with supernatural abilities cannot accept this mutation and will choose suicide or destruction. Furthermore, to ensure that awakened individuals can better control themselves rather than be controlled by power, we will only select Inhumans who have reached adulthood for awakening. These are lessons learned through blood and tears. There have been underage children who became awakened, but they were completely unable to control their abilities, and their unconscious use brought considerable disaster to the surrounding area." Upon hearing Jiaying's words, Smith Doyle nodded and jokingly remarked, "I thought you hadn't allowed the awakening of the Otherworlders in order to better rule this place." According to Smith Doyle's observations and Chi's perception, the Inhuman headquarters has a large population, but not many people have reached the level of superhuman. Just like in the TV series Agents of SHIELD, Jiang strictly controls the number of awakened individuals. Jiang fell silent. Smith Doyle was right, too many people would lead to a chaotic mind. Her superpowers were only in terms of recovery and lifespan. The reason she was able to remain the leader of the Inhumans was partly because of her care for all the Inhumans, and partly because she controlled the Turigen crystal and strictly controlled the number of people awakening each time. At the same time, Jiang carefully selected these awakened individuals, naturally excluding those with obvious violent tendencies and rebellious nature. As a result, some were even banished from the afterlife. At this moment, Gordon spoke up. "Chief Jiang had no choice but to do this in order to better take care of our growth." Smith Doyle smiled, not dwelling on the topic, and instead said, "We've pretty much finished communicating with the base. Let's go to your office to talk." Jiang nodded, led Smith Doyle back to her office, and then said, "Gordon, go and calm the tribespeople outside down. Tell them not to get too agitated. Maybe Mr. Smith will be willing to talk to them for a bit." Gordon looked at Smith Doyle and asked with some concern, "Chieftain, you?" Jiang smiled and said, "I'm fine here. Mr. Smith won't hurt me. Go on." Gordon nodded and left the room. After Gordon left, Jiang asked, "I'm curious which one of them exposed the reincarnation base, since they shouldn't even know where this place is." Upon hearing Jiaying's words, Smith Doyle smiled and then said, "I haven't made contact with the afterlife squads outside, so I don't know if they've exposed you. I found this place myself. However, with the widespread use of combat power detectors, it will be difficult for you to continue hiding here. It's only a matter of time before you are discovered. After all, in the eyes of combat power detectors, a gathering place of superhumans is as conspicuous as fireflies in the dark, and you are a group of fireflies." Hearing that it wasn't her own clansmen who had betrayed her, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Smith, please state your purpose. I will cooperate if I can." Having seen Smith Doyle's images, Jiang knew very well that the man before her was an existence that her inhuman race could not contend with. Smith Doyle then spoke up, "I have some knowledge of the Inhumans, and I am not completely ignorant of your information. I welcome the Inhumans to leave the mountains and embrace the new world, but the Turigen crystal must be kept safe and ordinary people should not be allowed to come into contact with it. You should understand what I mean. This stuff is the key to awakening superpowers for Inhumans, but for non-Inhumans it's deadly arsenic. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Jiaying's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Smith Doyle to know so much. Are you also an Inhuman? Upon hearing Jiaying's guess, Smith Doyle chuckled and shook his head, saying, I am not an Inhuman, and in fact, apart from the three of you, no other superheroes in the outside world are Inhumans. But you should take my advice to heart. Jiaying nodded and said, I will keep the Turigen crystal safe and prevent it from accidentally harming ordinary people. Then Jiaying took a deep breath and said, you know my background, so you should be familiar with my experiences. Mr. Smith, everyone says you're a superhero, even like the upright and just officials back in our area. Can you give me justice for the unfair treatment I received at SHIELD? Jiaying recalled Smith Doyle's information. She had done her homework on this ridiculously powerful god, and she even knew about the existence of the League of Assassins, as well as the organization's ideology and mission. It was this understanding of these things that made Jiaying ask Smith Doyle to help uphold justice. Otherwise, if it were any other Avengers member, or even the director of SHIELD, Jiaying wouldn't have trusted him, much less dared to take the risk and ask him to uphold justice. P.S. I got back late today because of the holiday and I'm a bit late. I'll start updating more tomorrow. Happy Labor Day to everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 532 Initiating the Investigation. Chapter 532 Initiating the Investigation. Smith Doyle was also taken aback by Jiaying's words. He hadn't expected her to ask him to uphold justice, which was a little different from what he had thought. Smith Doyle then recalled Jiaying's information. During World War II, Hydra leader Reinhardt obtained the mysterious obelisk, but he had never figured out how to open it, so he kept capturing people to test it. Under Reinhardt's test, anyone who touched the obelisk would turn into shattered rocks and die instantly. However, one day, Reinhardt's men captured Jiaying in the village for testing. When Jiaying's body came into contact with the obelisk, it did not turn into a reef but instead activated the obelisk, causing it to emit a golden light accompanied by the flow of runes. Reinhardt was overjoyed to see this, thinking he had finally found a way to unlock the obelisk. However, before Reinhardt could even begin his research, Red Skull was defeated and attacked by Peggy Carter, resulting in his capture on the spot. The obelisk was also confiscated by the Strategic Science Corps, the predecessor of SHIELD, and became a 084 item. The obelisk was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first 084 item, and all mysteries thereafter share the same designation, 084. As for Jiaying, who was arrested, she was rescued and released by Peggy Carter. After that, Jiaying lived a normal life until 1989, when Hydra agents discovered her. They realized that Jiaying was an experiment by Daniel Whitehall during World War II, but she hadn't aged at all despite the passage of time. Shocked by this discovery, Hydra managed to rescue Reinhardt, who was still serving his sentence. After his release, Reinhardt adopted the alias Daniel Whitehall and successfully joined SHIELD, becoming a leader in the department. After becoming the head of a SHIELD branch, he arranged for Hydra agents within SHIELD to capture Jiaying. Seeing his former test subject unchanged over the years, Daniel Whitehall gazed at his aged body and a wicked thought arose in his mind. After some research, Daniel Whitehall dismembered Jiaying and transplanted her organs onto himself to regain his youth. As for Jiaying, whose internal organs had been removed, she was disposed of by Daniel Whitehall's orders. Ultimately, Jiaying's husband, Mr. Hyde, Calvin Zabo, found her body in a stinking ditch in Austria. As a doctor, Hyde stitched up Jiaying's body with needle and thread. In order to revive Jiaying, the lives of an entire village were drained. This act of terror alerted SHIELD, and a team of SHIELD agents took Jiaying's daughter, Daisy, away in hopes of keeping her away from her parents' horrific actions. In order to get back their daughter, Jiaying and Mr. Hyde relentlessly pursue members of SHIELD. The surviving SHIELD agents sent the child to an orphanage and named her Sky, who will become the future Quake. After enduring the torment of Whitehall and the pain of losing her daughter, Jiaying left her husband and established the Inhumans base, eventually becoming their leader. Thinking of this information, Smith Doyle also needed to know that SHIELD and even the United States' damned paperclip project had actually allowed Hydra to rise from the ashes. To ensure the veracity of the information, Smith Doyle asked, "Tell me about your experiences and what happened back then. I am also the Inspector General of SHIELD. If it really was a SHIELD agent who did something to you, I will definitely seek justice for you." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, Jiang was also somewhat surprised, as he was not only a member of the Avengers, but also the Inspector General of SHIELD. However, the position of Inspector General is good. It clearly involves the same responsibilities as supervision, inspection, and internal discipline. Judging from Smith Doyle's philosophy of doing things, he certainly wouldn't protect the other party. Jiang immediately recounted her experience, saying that the SHIELD agents even took her child away. Hearing that Jia Ying's account was not much different from what he knew about SHIELD agents in his previous life, Smith Doyle nodded in agreement. I understand your situation. That is to say, the person who made you into what you are now is a high-ranking SHIELD official. Do you know what the other person's name is? Jiang shook her head. I don't know his name, but I have seen his face. I remember him whether he was young when he first arrested me or old when he arrested me the second time. Jiang then immediately drew two portraits with a pencil, one of Daniel Whitehall when he was young and the other when he was old. Smith Doyle looked at the two portraits, and although he already knew the truth, he still spoke up. I will investigate the facts of your account to see if there are any discrepancies. Also, if we need you to testify and identify this person when we arrest him, is that all right? Smith Doyle also remembered his duties. Previously, he had only checked accounts and dealt with some problematic agents, which was a bit of a waste of his position. However, even with the highest level of access to information, it would be difficult to completely eliminate Hydra within SHIELD. The best way was to wait for them to come out. However, clipping some of its wings and eliminating Daniel Whitehall's Hydra should not be a problem at all. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Jiang nodded and said, if Mr. Smith is willing to stand up for me, I am willing to make the identification on the spot. Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then continued, may I ask how you survived after your internal organs were removed? Upon hearing this, Jiang showed a pained expression, and then said, one of my abilities is regeneration, and my other attack method is to absorb the enemy's life force. At that time, for my daughter and out of the instinct to survive, I drained the life force of everyone in my village. I feel very guilty about this. It wasn't my intention, but another regret is that I don't know if my daughter is still alive, or if she has been used as experimental material by that man. Smith Doyle nodded when he heard that Ojang hadn't hidden anything from him. I will keep an eye on your daughter's condition. She may still have a chance of survival. Every organization has its parasites, and SHIELD is no exception. Of course, there are also good people, and what I have to do is eliminate those parasites. A look of gratitude appeared on Jia Ying's face, and she said, Mr. Smith, you are a true superhero, a messenger of justice, a god among men. I am very grateful that you are willing to help me seek justice. This matter has been a nightmare for me, and I feel much better now that I have talked about it. If there's anything else you need me to do, or anything else the Inhumans need to do, please let me know. Smith Doyle thought about Sky's information, wondering if she had joined Coulson's team yet. He was aware that Coulson had become the captain and formed a team. There's nothing I need your help with right now. As for whether there will be in the future, let me get rid of this cancer that's rooted in SHIELD. Jiang nodded. She understood Smith Doyle's meaning, to wait until things settled down before discussing anything further. Jiang then asked, Mr. Smith, would you like to meet with those Inhumans who have already awakened? Most of them are your fans. Smith Doyle was skeptical of Jia Ying's words, noting that there wasn't even internet access here, so how many fans could she possibly have? I'll see them again when I come back with good news. I can hardly bear to live with this cancer any longer. Hearing this, Jia Ying understood that Smith Doyle was leading to verify the intelligence information, since the other party wouldn't listen to just her side of the story. Please, Mr. Smith. Smith Doyle nodded, then left the Inhumans Afterlife base. After leaving the Afterlife base, Smith Doyle did not return to the League of Assassins, but instead went to the SHIELD Trident Tower headquarters. This is his office as the Inspector General, though he hasn't been here for a while. The agents at SHIELD headquarters were taken aback when they saw Smith Doyle appear at headquarters with a sign, but then greeted him warmly. At the same time, many people were curious about why this officer had come to SHIELD, and when they thought about Smith Doyle's last visit to SHIELD, they showed a gossipy attitude. It's worth noting that the last time Smith Doyle assembled an oversight team, he investigated and audited countless people at SHIELD headquarters, uncovering many corrupt officials. It remains to be seen who will be unlucky this time. I opened the office door, and although it had been a long time since I'd been there, the office was still spotless and very clean. Smith Doyle sat down in his office chair, picked up the landline, and dialed. Notify Agent 13, Agent 19, and Natasha to report to my office. After speaking, Smith Doyle hung up the phone and logged into his SHIELD account, using his privileges to view the roster of Coulson's team. Coulson, May, Donnie Gill, Ward, Simmons, Fitz. Looking at the list of 6 members of Coulson's team, Sky's name was not found, but Donnie Gill, the Iceman, was added to the list. Donnie Gill was a genius trained by SHIELD and had even applied for the boys' selection. Little did he know that his fate would take such a dramatic turn. As for Sky, Smith Doyle was somewhat curious whether the other party's information had not yet been submitted, or if some unexpected event had occurred. Smith Doyle immediately pulled up the mission log of Coulson's squad and began to examine it. The other side. Nick Fury received a report from his subordinates that Smith Doyle had arrived at SHIELD and gone to his Inspector General's office. What is Smith Doyle up to now? Is this guy going to check the accounts again? Nick Fury muttered a few words. As S.H.I.E.L.D.'s biggest embezzler and also its director, he was quite troubled by Smith Doyle's previous auditing of the accounts. He didn't squander the money he embezzled over the years. Instead, he used it all to build safe houses. These safe houses are located all over the world. In addition to the necessary weapons, various passports, and cash from various countries, each safe house is extremely expensive. Even Nick Fury has started to equip the safe houses with second-generation combat capability detection devices, which is another huge expense. Is Smith Doyle back to investigate my accounts on the helicarrier and the Avengers base? He's not that free. Nick Fury then recalled his bookkeeping and realized that he should not have left any trace. Hopefully, it's some unlucky guy that Smith Doyle remembers, rather than someone who'll cause me trouble. Nick Fury originally wanted to talk to Smith Doyle about the Dragon Balls and the spaceship, but since the latter went into the Inspector General's office, he figured it was best not to go there, since that guy wasn't exactly friendly to black guys. Smith Doyle quickly finished reading Coulson's team's mission report, which mentioned Sky, a member of the Rising Tide organization. However, Sky did not accept Coulson's invitation to join the team, but Coulson listed her as a candidate for evaluation. Seeing this, Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised. He wondered what Sky's current situation was. It seemed he needed to investigate. Since she hadn't joined Coulson's team, joining his team would be a good alternative. At that moment, the office door opened, and Natasha, Agent 13 Sharon Carter, and Agent 19 Mockingbird Barbara walked in and closed the door. "Sir, is there a mission?" Natasha was a little curious, as this was her first time entering this office. Looking at her 2 colleagues, Natasha wondered if Smith Doyle was planning to lay his cards on the table. Smith Doyle said, "I received a request from a victim who wanted me to seek justice for her, and the suspect is an executive at SHIELD. I need you to conduct an intelligence investigation into that person." Natasha then asked, "Is it Nick Fury?" Sharon Carter and Barbara stared wide-eyed, as if they had heard some incredible news. Smith Doyle exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness," as expected of Natasha. Those words just slipped out of her mouth. Smith Doyle immediately shook his head and said, "Not Nick Fury." Sharon Carter and Barbara breathed a sigh of relief, but also inwardly exclaimed, "Neither of you calls him Chief. Could you really have designs on Chief Fury?" Smith Doyle said, "The target is Daniel Whitehall, the head of the Austrian branch of SHIELD. The main investigation will focus on his past, starting from 1989, and everything that happened before and after he became a member of SHIELD. Sharon Carter then spoke up, "Sir, we don't have the authority to investigate SHIELD officials of this rank." End of this chapter. Chapter 533 3 Squads. Chapter 533 3 Squads, bonus chapter for monthly tickets. Barbara nodded, though she didn't say anything. Natasha asked curiously, "What exactly did this Austrian official, Daniel Whitehall, do?" Smith Doyle said, "He brutally dismembered a superhuman, emptied his organs, and threw his body into a ditch." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, all 3 people present were taken aback. Natasha asked, "Sir, you mean the victim came to you seeking justice? She's still alive?" Smith Doyle nodded. "One of her superpowers is regeneration, and it's clear that Whitehall was unaware of this. As for the issue of authority, you don't need to worry. As an investigation team I sent, you will naturally be of a higher rank than the officials I meet, and I will cover for all your actions." Hearing Smith Doyle's words, the 3 of them felt much more at ease. At least Smith Doyle wouldn't make them take the blame or abandon them. Barbara then spoke up, "We are still short-staffed. The 3 of us are not enough to be the regional survey leaders." Smith Doyle asked in bewilderment, "Where are the members of our subordinate Inspector General's team?" When investigating corruption within SHIELD, Smith Doyle assembled a team, and they were primarily responsible for the investigation. He couldn't possibly verify information one by himself. Agent 13, Sharon Carter, and Agent 19, Barbara, joined the team at that time. Sharon Carter spread her hands and said, "Sir, it's been so long since you've been to SHIELD. The team members have all been transferred to various departments long ago. Now it's just the two of us holding on alone. Director Fury is about to transfer me to another mission." Natasha then chimed in with her own comment, "Sir, it seems like the last time the inspection team conducted an investigation was 1.5 years ago. Also, I am a member of the Avengers, and I am not part of the Watchers team." Smith Doyle gave an awkward laugh. To be honest, he didn't take the role of Inspector General very seriously. He only did it a few times at the beginning to try and put Nick Fury in a bad light. After that, his focus was on the League of Assassins and the Dragon Ball battle. "I'll give Nick Fury a heads up. You guys take my orders and rebuild the team. Make sure the people are reliable and don't let any unsuitable people in. As for you, Natasha, you'll join my department. As for retaining your Avengers identity, that won't conflict with that." Natasha then spoke up, "Should I form a squad too?" Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's form one together, but it will be under my department." Natasha laughed, "I never expected to get promoted." Although they were in a small team under the oversight department, they were still team leaders. Although their authority was much less than that of team leader Coulson, their task was internal investigation, which gave them more power internally. In addition, after this team is formed, its usual task is to secretly launch internal investigations, so you will have something to do. All three nodded. Having a task to do meant that Nick Fury wouldn't be so displeased as to transfer all the personnel away. If it weren't for Sharon Carter's connections, she wouldn't have been able to hold on with Barbara until now. Smith Doyle then picked up the office phone and dialed the number in front of the three men. "Connect me to Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Smith Doyle's call was quickly transferred to Nick Fury. "I am Nick Fury." Hearing the voice coming from the other end of the phone, Smith Doyle spoke, "Director Fury, how come after I was gone for a while, all the agents under my command were transferred away, leaving only Agents 13 and 19 as the only ones left?" Nick Fury was taken aback when he heard Smith Doyle's question. He had actually forgotten about it. "Sorry, Smith. During the Battle of New York, we lost many members, and we were short-handed, so we temporarily borrowed personnel from your side. Now that everyone has been revived, should I send them back to their original positions?" Upon hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Smith Doyle did not lose his temper, but instead said directly, "I will have Sharon Carter and Barbara reassemble the team with my transfer order, and you must ensure that other department heads do not obstruct it. In addition, Natasha has also joined my department to form a third team, while her status as a former Avenger remains unchanged." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Nick Fury hesitated and said, "A new mission? The prosecutor's office doesn't need 3 teams, does it?" Nick Fury had no objection to restoring the 2-team configuration, which was the original configuration of Smith Doyle's department as Inspector General. However, adding another team, led by Natasha, an Avengers member, was something to be considered. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was also thinking that Natasha was recruited by Hawkeye and had performed exceptionally well in her missions, so she should be one of his men. Smith Doyle promoted the other person. Does that mean Natasha has become one of his people, or did Smith Doyle simply not think that far ahead and just conscript men directly from the Avengers? Smith Doyle said, "Internal investigation, anti-corruption, and corruption of power should be a regular oversight issue. We cannot set up temporary systems and then remove them when there are specific targets. This time, I will treat the fight against corruption as a routine task and implement it within SHIELD." Hearing Smith Doyle's righteous words, Nick Fury couldn't refute them and immediately said, "Should we send Steve Rogers over to help you?" Smith Doyle said nonchalantly, "I have no problem with that, but Steve is, after all, a superhuman. He should be tasked with more challenging missions. Wouldn't it be a waste to use a superhuman in an internal anti-corruption investigation? I used Natasha because she is not a superhuman." Hearing Smith Doyle's disparaging remarks, Natasha rolled her eyes. She wanted to be a superhuman too, but she didn't have the chance. Not being a graduate of SHIELD Academy, and not possessing innate superpowers, she couldn't even get a chance to become a symbiote. Nick Fury on the other side nodded in agreement. Smith Doyle was right. Using superhumans for internal anti-corruption was indeed a bit extravagant. S.H.I.E.L.D. superhumans weren't that wealthy yet. "Okay, we'll go with your idea. I'll send the documents to all departments." After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury contacted Hawkeye Barton to confirm Natasha's information. She had been with the Avengers recently and had not seen Smith Doyle or had any contact with him except for the gathering a couple of days ago. "They're still one of our own, no problem. P.S. I overslept last night and didn't hear my alarm, so I woke up at 11 o'clock. The update is a bit late. This chapter is from the 2nd. There will be a regular extra chapter and update on the 3rd. End of this chapter. Chapter 530 for the excited duo. Chapter 530 for the excited duo. Inside the coffee shop, Sky, dressed up, sat by the window, looking across the street at the Assassin's Guild headquarters and the guards at the entrance. She wanted to see her idol, Smith Doyle, and wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet him. As for her pickup truck, it was in an alley on the next street. Just as Sky was fantasizing about whether she would have a beautiful encounter with Smith Doyle, Ward and Coulson walked into the coffee shop. Ward glanced at Sky, who was staring at him like a lovesick fool, and at the entrance to the Assassin's Guild headquarters, and muttered, "So you not only staked out Tony Stark outside Stark Tower, but now you're staking out Smith Doyle too." Ward's voice pulled Sky's thoughts back to the time limit, and Coulson, standing beside her, joked, "Ward, we should understand that young girls are in love." Sky looked at Coulson and Ward who had appeared before her, her mind drifting to the videos she had sent out, but she still calmly said, "What a coincidence. Want to grab a coffee together?" Coulson sat down directly opposite Sky and said with a smile, "Ward, 2 coffees, Miss Sky, please. I want a cappuccino." Ward nodded and walked straight to the counter. Sky was somewhat helpless, not expecting Coulson to agree so readily. "You two are paid public servants, and you're making me, an unemployed bum, treat you." Coulson looked at Ward, who was returning with 2 cups of coffee, and said with a smile, "The drinks taste better when someone else is treating you. Don't you think so?" Ward walked over, placed one of the coffee cups in front of Coulson, and said, "Seeing how much it hurts you makes this coffee taste even sweeter." Sky rolled her eyes and ignored the two, continuing to gaze out the window at the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Seeing this, Coulson spoke up, "Would you like to go inside for a visit, and perhaps even have the chance to meet Smith Doyle himself?" Sky said irritably, "Can you do it?" Coulson said with a smile, "Mr. Smith is not only a member of the Avengers, but also the Inspector General of SHIELD. I can report to him and get inside, and even visit him in person." Sky's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Really? Then take me inside for a look around, and let me meet my idol while I'm at it." Coulson smiled and then said, "That's no problem, but you have to do me a favor first." Sky asked curiously, "What's the deal? If even you can't do it, how can an ordinary person like me have any hope?" Coulson shook his head and said, "No, this favor is a bit difficult for us, but it's a piece of cake for you." Sky asked, "What's the matter?" Coulson said, "Help me identify the people involved in the recent surge of the organization who released inflammatory videos in New York." Sky paused for a moment, then asked, "Incitement video? What?" Coulson took out a tablet and placed it in front of Sky. Sky picked up the tablet, opened the videos on it, and watched them one by one. They were the videos she had posted. "This shouldn't fall under the category of inflammatory content, right? It's stating the facts, isn't it?" Coulson shook his head and said, "The biased and malicious speculation is very strong and has had a very bad impact on New York." At this moment, Ward spoke up, "Sky, you've only been here a short time, and the Tide organization has already released these videos all over the internet. You didn't do this, did you?" Sky gave an awkward laugh, then asked, puzzled, "This shouldn't be illegal, right? It's true that someone is buying up the stones. It's also true that someone is buying up the Dragon Balls. It is also true that Smith Doyle returned in a small, single-person spaceship." Sky then covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Have you really found a superhuman who can resurrect people, so that those in power can live forever?" Ward began to complain, "Sky, your acting is a bit fake. Is this the video you posted?" Coulson also spoke up, "According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files, there are currently no individuals with the superpower to resurrect others. And whether it's illegal or not is not up to you to decide." Sky leaned back in her chair and began to speak, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it?" Ward then spoke up, "Unlock your laptop and let our men check it out, as well as your pickup truck. If you really didn't do it, we won't make things difficult for you." Coulson then said, "If you can help us find the guy who posted the video, I can show you around there." As he spoke, Coulson pointed to the location of the League of Assassins outside the window, but when everyone looked over, they saw Smith Doyle descending from the sky. Sky exclaimed, "It's Smith Doyle, my God, the store wasn't lying, this spot really does have a view of God. I even paid an extra $30 for the window seat." Ward and Coulson were also taken aback. They were incredibly lucky to actually see Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle walked into the coffee shop. He had seen Coulson and Ward outside, but Sky, who was sitting there, caught his attention even more, since he had promised to help Jiaing find her daughter. Skye watched as Smith Doyle walked into the coffee shop and headed towards his seat, her heart pounding. However, considering Coulson and Ward beside him, the other party probably wasn't looking for him. Coulson saw Smith Doyle walking over and immediately greeted him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith." Ward also said, "Good afternoon, Attorney General. I am Ward." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Good afternoon, both of you." Then she looked at Skye and said, "Madam, do you mind if I sit here?" Skye looked at the seats already filled with Ward and Coulson and said excitedly, "I don't mind, besides, I'm your idol." "No, you're my fan." "Oh dear, I'm so excited to see you that I'm tongue-tied." "You are my idol, I admire you the most." Ward, who was standing nearby, quickly stood up and said, "Sir, please have a seat here." "Sir, what would you like to drink? I'll get it for you." Coulson looked at Ward in surprise. Was this really the Ward I knew? Smith Doyle smiled. "Thanks, Agent Ward. I won't drink the coffee." Ward said excitedly, "Sir, I'm so excited that you know me." Smith Doyle shrugged Ward on the shoulder and then said, "I'm a member of Coulson's team. I've seen your team's files." After speaking, Smith Doyle sat down in the spot where Ward had been, while Ward stood to the side like a security guard. P.S. There will be more updates, but they will be a little later. End of this chapter. Chapter 535 Skye. Chapter 535 Skye. Coulson was now somewhat curious about Smith Doyle's purpose. Was it Skye in front of him? Smith Doyle looked at Coulson and said, "Is there a problem with this lady?" Coulson explained, "She is Skye, a member of the Rising Tide organization, who have recently been stirring up and exposing some things on the internet." Skye quickly explained, "I'm just stating the facts." Sensing something was wrong, Skye quickly covered her mouth, while Ward and Coulson spoke at the same time. "It seems it really was you who did it." Smith Doyle asked curiously, "What did she do?" Coulson handed the tablet to Smith Doyle and played the video on it. After watching the video, Smith Doyle said, "There were indeed some malicious speculations and attempts to incite public opinion, but many of them are also true. But I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic about collecting stones." Coulson smiled and then said, "After all, nobody wants to miss the next opportunity." Skye listened to their conversation with curiosity. It seemed that there were secrets hidden inside the stone that she didn't know. Smith nodded, then looked at Skye and said, "I've also heard of the Rising Tide organization. They've always operated in a gray area. The danger level is not high in the Assassin's Guild's rating system, so it is not on the priority list for elimination. But there are still some problems with your principles. The public has the right to know, but that doesn't mean they have to know everything. Intelligence is also valuable. Some things, once revealed, will only bring panic and disaster, so it's important to strike a balance." Ward couldn't help but complain at this point. "Sir, I had a mission before that almost failed because of the Tide organizations messing around and spreading information everywhere." Coulson nodded in agreement. Ward nearly lost his life on that mission. Coulson added insult to injury, and not all members of the Rising Tide organization are in it for the sake of information disclosure and transparency. Many of them are in it to sell intelligence. Skye immediately retorted, "Impossible. We are all working for our ideals and our mission. How could we possibly sell intelligence?" Ward began by saying, "Sir, these are all documented with intelligence records. We would never lie to you." Skye fell silent upon hearing Ward's words. At this point, Coulson added insult to injury. "You told your boyfriend Miles, who was also in the organization, about Mike and the centipede, and he immediately sold the information for $30. Skye stood up excitedly and said, "This is impossible." Coulson pulled up another video and then said, "This is footage of our staff arresting him, and also the extra $300,000 in his bank account. By the way, he himself has already confessed and admitted it without hesitation." Skye slumped into her chair, deeply shocked by the outcome. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Seeing that things had progressed to a point, Smith Doyle spoke up, "I don't care about those things. SHIELD has dedicated agents to handle them. I came here to confirm some things with you." "Skye, who are your parents?" Upon hearing this question, Skye paused for a moment, then spoke, "I do not know either. And my foster families change every now and then, so I don't know if they can be considered my foster parents." Smith Doyle continued, "So you're currently an orphan and don't know your parents, right?" Skye nodded. "Yes, I am an orphan. I have been searching for information about my origins, but I have not found any. But I believe that one day I will find useful information and know who my parents are." Coulson and Ward exchanged a glance. They were also investigating Skye's intelligence. Smith Doyle then spoke, "I was asked to help her find her missing daughter. Based on some intelligence, we found you here. There is a high probability that you are the other party's missing daughter." Skye paused for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Is she really my mother?" Smith Doyle did not confirm but instead spoke, "That's possible, but we need to confirm the specifics." Skye had searched for countless years without any news, but today she unexpectedly heard some information from her idol. Excitedly, she asked, "Can I meet her?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Come with me, but it will take a few days. Once I've finished what I'm doing, I can take you to see her." Smith Doyle stood up, looked at Coulson, and then said, "Let's leave Skye's matter here for now. I believe she won't have any deep connections with the Rising Tide organization later." Upon hearing that Smith Doyle had spoken, Coulson immediately added, "Okay, sir." Watching Smith Doyle take Skye away, Coulson looked at Ward and joked, "Ward, you bomb disposal expert, you have this side to you." Ward, who had been standing to the side, spoke up, "Sir, that's the Inspector General. The strongest man on earth, a god among men, is the man I admire most." Coulson nodded in agreement. Smith Doyle not only attracted female agents of SHIELD, but many male agents also eagerly signed up for Smith Doyle's oversight department. However, it is said that the oversight department, which had been dormant for more than a year, has started to operate again. I wonder who Skye's mother is. To be connected to Smith Doyle, she must be at least a superhuman. Ward asked curiously, but according to our tests, Skye's combat power is only 5 points, which means she is obviously an ordinary person. Coulson shrugged. Who knows? Maybe they haven't awakened yet, or maybe they haven't inherited it. After all, anyone who can still get Smith Doyle's help these days is definitely not an ordinary person. However, Skye's matter is no longer our responsibility. You can write a mission report and receive a new mission. Ward, who was standing nearby, nodded and followed Coulson out of the coffee shop. Skye followed Smith Doyle out of the coffee shop and into the headquarters of the League of Assassins. While curious about the place, Skye was even more concerned about her origins. She asked Smith Doyle, who was beside her, "Can I learn more about her past?" Smith Doyle said as he walked. "Her name is Jiang. We cannot be completely certain of your identity yet, it is only a suspicion." End of this chapter. Chapter 536 Nick Fury and 039's Nightmare. Chapter 536 Nick Fury's Nightmare. Skye was currently in a guest room arranged by Smith Doyle in the League of Assassins, and sitting alone on the bed, she was reminiscing about her past. She grew up in an orphanage and was adopted when she was a little older. However, every time she developed a bond with her adoptive family, she was sent away to the next adoptive family. In this environment, Skye failed to successfully build a relationship with any of her adoptive families. After reaching adulthood, Skye left her living environment and, with her self-taught superb hacking skills, joined the Rising Tide organization, uncovering the hidden truths of the world while searching for her own origins. She was very curious about what her parents were like, what she had experienced, and whether she had been abandoned or lost. Regardless of the outcome, Skye wanted an answer. Skye had actually hesitated about Coulson's invitation. She had considered whether to use the power of this behemoth to find out about her origins, but her curiosity about New York and her desire to meet her idol, Smith Doyle, led her to decline. But she didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. She had just started staking out the location when she was lucky enough to meet her idol, Smith Doyle, and even had a conversation with him. More importantly, Smith Doyle brought news about her background, a woman who seemed to be her mother, Jiang. The other party was also searching for their missing child, and even more remarkably, managed to get Smith Doyle to help them. Skye is now very curious about this Ms. Jiang. How did she lose her child, and how has she been doing all these years? Are they searching for their children with the same intensity they felt when searching for their parents? At the same time, Skye was also a little scared, afraid that she would be disappointed and that this all-powerful Ms. Jiang was not her mother. And so, Skye hugged her pillow, lost in thought, and then fell asleep on the bed. After receiving their transfer orders, Sharon Carter, Barbara, and Natasha quickly assembled their own team. Natasha even recruited her sister Yelena into the team, making her a member of SHIELD agents, while Sharon Carter and Barbara gathered their former colleagues. Once the three teams were assembled, they immediately began investigating Daniel Whitehall, the head of the Austrian branch. Although the three men's actions were clandestine, they were not hiding anything from director Nick Fury. Upon receiving the intelligence, Nick Fury looked at Daniel Whitehall's file and murmured, "How did this guy offend Smith Doyle? Should we inform him in advance?" Nick Fury then shook his head. "Let me see what you've done." Smith Doyle's willingness to make such a big fuss must mean something more. Hopefully it's just a problem of corruption. Nick Fury put down Daniel Whitehall's file. He didn't care much about the branch manager and had no intention of protecting him. If the other party is innocent, Smith Doyle will not do anything excessive. If the other party is guilty, even as the director of SHIELD, he cannot protect them. In Nick Fury's view, Smith Doyle was a pure person whose actions were not political, who did not form cliques within SHIELD, and who did not even care about his position as Inspector General. The world needs people like this. The only pity is that such people cannot be used by him. The other party has a powerful force, terrifying strength, and the Dragon Ball that countless people pursue. However, only someone like this, who is in charge of the Dragon Balls and has no selfish motives, can make Nick Fury feel a little more at ease. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that one day Smith Doyle would wish to Shenron to wipe out all black people in the world. Nick Fury had such a dream once after learning about Dragon Ball and wishing, and it truly gave him a fright. The other side, in the afterlife base, Jiaying had Gordon bring her husband, Mr. Hyde, and the two were now in a furnished room. Mr. Hyde held a bouquet of flowers in his hand and began to speak. Jiaying, thank you for agreeing to see me. Honestly, I never thought I'd have another chance to get in here. They've been rejecting me for years. Hyde was rambling on at this moment. He had not lived well over the years and had been living in regret. When he returned to the United States, he did not take his wife with him. Instead, he left his wife, who had just given birth, in the village. That separation caused his wife to suffer inhuman torment. He managed to save her by sacrificing the entire village, but then the child was stolen. Over the years, he has tried his best to find his child, but without any clues, and his wife has also distanced herself from him. His wife, Jiaying, devoted all her attention to the alien race, and even later banished him from the afterlife, claiming that he was not an alien. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with this, he dared not say much because of the mistake he had made. He only hoped to find the child as soon as possible so that Jiaying could change her mind. Jiaying looked at the man in front of her, her husband Hyde, and then said, Calvin, Mr. Smith has found this place. Hearing this, Hyde, who was still rambling on, stopped and then asked, what is his purpose? Jiaying shook her head and said, I do not know. He didn't say it, but I asked him to seek justice for me, and he agreed. Hyde showed no excitement whatsoever, but rather a hint of helplessness as he said, I'm sorry for disappointing you all these years. I haven't been able to avenge you yet. Jiaying looked at Hyde and said, Calvin, I don't blame you. I know you tried your best, but you don't have the inhuman genes. The potion you researched, while having some effect, is still far from sufficient, especially given the current proliferation of extraordinary individuals. Hyde sighed. The potion he was researching had some side effects. Although it could enhance the user's strength, it would make the user irritable. What do we have to pay? Jiaying shook her head again and said, he didn't say, but he also promised to help us find our daughter. Upon hearing about his daughter, Hyde's expression became somewhat agitated. Really? He's really willing to help us? He's a really big shot. If we use our resources, we can definitely find our daughter. Jiaying ignored Calvin's words and continued. He asked me how I survived, and I told him everything. Including the fact that you killed everyone in the village just to save my life. End of this chapter. Chapter 537 Life Experience. Chapter 537 Life Experience. Hyde was silent for a few seconds, then said in a hoarse voice, if this can lead to successful revenge and finding our daughter, I am willing to take on any responsibility. Hyde played a crucial role in Jiaying's survival. Otherwise, given her condition at the time, she would have had no opportunity or ability to absorb the life force of others to repair her body and regenerate. Seeing her husband agree so readily, Jiaying wasn't surprised. She poured him a glass of red wine and asked, aren't you angry with me, Hyde? You did it to save me, and I betrayed you. Hyde looked at Jiaying, stood up and walked over, reaching out to touch the scars on Jiaying's face left by the stitches, and slowly said, it's my fault for not protecting you properly, which caused you to go through all this. It was because of my mistake that we lost our child. I was even unable to take revenge on my enemy because of my lack of strength, allowing him to live a carefree life all these years. When Smith Doyle comes next time, hand me over to him. I am willing to atone for the sins of the villagers. I have only one request, let me see our child, let me see her face. Upon hearing Hyde's words, tears streamed down Jiaying's face. Seeing this, Hyde wiped away Jiaying's tears and said with a smile, this is the first time in years that you're having dinner with me here. Don't be sad, you should be happy. Hyde returned to his seat opposite him, raised his glass of red wine, and said, cheers, to celebrate our imminent revenge. Jiaying nodded, and together they raised their glasses and said, cheers. Several days passed in a flash. Sky has adapted to life in the Assassin Brotherhood, living a very regular life every day. She visits the areas that can be visited, goes for a run with the members of the Assassin Brotherhood, reports to her idol Smith Doyle, and asks when she can see Jiaying. Meanwhile, the three teams from the Inspectorate were making some progress in their investigation of Daniel Whitehall. Smith Doyle looked at the information sent by the three men. Although they hadn't found any information about Daniel Whitehall's murder of Jiaying, after all, so many years had passed, they had still uncovered some issues. Daniel Whitehall's identity as a member of SHIELD was questionable. An investigation revealed that his previous experiences were all fabricated, and it could even be said that there was no such person as Daniel Whitehall before he joined SHIELD. Secondly, there are also problems with the accounting and other aspects of the Austrian branch, including suspected accounting fraud, embezzlement, and misuse of public resources. Meanwhile, the three-person team also found someone, a member of the SHIELD team that was sent to the village where Jiaying and Hyde lived. However, only one member of that team was left, and he was also listed as dead in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records. Nevertheless, they still found him. Inside the room, Natasha looked at the man in front of her and said, "I'm sorry to bother you, Agent Iverson. Can you tell us why you chose to fake your death and leave SHIELD? Furthermore, according to our understanding, you were an agent under Daniel Whitehall, but your entire team was wiped out." Yver looked at Natasha in front of him and said, "If I didn't know you were Black Widow Natasha from the Avengers, I would have thought I was going to follow in their footsteps." Natasha raised an eyebrow and said, "Agent Everett, tell us what happened, maybe we can help you. I am also the captain of the SHIELD Inspection Department, responsible for the supervision of internal agents and anti-corruption work." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Yver glanced at everyone in the room and said, "I faked my death to escape because of one thing. Back then, our team belonged to Daniel Whitehall and received a special mission to take away children from a village. But when we entered the target village, we discovered a peculiar situation. Everyone in the village had died under mysterious circumstances. Their deaths were like being drained of their life force in modern terms, they definitely involved extraordinary power. Later we discovered that a man had killed the entire village in an attempt to save a woman. And our target is their child. Our team risked their lives to bring this child out in order to complete this mission. But because of this, we were chased by that man, but because he had to take care of the woman he was helping, he eventually returned without finding us." Natasha then spoke up, "Superhumans are killing civilians, and instead of stopping them, you steal their children." Yver gave a wry smile, then said, "That was the mission at the time. After we brought the child out, and considering the situation of the other parents, we knew that this child was extraordinary. Having escaped death, we felt compassion and thought that if the child were taken back, he would be an experiment and forever destined to be studied, so we chose to report the mission as a failure. In the name of our sacrificed Captain Level 8 agent, we issued a continuous mission within SHIELD to repeatedly move, adopt, and re-adopt the child until he reaches adulthood, erasing all traces of his past experiences each time." Sharon Carter then spoke up, "Your ideas are good, but what does that have to do with your team's later situation?" Yver gave a bitter laugh, then said, "It was during that mission that problems started to arise among the members of our team. They were all experienced agents, but the ways in which they all died were all outrageous. Some died from drug allergies, some from car accidents, and some from suicide by being shot in the back. If our team has ever encountered any bizarre missions, there was only one unusual one, and we reported that it failed. Faced with that situation, I had no choice but to fake my death to escape. If I hadn't faked my death, I would have died mysteriously very soon." Upon hearing the manner of death described by Yver, Natasha and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. He really wasn't hiding anything at all, it was blatantly obvious. Natasha then asked, "The person who gave you the mission was Daniel Whitehall?" Yver nodded. "Yes, and decades later, he has risen to the position of head of the Austrian branch." Barbara then asked, "Can you still find the baby you sent away?" Yver shook his head. "It was originally set up as a long-term automatic task, and we stopped paying attention to the baby later to avoid being discovered." "How is she? Is she still alive?" Natasha shook her head. "We don't know either." End of this chapter. Chapter 538 Protection Order. Chapter 538 Protection Order. The other side, on the top floor of Trident Tower, in Alexander Pierce's office, he looked at the compiled intelligence. The Ministry of Supervision's team was rebuilt and expanded into 3 teams. Let's see who Smith Doyle has his eye on this time. As he continued reviewing the intelligence, his previously relaxed expression turned serious. "Damn it, what did that idiot Daniel Whitehall do to attract Smith Doyle's attention? It can't be that the issue of funding applications has attracted attention." The presence of Smith Doyle, the Inspector General of SHIELD, reassured the United Nations Security Council, leading to the granting of numerous special funds to Nick Fury to develop the Avengers. But Pierce knew without a doubt that Nick Fury had pocketed a huge portion of it, and his subordinates were following suit. Daniel Whitehall was researching some random, nonsensical stuff again. As for Daniel Whitehall's act of hollowing out a superhuman to make himself younger, Pierce knew about it afterward. Such visible youth could not fool Hydra, since Daniel Whitehall, who had just been rescued, had no subordinates. But countless years have passed, and only that one woman was found by Daniel Whitehall. In fact, she didn't even leave behind a body, so it would be an affront to heaven if she couldn't be used as research material. Although Pierce looked down on Daniel Whitehall, he didn't want this branch of Hydra to disappear, so he immediately sent a special message to Zola. Upon receiving the message and realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zola immediately contacted Daniel Whitehall. Daniel Whitehall, you've attracted the Inspector General's departmental investigation. Clean up your mess right now. If necessary, arrange for someone to take the blame and let the inspection team report back. Daniel Whitehall, upon receiving Zola's notification, was also taken aback and said with some surprise, wasn't that surveillance department's squad dismantled by Nick Fury? Zola's mechanical voice rang out, the reorganization has been completed, and the team has expanded from 2 to 3. You are the first task they are investigating. Upon hearing this, Daniel Whitehall nodded, I understand. Get rid of them as soon as possible. Daniel Whitehall immediately set things up, starting with cleaning up the mess as the internal investigation began, ensuring the surveillance team wouldn't discover anything they shouldn't. For Daniel Whitehall, nothing else mattered as long as his Hydra identity wasn't discovered. The other side. Natasha looked at Yver and said, if we need you to identify Daniel Whitehall's persecution of your team, are you able to stand up for your former teammates? Yver hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking, but I faked my death and left, which is illegal under SHIELD regulations. Natasha immediately understood what the other party meant. She could identify Daniel Whitehall for her former teammates, but she needed them to provide protection or even a disclaimer. She immediately spoke up, I will apply to the prosecutor for a protection order and a disclaimer for you. You faked your death to avoid persecution, not for espionage. Natasha then dialed Smith Doyle's number directly in front of Yver. Inspector General, I am Natasha. Having just finished reviewing the information sent by Natasha and the other two, he asked, what's wrong, Natasha? Natasha immediately told Smith Doyle about Yver's situation, the protective order, and the application for waiver. After listening to Natasha's story, Smith Doyle also recalled the SHIELD team that had been persecuted to the point of having only one member left. They were the same team that had taken Skye away. It was an accident, actually. Daniel Whitehall hadn't sent Hydra agents for that mission, but rather the SHIELD team, which is why Skye survived. I will sign a waiver and protection order for Yver. Continue with the rest of the operation, Natasha replied immediately. Yes, sir. As Natasha hung up the phone, she looked at Yver. Yver stood up and said, thank you and Commander Smith, now we can finally avenge our teammates. Seeing that Yver had been dealt with, Sharon Carter spoke up, let's meet this Austrian branch manager, Daniel Whitehall. The three nodded, then protected Yver before leading the overseer team directly into the Austrian branch of SHIELD. The other side. After ending his call with Natasha, Smith Doyle summoned Skye and said, are you ready to meet? Skye spoke with some excitement. I have been waiting for this day all these years, and I have long been prepared to meet you. Smith Doyle waved his hand, creating a space-time wormhole in front of him, and said, come with me. Skye took Smith Doyle's hand and they walked together into the wormhole, arriving on the other side. Looking at the unfamiliar street in front of her, Skye asked, this is where? Smith Doyle released Skye and said, in the next life, a paradise for extraordinary people. Skye murmured, the next life, the next life, the next life? Wait, what's the connection between this place and that newly formed superhero reincarnation team? Smith looked at Gordon as he approached and said, they are people who came from here. At this moment, Gordon walked over and said, Mr. Smith, welcome. Skye looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. The man's face didn't have eyes, which made Skye cover her mouth. Smith Doyle said, Gordon, take us to see Jiaying. I have some good news for her. Gordon looked in Skye's direction. Although he had lost his eyes, he could still sense Skye beside him through his superpowers, but what he saw was different from what he saw with normal vision. I believe the leader will be very happy. You two, please follow me. Smith Doyle and Skye, led by Gordon, arrived at a cabin. As they pushed open the door, Gordon spoke, Boss, Mr. Smith has come to visit. Jiaying smiled as she looked at Smith Doyle behind Gordon, then noticed a strange girl behind him. For a moment, Jiaying was stunned. She immediately thought of what Smith Doyle had said when he left last time, he would help her find her daughter. P.S. Updates resume today, with more chapters and makeup updates coming up later. End of this chapter. Chapter 539. Did I offend the Inspector General? Chapter 539. Did I offend the Inspector General? Jiang quickly put on a smile and said, "Welcome, Mr. Smith. And this is your guest?" Smith Doyle looked at Sky and began to introduce. "Jiang, this is Sky. Based on my investigation, she is very likely your and Hyde's child." Jiaying's attention wasn't on Sky, but rather she said in surprise, "You know Hyde?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Is Mr. Hyde not reborn?" I think he probably also really wants to see Sky. Sky was thinking about what kind of being Hyde was, and whether they would be her parents. Jiaying quickly calmed down and said, "I informed Hyde that he is now in the afterlife and I believe he will be excited to hear about Sky." Then Jiaying looked at Sky standing to the side, walked over to her, carefully examined her, and then said, "It's very similar. You have features of both me and Hyde in your appearance. Although no paternity test has been conducted, I believe you are my child." Sky looked at the woman in front of her, noticing the scars on her face, and asked with some agitation, "Really? Are you really my mother?" Jiaying nodded and then said, "Although I am quite certain, some scientific data is still needed to definitively conclude this matter." "Gordon." At this moment, Gordon walked up and said, "I need some of your blood samples." Sky held out her palm, and Gordon took out his instrument, extracted a blood sample from Sky's fingertip, and walked out. Smith Doyle sat on the sofa, watching everything unfold before him, without saying a word to interrupt. Jiaying held Sky's hand and said, "It won't be long, there will be results soon. Would you like to hear your story during this time?" Sky nodded. Jiaying began to speak. "You were born in China. At that time, I lived with your father and we were very happy. He ran a clinic to treat patients." Hearing about her family background, Sky could imagine that she would have been happy if she had grown up in such a family. Sky asked in confusion, "Then Jiaying continued, "You weren't lost by us, or you got lost on your own. It was a group of people who stormed into our home and took you away." Sky was even more confused. "Why? I'm just a child, I'm worthless. And who are they?" At this moment, Jiaying looked at Smith Doyle, who was sitting on the sofa eating fruit, and Sky followed her gaze. Smith Doyle then spoke, "It's okay, just tell her. In addition, my team is already on the move, and Daniel Whitehall will be captured soon." Jiaying began to speak, "They are a team of SHIELD agents." Sky's eyes widened. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. "Why did they do this? Aren't they righteous?" Jiaying continued, seeing that Smith Doyle showed no displeasure. "Not everyone in an organization is righteous. They are a complex human group, with both good and bad members." Sky looked at Smith Doyle, then thought of the Avengers and Coulson's team, and nodded thoughtfully. Jiaying continued, "You are not without value. Back then, the status of superhumans was not as high as it is now. At that time, this group had to hide to avoid being caught. Your mother, I, am an extraordinary being in the modern sense. As for Sky, my daughter, you have the blood of a superhuman flowing in your veins." Sky, upon hearing this, excitedly exclaimed, "You are a superhuman. I am the daughter of a superhuman. My God, this is incredible." Sky then thought about her own situation and said somewhat dejectedly, "But I don't have superhuman powers, so maybe I've found the wrong person." Jiaying didn't pay attention and instead said, "The extraordinary individuals in our group are not exactly the same as those outside. We call ourselves extraordinary." Sky quickly grasped the key words in Jiaying's words and asked in confusion, "Ethnicity?" Jiaying nodded and said, "That's right, ethnicity. We are different from the superhumans outside, mainly because of the DNA and some genes in our bodies. At the same time, the awakening of superpowers requires certain specific methods to be activated. Without a specific awakening, we will not become extraordinary." Hearing this, Sky understood what had happened. The other side, Natasha, Sharon Carter, and Barbara led their team and successfully infiltrated the Austrian branch of SHIELD. Daniel Whitehall looked at the three who had arrived, a friendly smile on his face, and began to speak, "I don't know what wind blew the famous Natasha from the Avengers here. The arrival of the three of you is truly a breath of fresh air for the Austrian branch." Natasha smiled and said, "It may not be a spring breeze, it could very well be a bad wind." Barbara then added, "I hope you can still smile later." Daniel Whitehall seemed to have run into a snag right away, and although he was unhappy, his expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Sharon Carter spoke up, "Branch Manager Daniel Whitehall, please take our people to the finance department and archives. Our people need to check the accounts and verify past tasks." Daniel Whitehall, believing he had not left any further disclosures on this matter, immediately spoke up, "No problem, please follow me." Sharon Carter led her team to the finance department to reconcile accounts. Barbara led a team to the archives to review the branch's missions over the years, Natasha had her team occupy advantageous positions in the building, and she herself went to Daniel Whitehall's office. Daniel Whitehall took out a whiskey, looked at Natasha, and said, "Agent Natasha, would you like a drink?" Natasha did not refuse, and said with a smile, "It's definitely worth trying the drinks served by the branch manager." Daniel Whitehall poured himself and Natasha a glass of whiskey, then placed the whiskey in front of Natasha. "Try it, it tastes good." Natasha didn't stand on ceremony. She didn't believe Daniel Whitehall would poison someone at this time, so she immediately picked up the glass and tasted it. "Yeah, it tastes good." Daniel Whitehall then asked, "Agent Natasha, I have a question that I hope you can answer for me. Have I somehow offended the Inspector General?" End of this chapter. Chapter 540A Family Reunion. Chapter 540 Family Reunion. Upon hearing Daniel Whitehall's words, Natasha put down her glass and said with a smile, "Why did Agent Whitehall ask that? You should know that the Ministry of Supervision only does routine work." Upon hearing Natasha's words, Daniel Whitehall smiled and said, "I don't know about the others in the department, but I personally strongly support Mr. Smith's work. His presence brings a sense of security to everyone in the department. I fully support the actions of the inspection department. If my branch finds such a black sheep, I will absolutely not tolerate it." Looking at Daniel Whitehall's high-sounding words, Natasha smiled, though inwardly she was full of complaints, but outwardly she still said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Agent Whitehall. We will not wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a guilty person go free. The whiskey is good. I'll go check on how those two are doing with their investigation." After speaking, Natasha left Daniel Whitehall's office, simultaneously communicating with Barbara and Sharon Carter through her earpiece. He was very confident, probably believing he had properly handled the aftermath and successfully unearthed that mission report. Daniel Whitehall watched Natasha leave the office, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He's just a decorative figure in the Avengers, without any extraordinary power. It's not that he looks down on Natasha, but in this era, many powerful beings among the extraordinary are nothing more than consumables in his eyes. SHIELD has imprisoned and monitored quite a few weak superhumans. They include men with the greatest strength amplification who can bend steel with their bare hands, and women whose fingers have been mutated into blades. SHIELD has seen many such weak superhumans, but they are so weak that SHIELD only monitors them rather than recruits them. What truly intrigued Daniel Whitehall was the item he had come into contact with, the original 084 obelisk. He had never been able to figure out the item's purpose, but he was certain that the obelisk could help him determine whether the other party was a superhuman. The only pity is that the obelisk is not in his possession. Instead, it was the first 084 to be included in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inventory, and because it was the first 084, even he was unable to apply for it to be added to his own branch. But Daniel Whitehall believed that one day he would obtain the obelisk and study it thoroughly. The other side. Inhumans, Afterlife Base. Gordon brought Mr. Hyde back, and upon arrival, Gordon began by saying, "Chief, DNA testing has confirmed that Ms. Skye is your and Mr. Hyde's biological daughter." Following Gordon, Hyde looked at everyone in the room. He first saw his wife, Jiaying, smiling. His gaze fell on Smith Doyle, and his pupils contracted slightly. Finally, when he looked at Skye, he was filled with self-reproach and excitement. Jiaying held Skye's hand and said, "My feeling is right, you are my child." Skye's face was filled with excitement when she heard Gordon's announcement she had finally found her parents. Hyde greeted Smith Doyle. "Mr. Smith, thank you so much for bringing my daughter home." Smith Doyle nodded and stood up, saying, "I won't disturb your family reunion any longer, Gordon. Take me outside for a walk." Smith Doyle and Gordon left the room, leaving Skye and her family of 3 to reunite. Gordon led Smith Doyle to the back hill to enjoy the scenery, at which point Gordon asked, "Mr. Smith, where do you think the Inhumans' way out lies? Can we really open up and embrace the world?" Upon hearing Gordon's words, Smith Doyle spoke up, "With your current status as superhumans, what do you still need to worry about? Those days of being studied, dissected, and imprisoned without cause are gone forever. Of course, the premise is that you do not commit crimes or break the law." Then Smith Doyle thought of Jiaying's situation and said, "Aggressive superpowers can be shown, but for those like Jiaying who have longevity-related abilities and no ability to protect themselves, it's best not to let anyone know. The emergence of superhumans has already squeezed the space at the top. If they knew that replacing the organs of superhumans like Jiaying could allow them to live a second life or even longer. Believe me, Jiaying's tragedy will happen again." Gordon paused for 2 seconds, then slowly began to speak, "With your capabilities, can't you completely eliminate it? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, the existence of laws and the death penalty still cannot prevent some people from turning to crime. Moreover, not everyone can resist the temptation of benefits such as extending lifespan. Gordon understood at that moment and immediately nodded. Smith Doyle, seeing that the sun was about to set, immediately spoke, it's almost time, let's go back. The two fell silent and returned to Jiaying's office. Sky, Hyde, and Jiaying had already completed their family reunion, and the three of them sat together happily. Upon seeing Smith Doyle return, the three men thanked him again. Mr. Smith, thank you for finding our family. Smith Doyle nodded and said, besides bringing Sky back with me, my men are already investigating Daniel Whitehall, the Austrian branch manager. Next, we need Ms. Jiaying's cooperation in identifying Daniel Whitehall. At this point, Mr. Hyde asked, Mr. Smith, may I kill this enemy with my own hands? For this, I am willing to offer up my research, a super soldier serum with very few side effects. Furthermore, I am willing to atone for the mistakes I made back then and accept trial. Sky, standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise, Father, vigilante justice is illegal. What else happened back then that I don't know about? Smith Doyle looked at Hyde. He knew the serum Hyde was talking about. As far as he knew, the serum Hyde developed was not bad. He just didn't know which version it was. In the comics, after Hyde injected himself with a large amount of the serum, he could even fight Thor and survive. However, Hyde's serum has two weaknesses. One is its time limit, requiring continuous injections to maintain its effects for only 24 hours. The other side effect is that it can cause the person to become irritable and easily angered. As for the serum in the TV series version, it was severely weakened. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, he will receive the judgment he deserves, not your revenge. After all, he wasn't an enemy you took revenge on your own. As for your question, we'll talk about it later. End of this chapter. Chapter 541 Capture Operation. Chapter 541 Capture Operation. Next day, Barbara called Natasha over and whispered, I found the mission files for Yver's team back then. Natasha took the file, glanced at it, and then said, that's enough. I'll send a message to the officer. Natasha immediately sent a message to Smith Doyle and asked the hotel's agents to bring Yver over. Upon receiving the message, Smith Doyle immediately sent a message to Nada. Operate immediately to capture Daniel Whitehall. After sending the message to Natasha, Smith Doyle found Sky and her family of 3 and said, let's set off, everyone. We're about to begin the operation to capture Daniel Whitehall. Sky nodded with red eyes. That night, she stayed with Jiaying and Hyde. She now knew everything about her mother's ordeal and also learned from her father, Hyde, that he had killed everyone in the village in order to save her mother. This news shocked Sky's worldview. She never imagined that her parents had gone through so much, and that her father had even become a murderer in order to save her mother. But the villagers were utterly innocent, leaving Sky speechless and only fueling her hatred for Daniel Whitehall, the man who had changed her family's life trajectory. Smith Doyle used the power of the Space Stone to instantly open a wormhole leading directly to the Austrian branch and immediately stepped inside. The Sky family of 3 followed Smith Doyle inside. The other side. After receiving Smith Doyle's message, Natasha immediately said to Barbara, the commander has given the order to capture Daniel Whitehall. Natasha then used the communication device in her headset to inform Sharon Carter, assemble for action. All other agents, seal off the entrances and exits, and prioritize taking over the weapons depot and the monitoring room. Sharon Carter arrived quickly. Natasha, with Barbara and Sharon Carter by her side, began to speak, let's go and take down Daniel Whitehall. The 3 men headed toward Daniel Whitehall's office, while the other 3 agents in the team sprang into action. Having spent the previous day familiarizing themselves with the area, they immediately took over the positions at each entrance and exit. Natasha's sister, Yelena, went straight to the armory to prevent the agents inside the building from accessing weapons and causing further casualties. Natasha and her 2 companions arrived at the door of Daniel Whitehall's office, and Natasha immediately opened the door and went inside. Upon entering the office, Natasha discovered that Daniel Whitehall was not alone. A male and a female agent were standing beside him. Daniel Whitehall frowned as he looked at the 3 fully armed men and asked, Agent Natasha, has something happened? Natasha said with a serious expression, Daniel Whitehall, your case has been exposed. I am now formally informing you that you are under arrest. Daniel Whitehall didn't understand what had gone wrong, but he wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for his doom. He immediately gave the order, arrest them. At the same time, Daniel Whitehall pressed a red button under his office desk, and the bookshelf behind him instantly opened, revealing a door. Simultaneously, an alarm sounded at the Austrian branch. The 2 agents beside Daniel Whitehall immediately launched an attack, drawing their pistols and charging at Natasha and her two companions. Duh. Natasha and her two companions immediately took cover. After all, they were all sharpshooters, and even wearing special bulletproof vests, a headshot would still result in a fatal head injury. In that moment, Daniel Whitehall entered the tunnel behind him and simultaneously gave orders to all the Hydra agents in the base: rescue him, capture Natasha and her companions, and leave them alive. Daniel Whitehall was unaware of what had happened, so he dared not give the order to kill the three men. Natasha and her two companions were Smith Doyle's men. If they were to kill each other, there would be no turning back. He needed to find out exactly what had happened. Daniel Whitehall then contacted Dr. Zola. Zola, contact Pierce for me. The Overseer squad suddenly wants to arrest me. What happened? Is there any room for maneuver? I'll hide first. After severing ties with Zola, Daniel Whitehall immediately quickened his pace to leave. Inside the office, the two sides engaged in a passionate exchange of fire, immediately emptying their magazines. Decorative vases and other items in the office were shattered on the spot by the exchange of bullets. Barbara then spoke up: Natasha, you go after Daniel Whitehall, Sharon Carter, and I will hold them off. As Barbara finished speaking, Sharon Carter and Barbara stood up simultaneously and immediately began firing in the direction of the enemy to suppress their fire. Natasha seized the opportunity, immediately leaping up and using one arm to support herself on the desk as she jumped over, rushing towards the passageway behind the bookshelf. An alarm sounded at the branch base, and a large number of agents immediately sprang into action. Hydra agents loyal to Daniel Whitehall immediately rushed towards his office, while SHIELD agents went to the armory to request weapons after the alarm sounded. Yelena frowned upon hearing the alarm, and seeing the agents rushing towards her, she immediately spoke: the Ministry of Supervision has issued a special order that all agents return to their posts. Upon seeing Yelena blocking their way, the Special Forces members immediately spoke: Base Alert Level 3, we must get the weapons. Yelena shook her head: then I'm sorry. Yelena immediately leaped up and rushed forward, taking down one person with a deadly scissor kick, and using the momentum to send the opponent flying, knocking down several others. She herself landed like Natasha, a superhero, and after standing up, Yelena smiled and said, this feels pretty good. Yelena immediately rushed forward. She was already a well-known Black Widow from the original Red Room, and she had furthered her studies at the League of Assassins. Ivan Vanko had also prepared a lot of interesting gadgets for her. This group of unarmed Special Forces members were all knocked unconscious by Yelena. Turning around and glancing down the corridor behind her at the group of people she had taken down, Yelena whistled in a good mood. Inside the passage, Daniel Whitehall quickly heard footsteps behind him, realizing someone was following him, and cursed under his breath, waste. Daniel Whitehall stopped doing anything and immediately started running. Bayou. A bullet was fired and hit near Daniel Whitehall's feet. End of this chapter. Chapter 542. Shameful, absolutely shameful. Chapter 542. Shameful, absolutely shameful. Daniel Whitehall stopped and cautiously turned around. Seeing that it was Natasha, he slowly spoke: do I have a grudge against you? Why are you holding me back? Natasha spoke as she approached: catching you is very important to me. Daniel Whitehall watched as Natasha approached, then stepped back and said, let me go. I believe the director will be able to reach an agreement with you. I haven't committed any heinous crimes. Natasha's expression was somewhat strange, and she immediately asked, are you saying that Nick Fury instructed you to do those things? Daniel Whitehall, unaware of the problem inside, immediately spoke up: that's what the director does, so what's wrong with us? It's all for the development of SHIELD. Daniel Whitehall thought it was a matter of misappropriation of funds. He was somewhat helpless because he had clearly done the accounting, yet the inspection team still found a problem. However, as long as there is no bloodshed or death, if he escapes and makes some connections within the agency, he should be able to regain his position as the Austrian branch chief after a while. But if he is caught, his career is over, and he might even be thrown back into the SHIELD prison for a few years. Natasha said, thank you for letting me know. It seems we've caught a big fish. The other side. With a large number of Daniel Whitehall's agents arriving, Sharon Carter and Barbara found themselves outnumbered and engaged in a fierce battle. Just then, a space-time wormhole appeared before everyone's eyes, and everyone present slowed down their movements and became alert. Smith Doyle emerged from the time-space wormhole and saw the scene of battle all around him. Stop. A fleeting aura emanated from Smith Doyle, and all the agents present, except Barbara and Sharon Carter, were sent flying, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground. Upon seeing the newcomers, Sharon Carter and Barbara immediately called out, Sir. At that moment, all the fallen agents saw Smith Doyle's figure, and a single thought flashed through their minds: we're done for. Jiaying and her family of 3 arrived at the Austrian branch of SHIELD along with the time-space wormhole, and the time-space wormhole closed completely upon their arrival. Smith Doyle looked around and asked, "How far has it progressed, Daniel Whitehall?" Sharon Carter pointed to the passageway to the side and said, "Daniel Whitehall ran off from here, and Natasha gave chase." Just then, a commotion came from the passage, and Natasha emerged carrying Daniel Whitehall's body. However, in the passage, after learning the real reason Natasha had captured him, he immediately resisted fiercely and opened fire on her. Natasha shot him in the heart, and he died on the spot. Natasha remained silent for 2 seconds after Daniel Whitehall's death before finally carrying his body out. Natasha placed Daniel Whitehall's body on the desk and began to speak. "He and I exchanged gunfire, but to my surprise, he didn't dodge and I shot him in the heart. Sir, is this all right?" Then Smith Doyle said, "Daniel Whitehall persecuted Ms. Jiaying, a superhuman, by cruelly dismembering her and removing her internal organs. Persecuted Agent Everett's squad, resulting in the deaths of all his squad members until only Agent Everett remained. He was arrested during the arrest process. This way of dying is really too good for him." Jiaying said through gritted teeth, pointing at Daniel Whitehall's body, "That's him, that's him. Mr. Smith, it was he who cruelly dismembered me and emptied my internal organs." Smith Doyle nodded and then looked at Natasha and said, "Take him away. I'll handle the mission report." Natasha nodded. Seeing that there were outsiders present, she did not mention the issue of Daniel Whitehall's exposure. She simply took Daniel Whitehall's body away, and at the same time, the inspectorate temporarily took over the Austrian branch of SHIELD. Pierce, far away in New York, received the message relayed by Zola at home and immediately asked, "Zola, how's the situation now?" Zola's image appeared on the television screen, and he shook his head, saying, "Hopeless. I clearly saw Smith Doyle arrive there based on the cameras at the Austrian branch. And the reason they arrested Daniel Whitehall was not because of corruption or misappropriation of funds, but because Daniel Whitehall had actually become younger and was researching supernatural things. The woman he arrested and whose body he emptied did not die instead, she identified him as the perpetrator." Alexander Pierce was surprised when he heard about this. "They're still alive? Daniel Whitehall is really sloppy. Since there's no possibility of rescue, let's shut him up completely." In Pierce's view, Daniel Whitehall was no longer of any value. For the sake of Hydra's safety and to avoid being exposed, a dead Daniel Whitehall was the better Daniel Whitehall. "I hope Smith Doyle's character won't disappoint me." At this moment, Zola spoke up, "Daniel Whitehall is dead. Natasha shot him in the heart." Pierce wiped his mouth and said, "That's really good news." The next day, Nick Fury, who had just started work, received a task report from the inspectorate and information about allegations against Daniel Whitehall. Daniel Whitehall, former head of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Austrian branch. During his tenure, he abused his position to persecute the superhuman Jiaying, gutting and dismembering her. He also misused S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to issue false missions to Agent Everett's team. Afterwards, in order to erase evidence, he persecuted the team members, resulting in the deaths of all team members except for Agent Everett, who faked his death to survive. Attachments: video of Ms. Jiaying's accusations, video of Agent Everett's accusations, and the mission report from that year. During his tenure, he was convicted of multiple crimes, including embezzlement, misuse of public resources, misappropriation of public funds, and falsification of accounts. During the arrest, he detained and shot at personnel from the Ministry of Supervision, and was shot dead on the spot. Nick Fury read the report and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Shameful, so damn shameful. The findings of the investigation into Daniel Whitehall and his culpability will be communicated within SHIELD." End of this chapter. Chapter 543. Natasha, I think there and 039s something wrong with Nick Fury. Chapter 543. Natasha, I think there's something wrong with Nick Fury, Austrian branch. Natasha then found Smith Doyle and said, "Smith, I think you should take a look at this video." Smith Doyle took the tablet and opened the video, which featured Daniel Whitehall. "This isn't something I did alone. Everyone in the bureau is following the director's example. Why are you keeping bothering me?" Natasha's voice then came through the video. "So, your dismemberment of the superhuman Jiaying, and your dispatch of a special agent team to capture Jiaying's daughter, were also done at the behest of the director or Nick Fury." Then came the scene where Daniel Whitehall drew his gun and fired, only to be shot dead by Natasha in retaliation. "Sir, this matter may involve Nick Fury. I can't imagine what else SHIELD did under Nick Fury's leadership. They even staged such a big show to recruit me back then. If Smith Doyle hadn't destroyed the real Red House, Natasha doesn't know how long she would have felt guilty, but it was all just Nick Fury's act. Smith Doyle remained silent for 2 seconds after watching the video. He knew it was a beautiful misunderstanding, but he didn't want to exonerate Nick Fury. Unfortunately, Daniel Whitehall is dead, and such videos alone are not enough to prosecute Nick Fury. Natasha took a deep breath and then spoke. I don't know what Nick Fury did, but even Daniel Whitehall said he was imitating Nick Fury, so he's definitely not the only one who knows. We can start our investigation from other people, we'll eventually find something. SHIELD cannot follow Nick Fury down the wrong path. Smith Doyle nodded and said, I have already initiated a long-term internal investigation and anti-corruption mission for the censor team. You can take advantage of this mission to investigate those you suspect. I expect you to dig deeper. Natasha nodded solemnly. As for the Sky family of 3, Mr. Hyde was kept after recording the accusation video, while the other 2 were sent back to the Afterlife base by Smith Doyle. After witnessing Daniel Whitehall's death, Jiang and Hyde felt much better, their only regret being that they did not personally carry out their revenge. As for Mr. Hyde, he was imprisoned in a SHIELD prison. Although many years have passed since the incident, he will still face the due judgment. Smith Doyle left the Watchers team to handle the aftermath, while he returned to the League of Assassins headquarters in New York. The other side, Asgard. Loki, who was brought back by Thor, was tried by Odin and sentenced to spend the rest of his life in the dungeons, while Thor went to Vanaheim to quell the rebellion. With the teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge, Asgard regained his powerful mobility. With Thor's arrival and witnessing his immense power, as well as the repaired Bifrost, the villains immediately surrendered. Thor then summoned Heimdall to ride the Rainbow Bridge back to Asgard. Odin looked at Thor, who had arrived, and asked, Is Varaheim stable now? Yes, Nornheim and Rhea are too. But if you lead the army in person, the war will surely end sooner. Odin looked down at the warriors training below and said, You must be treating me like a loaf of bread, to be smeared with sweet words when you need to. Thor chuckled and then explained, That's not what I meant. Odin continued. This is the first time the 9 kingdoms have returned to peace since the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. They will remember our strength because of this, and you have earned their respect and my gratitude. Hearing his father's praise, Saul nodded and said, Thank you. Odin glanced at his son, Everything is settled now, except for your bewildered heart. Thor looked at his father and said, This has nothing to do with Jane Foster, father. Odin said nonchalantly, Human life is fleeting and not worth worrying about. Then, pointing to Sif training soldiers below, she said, You should cherish the people in front of you. I say this not as the father of the gods, but as a father. You are ready to take the throne. Go and celebrate your victory, raise a glass with your soldiers, and enjoy fine wine and food. At least pretend to be happy. Odin clearly did not approve of Thor and Jane's love. As a race of immortals, the Aesir were born with a lifespan of 5,000 years. And this was only for ordinary Aesir who had not yet been deified. Jane, who was just an ordinary person on Earth, had only a few decades left to live, while his son Thor was only 1,500 years old at the time. Even by the lifespan of an ordinary member of the Aesir, Thor could live for 3,500 years, while Jane would live for at most 60 or 70 years, and her appearance would only last for 10 or 20 years at most. Such a large difference in lifespan is pointless and something Odin doesn't care about, since Thor is the god of thunder of Asgard and the future god king, whose lifespan far exceeds that of his people. He favored Sif, Thor's childhood sweetheart and goddess of land and harvest, more. Of course, if Jane Foster were a powerful being like the Ancient One, or a human with potential like Smith Doyle, Odin would definitely not stop his son from freely choosing his love partner and might even offer some assistance. Unfortunately, according to Heimdall's report, Thor's lover on Earth, Jane Foster, was just an ordinary earthling. Thor looked down at Sif, also troubled by this issue, his and Jane's future. He hoped to receive his parents' blessing, but was also worried about Jane's lifespan. Perhaps Shenron has a way to prolong his life. I wonder if he will be able to win the Dragon Ball battle in the future. At a banquet in Asgard, Sif approached Thor and said, You used to celebrate for weeks, why are you leaving so early today? Thor stopped, leaned against the railing, and said, I remember after the Battle of Halagan, you were so enthusiastic that you almost started a second campaign. Sif laughed and said, Who can blame me when the first battle was so exciting? Thor smiled and shook his head, then looked down. At this moment, Sif spoke up, Have a drink with me. The father of the gods won't be giving you any more tasks tonight, will he? Thor looked at Sif and said, Yes, but I've assigned myself a task. Sif began to speak, I've noticed you disappear every night. There are 9 kingdoms in the world, and the future king of Asgard cannot focus on just one of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 544 Baron Strucker takes over the research. Chapter 544 Baron Strucker takes over the research. Hearing Sif's veiled implication, Thor gave a self-deprecating laugh and then said, "Thank you for your courage and advice, Your Excellency Sif." Thor then turned and left, walking towards the exit of the celebration venue. Seeing this, Sif took a deep breath. As the goddess of Asgard, the land and the harvest, and a very powerful female warrior, she was actually inferior to an ordinary woman from Earth. This made her somewhat embarrassed, and her relationship with Thor was common knowledge throughout Asgard. Even the king and queen thought highly of them. But will this sudden appearance really defeat her, her childhood sweetheart? Sif didn't believe it, then thought of Jane Foster's short lifespan. She doesn't need to do anything, just wait a few decades and Saul will be able to give up on the other party. Although the future was hers, the thought of it still made Sif angry. However, she was very clever. She knew she couldn't and didn't need to intervene in this matter, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Sif picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp before turning and leaving the celebration. Day 2, London. Jane Foster had just woken up and was feeling quite disappointed to see that there was no one beside her. She hasn't seen her boyfriend since the Battle of New York. He promised to come at least once a month. What a liar. Thor didn't even show up for major events like the establishment of diplomatic relations between Asgard and Earth. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Jane got up and opened the door. "What are you here for?" Darcy walked up to Jane and said, "Just as I expected, you were indeed wandering around the house in your pajamas." Jane gave a helpless look, then said, "I just woke up. You must have something to tell me at this hour. Tell me quickly." Darcy reached into his bag, searching as he spoke. "Do you remember the scientific instruments you left with me? You need to take a closer look now." At this moment, the instrument kept beeping, and Jane picked it up and started looking at it. Darcy chimed in, "We came all this way just for this." Jane asked doubtfully, "Is there a malfunction?" Darcy nodded and said, "I think so too." Jane patted the instrument with her hand and then tapped on the wall. Darcy said, "I've already done that. I thought you would be more scientific in your approach." The other side. Inside Hydra's secret base. All Hydra members convened a meeting at this moment. Pierce, as the convener of the meeting, began by saying, "The passing of Daniel Whitehall is a great loss to us, as we have lost an important partner." Fortunately, he didn't expose Hydra to Smith Doyle. Hearing Pierce's words, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. If Hydra had been exposed to Smith Doyle, they couldn't imagine how they would have been able to contend with this strongest superhuman, who was also a very wealthy and powerful capitalist. After all, given their personality and modus operandi, they could really find them all and grind them to dust, thus completely thwarting Hydra's revival plan. At this moment, Lady Viper spoke up. "What interests me more is whether Daniel Whitehall's research on the extraordinary has actually made any progress." Baron Strucker also spoke up. "If we cut off one head, 2 heads will grow back, we will not perish." But whether Baron Strucker's research over the years has made any progress is very important to us. Gideon Malik nodded. They were quite interested in Daniel Whitehall's research. Pierce posted a photo, which was none other than Sky's mother, Jiaying. Pierce said, "This Jiaying is a superhuman, but her superhuman ability is not in combat, but in lifespan." Daniel Whitehall was able to regain his youth by emptying the other person's internal organs and transplanting them into his own body, but that idiot Daniel Whitehall didn't kill the other person or keep their body. Instead, he threw it away like trash. This allowed Jiaying to survive and find Smith Doyle, and tell him about Daniel Whitehall's atrocities. This is also what actually led to Daniel Whitehall's death. Upon hearing Pierce's words, greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. How could anyone not be obsessed with the idea that replacing someone's organs could lead to a new life? Then he showed a regretful expression. If Daniel Whitehall hadn't been so careless, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Now that Jiaying has been put on Smith Doyle's radar, it seems that it will take some effort to abduct him silently. Baron Strucker began by saying, "It seems we need to find more superpowered individuals. Their range of abilities is truly vast. There are even long-lived types. I just don't know if we can discover the secret to longevity from them." Pierce nodded, then said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still recording the types of superhumans, but the treatment of superhumans has changed dramatically. We need to be extremely cautious when conducting research and find a different approach, rather than following the same path as Daniel Whitehall. Strucker, I will give you a copy of Daniel Whitehall's research. I hope you can continue your research based on that. He is obsessed with obelisks and hopes you can unlock their secrets. Baron Strucker thought for a moment, then spoke, "I need to get my hands on the obelisk to study it, otherwise, even if I have Daniel Whitehall's information, it won't be of any use." Pierce nodded and said, I will find a way to have someone bring the obelisk out and give it to you. I hope you can decipher its mysteries. It might even be an object no less valuable than the cosmic cube. In the afterlife base, Sky looked at her mother, Jiaying, and asked, will my father be sentenced to death? Looking at the mountain range before her, Jiaying slowly began to speak, I do not know. But according to Mr. Smith's arrangements, he should be locked up in a SHIELD prison. It doesn't seem to be a death sentence. Upon hearing that it wasn't the death penalty, Sky breathed a sigh of relief and then said, right now, I want to atone for my father's sins. Jiaying looked at her daughter, then carefully examined her before speaking, how do you want to do it? Sky took a deep breath and then said, do some good deeds within your ability. End of this chapter. Chapter 545 Jiaying and 039's plans. Chapter 545 Jiaying's plans. Jiaying shook her head, then said, this is not enough, and it's too slow. If you were just an ordinary person, how much of his sins could you absolve by doing these things? Sky looked at Jiaying and asked, Mother, what should I do? Jiaying said earnestly, I will awaken you and make you a true superhuman. Then you can go and join Mr. Smith, whether it's SHIELD or the League of Assassins, and become a qualified superhero under Mr. Smith's command. Upon hearing about awakening her superpowers, Sky's eyes hardened as she said, it is good. Jiaying nodded and said, I will invite Mr. Smith to witness your awakening ceremony and to thank him for his contributions. Assassin's League. Smith Doyle crossed his legs and turned on the TV. The first channel was, of course, the independent television news channel. At this moment, a reporter on television reported, I'm at Stonehenge right now, reporting on an interesting story that happened today. The police arrived at the scene shortly after 8 a.m. after receiving a call. A seemingly normal male tourist came here, then started running naked and frightened other tourists by holding up scientific instruments. He was shouting that he wanted to save them. This person was subsequently confirmed to be the renowned astrophysicist Dr. Eric Selvig. Looking at the news report, Smith murmured, Dr. Eric. He now understood that the time for the convergence of the 9 realms was fast approaching. This was a very rare sight, and also the day when chaos would ensue in the 9 realms, when the distances between the planets would overlap, and the day the reality stone would be born. He originally thought that the convergence of the 9 realms would take some time, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Recalling the plot of Thor, the Dark Elf, Smith Doyle realized that the best solution was to have Jane Foster retrieve the reality stone. It's unclear whether Bulma has the ability to remove the reality stone from Jane's body. It seems extremely difficult, and it might not be Bulma's forte. As for replacing Jane, Smith Doyle shook his head, knowing he might not be able to be teleported to the place where the reality stone was sealed. Let Jane handle all of this. When Malekith of the Dark Elf intervenes, he will be able to retrieve the reality stone without harming Jane in the slightest. As for the whereabouts of the actual gemstones, collectors need not bear that risk. Presumably, Frigga, the goddess who saved Asgard, would be entitled to all ownership of the reality stone. The other side, Darcy began. The readings on this are somewhat similar to the data Dr. Eric mentioned. Jane looked at the instrument in her hand, then said, give me some time, I'll pack up and then we'll leave. Then you go ahead and pack. Darcy went to the refrigerator, opened it, took out a sandwich and milk, and began to eat. Darcy quickly started eating breakfast, and it wasn't until she finished and began eating grapes that Jane finished dressing and tidying up and came out. Darcy, holding a sandwich, began to speak, Jane, you're finally out. This is a sandwich I prepared for you. Let's get going. Jane took the sandwich and looked at Darcy, saying, isn't this something from my fridge? Stop talking so much and let's get going. Jane and Darcy went out together and got into each other's red cars. Turn right at the next intersection. Suddenly a man's voice came, startling Jane. Who is this? Darcy began, he is my intern. Jane looked at Darcy in surprise and said, you already have an intern? That's right. The man sitting in the back row looked at Jane and said, hello, Dr. Jane Foster. It's such an honor to work with you. Jane glanced at the other person, then took out her phone and said, okay, I need to call Eric. Turn right, then turn left. However, Jane's phone call went unanswered, so she had no choice but to leave a voicemail and head to Renico Shipping Company. After getting off the train, Darcy excitedly said, let's go, this is so exciting. Look, even the interns are excited. The intern began, my name is Ian. Bring your phase meter and come with us. Darcy led the group into a dilapidated building. At that moment, a flock of birds flew out of the building, and figures could be seen running under the curtains. Darcy complained, I don't want to get stabbed to death because of doing scientific research. At that moment, several children emerged from the corner of the wall and the trash can. At this moment, a little girl who had come out looked at Jian and his group and asked, "Are you police officers?" Jane said, "No, I am a scientist." At this moment, a little boy spoke up, "We discovered this by accident." Hearing this, Jane smiled and asked, "Can you take us to see it?" Soon, several children led Jane and her two companions to a large truck in the warehouse. The children walked to the front of the truck, placed their palms under the truck's bumper, and with a gentle push, the truck floated up and spun in the air. Darcy exclaimed in surprise, "This is not normal." Soon the children led everyone to the spiral staircase and then to the middle floor. The little girl took out a water bottle filled with liquid and threw it directly down the empty space below. However, the water bottle did not fall to the first floor and break instead, it disappeared instantly after falling a certain distance. Jane asked in confusion, "Where did they go?" The girl pointed upwards, and everyone looked up. Then they saw the vanished bottles appear out of thin air and fall down, repeating the cycle. Jane exclaimed in surprise, "That's incredible." He then picked up an aluminum can from the ground and tried to throw it down, but it didn't fall from above, instead, it disappeared. "What happened?" The little girl explained, "Sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't." Seeing this, Darcy said, "I also want to throw something away. Jane, give me your shoes." Jane ignored Darcy and took the instrument from Ian to examine it. "The last time I saw a reading like this was," Darcy said, "New Mexico?" Jane nodded, then picked up the equipment and ran upwards. Darcy, seeing that he hadn't gotten Jane's shoes, looked at his in turn and said, "Give me your shoes." Jane went to the rooftop and continued searching the building while looking at the instrument readings, while Yan and the other person followed 10 meters behind. Just as Jane reached the corner of the stairwell, the instrument's reading suddenly increased and it kept beeping. The next second, Jane was propelled forward by a gust of wind and instantly disappeared through the wall. End of this chapter. Chapter 546, Giving Thor a Big Nose Pierce. Chapter 546, Giving Thor a Big Nose Bracelet, Supplement 1. Seeing herself in an unfamiliar place, Jane shouted, "Darcy, Darcy." But there was no response to Jane's cries. Upon arriving in the alternate dimension, Jane saw a huge stone pillar in front of her, with a red glow emanating from its center, and curiously walked over. Jane walked around the stone pillar, looking at the red liquid inside with great curiosity. The next second, the ether particles entered Jane's body. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, the dark elf spaceship suddenly started up, and Malekith, who was on the throne, awoke. Looking at his people gradually awakening inside the warship, he said, "The etheric particles have awakened us, and the celestial convergence has begun again." Meanwhile, Thor of Asgard arrived at the control center of the Rainbow Bridge, where Heimdall, who was in charge of guarding it, spoke. "You're late," Thor said helplessly. "Sometimes celebrating is more tiring than fighting." Heimdall clearly didn't accept Saul's explanation. "Then there must be something you didn't do right." Thor chuckled, "Perhaps. Are the stars all right?" Looking at the starry universe before him, Heimdall said, "It twinkles as always. I can see 9 kingdoms and billions of living beings here." Heimdall lowered his sword and looked at Thor, saying, "Remember when I told you about the convergence of celestial bodies?" Thor nodded and said, "I remember, the various kingdoms are aligned, it's almost here, isn't it?" Heimdall walked up to Thor and said, "The last time this cosmic spectacle occurred was before my defense began. Few people can feel it, and even fewer can see it. Although it may be harmful, it is absolutely beautiful." Thor looked at the starry sky ahead and said, "I can't see anything." Heimdall looked at Thor and said, "Perhaps it's because that's not the kind of view you want to see." Thor looked at the other person, smiled, and then asked, "How is she?" Heimdall said, "Your mortal is quite clever. She doesn't even know it herself, but she's also studying celestial convergence." Heimdall suddenly stopped, and Thor, sensing something was wrong, immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Heimdall asked in confusion, "I can't see her anymore." At that moment, Smith Doyle saw the phone ringing. It was from an unfamiliar number. "Day-Day, who's on the other end of the phone?" "Master, the person who called you is Darcy Lewis." At the same time, Dada showed a photo of Darcy Lewis. Smith Doyle quickly remembered this woman, Jane Foster's best friend. "Hello. Hello Mr. Smith, I am a friend of Jane Foster. She has encountered some problems. Your phone number was given to me by her before. Jane and I were doing scientific research when she suddenly disappeared. I'm very worried about her." Hearing Darcy Lewis's somewhat incoherent speech, Smith Doyle spoke up. "I remember you participated in the competition as a spectator. Okay, Jane has run into some trouble, right? Okay, I understand. Where is the address? I'll come and take a look." After Darcy Lewis gave the address, Smith Doyle, worried that opening a wormhole directly might cause deviations due to the convergence of the 9 realms, flew there instead. Smith Doyle flew very fast and soon arrived at the place Darcy had mentioned, quickly finding his target. Darcy looked at Smith and said, "Mr. Smith, is Jane all right? Take me to the scene first." Upon entering the building, Smith immediately sensed the spatial distortion. Without strong positioning abilities, using spatial teleportation in this location could easily send him to an unknown world. The magnetic field here is very chaotic. Jane must have accidentally entered another dimension. Darcy exclaimed in surprise, "Another world?" Smith glanced at it, then said, "Just wait here. Because of the space, Jane will probably come out on her own soon." At this moment, Jane's soul was enveloped by ether particles, and 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Jane opened her eyes again and woke up, she was already back in the warehouse. At this moment, Smith, who was sitting outside, suddenly looked towards the warehouse and said, "Jane is out." The next second, Darcy saw Jane run out of the warehouse, turned to Smith beside him and said, "My God, she really came out." Darcy then ran towards Jane. "Jane, where have you been?" Jane quickly noticed Smith sitting to the side and asked, "Good heavens, you've actually troubled Mr. Smith Doyle." Jane quickly ran over and said, "I'm so sorry to have bothered Mr. Smith." Darcy chimed in from the side, "What else should I do? If I hadn't gotten Mr. Smith's phone number from you before, I would have had to call the police. Mr. Smith is here, so at least your safety is guaranteed." Jane then spoke up, "Luckily you didn't call the police, otherwise if the police found out, SHIELD would also find out, and this place would immediately become another Area 51 under martial law. Do you know how important a gravitational anomaly field that can be studied at will is? Our opponents are just some children." Just as Jane was speaking, it suddenly started to rain, but no rain fell directly above Smith and Jane's heads. Seeing this scene, Smith knew that Thor was about to arrive. After all, he only used his breath to disperse the rain that fell on him, while Jane's actions were clearly either Thor's or Heimdall's. Darcy smiled and said upon hearing Jane's words, "Jane, I was wise enough not to call the police." Smith Doyle then spoke, "There's no need to study this place too much, the gravitational field here will disappear soon." Jane was surprised and said, "What?" Then, looking at Smith beside him, he noticed that it was raining heavily outside, but no rain was falling on his head or Smith's position. Darcy asked in surprise, "So weird." Jane looked to the side and said, "Perhaps it was Mr. Smith's consideration for us, because no rain was falling on his head." Jane thanked her again, "I'm so sorry to have troubled you to come all this way. I'm sorry to have caused you any worry." Then Jian pointed to the top of her head and continued, "Thank you very much for taking care of me." Smith shook his head, "It's not that I'm taking care of you, look over there." Jane Foster followed the direction Smith pointed and saw Saul standing in the rain. Jane became instantly excited and ran towards Thor. Snapped. To the astonishment of Smith Doyle and Darcy, a resounding slap landed on Saul's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 547, Jane Foster and 039's Cataclysmic Destruction. Chapter 547, Jane Foster, a Cataclysmic Force. Happy Mother's Day everyone. Darcy Lewis looked at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle shrugged and said, "My girlfriend isn't that hot." After being slapped, Saul didn't care and instead cupped Jane Foster's face and kissed her. After the kiss ended, Saul released Jane and asked, "Where have you been? Heimdall can't see you." Jane shook her head and said, "I don't know, but when I woke up I was back in the same spot." Jane then countered with, "Where have you been? You promised to come see me at least once a month. You didn't even show up when Asgard and Earth established diplomatic relations. I even went to the site to wait for you." Thor explained, "After the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed, the 9 kingdoms were filled with war and bandits. I had no choice but to go and quell the chaos, but it was all over by then. Next, I will keep my promise. I believe it was fate that brought us together. By the way, what's the story behind Asgard establishing diplomatic relations with Earth?" Jane asked with some surprise, "You do not know?" Thor shook his head and said, "I was busy quelling the rebellion in the 9 realms and had just returned to Asgard to hold a victory celebration when Heimdall told me that you had disappeared." Jane now truly believed that Thor didn't have time to come to Earth, and immediately said, "Asgard sent Lorelei as its ambassador to Earth and established diplomatic relations with Earth. The Asgardian embassy is located in New York, not far from the United Nations building." Thor's expression was somewhat strange, and he asked, "You said the ambassador is Lorelei?" Jane nodded and said, "What's wrong with this?" Thor nodded and said, "This is no small matter. It seems that a lot has happened during my time suppressing the rebellion." Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, Smith coughed. Cough cough. At this moment, Smith appeared next to the two, interrupting their conversation. "I don't think this is the time for reminiscing, we have more important things to do." Saul looked at Smith Doyle and immediately greeted him. "Long time no see, Smith. By the way, what happened here that made you come here?" Smith shook hands with Saul, then said earnestly, Jane disappeared for a full 5 hours. Upon hearing this, Thor's expression turned serious, and he then asked, Where have you gone? Smith glanced at Jane Foster, about to speak, when a beam of red light burst forth from Jane Foster's body and swept towards everyone. Smith Doyle turned to shield Darcy Lewis, while Thor took the brunt of the energy attack. Seeing Jane fall to the ground, Saul immediately took her into his arms. Simple. Thor asked with concern, Are you all right? Jane asked in confusion, What just happened? Smith looked at the couple showing affection in front of him and said, It seems something happened during the time you were gone. Thor, don't waste time. Take Jane to Asgard for a checkup. I also need to pay a visit to Odin, the king of gods. Thor nodded, picked up Jane, stood up, and looked up to call out, Heimdall. The pillar of light from the rainbow bridge descended, enveloping the three of them. Smith looked at Darcy Louise and said, We need to take Jane away first, and you should leave here as soon as possible too. As Smith finished speaking, the three of them were teleported back to Asgard via the rainbow bridge. Darcy Louise watched the three leave and murmured, I wouldn't mind taking me along. At that moment, Darcy's assistant ran over and said, Professor, if you go, I'll be all alone. Darcy Louise rolled her eyes, So what if you're a grown man alone? I haven't even seen Asgard yet. Smith Doyle gazed at the ever-changing cosmic landscape around him, filled with curiosity about this planet-destroying weapon. The three of them soon arrived at the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. Jane excitedly said, We have to do it again. Heimdall looked at Smith and said, Welcome, Mr. Smith. He then looked at Jane and said, Welcome to Asgard. The other side. The Dark Elf fleet arrived at Walheim, and Malekith crouched down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. This is my legacy, Aglin. I had almost forgotten the days without light. Aglin walked over to Malekith and placed his hand on the other's shoulder. Our revival is your greatest legacy. Malekith threw the dirt off his hands, stood up, and said angrily, The suffering we have endured will be made to be repaid tenfold by the warriors of Asgard. I will reclaim the ether, I will restore our world, I will end this corrupt universe. Thor led Jane to the medical room in Asgard, and Smith followed along, still somewhat curious about Asgard's medical techniques. It's more likely that Bulma will arrive, as she might provide Bulma with a lot of inspiration. Inside the treatment room, Jane lay on the soul-healing furnace, looking at the glowing energy lines in front of her, and asked curiously, What is this? The therapist glanced at it and said, Do not move. Thor looked at the red energy around Jane's heart and asked the medical officer beside him, If this isn't matter from Earth, what is it? It's still unclear, but the energy surging within her is too great she can't hold on to it. Smith Doyle took out his combat power monitor and looked at Jane Foster, who was lying down. Snapped. Smith Doyle's second-generation combat power detector exploded on the spot, but he still saw the highest value of 2.2 combat power. Unexpectedly, the energy emitted by the Infinity Stones within Jane's body was detected by the combat power detector, and this energy exceeded the detector's limit. Jane was also stunned for a moment when she saw it, and then said excitedly, I've become a superhuman. Or is he a superhuman with a combat power of 500 points or more? Thor also looked at Smith Doyle with curiosity. He had heard of Earth's combat power detector, and it was said that the upper limit of the second-generation combat power detector was 500 points. Smith Doyle shook his head and said, It's much more serious than that. The one I'm carrying is a special one, with a maximum combat power of 2.2. Thor's expression was somewhat grave, even a little surprised, as he asked, 2.2? Could it be a malfunction of the equipment? Jane said excitedly, The captain is only in his 50s, so wouldn't I be able to destroy the world right now? As she spoke, Jane Foster even waved her fist. Smith Doyle then spoke. If you have the ability to fully mobilize and release the energy within your body, destroying a planet would be a piece of cake. End of this chapter. Chapter 548 Ether Particles. Chapter 548 Ether Particles. The therapist spoke up again, Please do not move. Jane lowered her arm and said with a smile, Soul, maybe I can protect you in the future. Thor looked at Jane with affection and said, I don't care whether you become a female warrior or not, as long as you are safe and sound. Jane smiled blankly, then looked at the orange image of her own body in front of her and asked curiously, This is a quantum field generator, right? The therapist explained as they performed the procedure. This is a soul refining furnace. Jane continued to ask, Can the soul refining furnace migrate molecular energy? The therapist glanced at Jane with surprise, then nodded and said, Yes. Jane looked at Saul excitedly and said, This is a quantum generator. Thor looked at Jane and gave her another indulgent smile. At this moment, Odin, who had arrived at the treatment room, spoke, Are my words just passing by in your ears? Thor turned and saw Odin walking towards him, then explained to his father, "She's sick." Odin didn't care whether Jane was sick or not, and instead said, "She is human, they all get sick." Odin then waved his hand, and all the healers surrounding Jane left, standing against the wall. Thor continued, "I brought her here because we can save him." Odin walked in and looked at Thor, saying, "She does not belong to Asgard, just as goat meat is not fit for a banquet." Upon hearing this, Jane sat up angrily and looked at Saul, saying, "What did he just say?" He then looked at Odin, who had walked to the side, and said, "Who do you think you are?" When he saw Jane open her mouth to directly confront Odin, Smith almost burst out laughing. "Who is this?" "This is your future father-in-law. You become the female Thor, and after you die, you enter Valhalla and are under her control." Odin looked at Jane and said, "I am Odin, king of Asgard, protector of the 9 kingdoms." Upon hearing this, Jane was about to introduce herself, "I am." However, before she could finish speaking, Odin interrupted her. "I know exactly who you are, Jane Foster." Jane looked at Smith, who was standing next to Saul, and said, "And what about him?" Jane clearly didn't understand Smith was also an Earthling, so why didn't the other party treat her so badly? Odin glanced at Smith Doyle, whom he had seen as soon as he entered. Odin glanced at Jane Foster and smiled dismissively. "You dare to compare yourself to Smith Doyle?" Odin carefully examined Smith Doyle, who had made no attempt to conceal his aura since arriving in Asgard, displaying a normal combat strength of 3 million. "Your growth has exceeded my expectations. The speed is too fast. It seems like you have no bottlenecks." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "There are still bottlenecks, but we haven't encountered them yet." Odin laughed when he heard this, "Haha, no wonder the Ancient One thought so highly of you. Your growth rate is far behind Thor's. Later, go to my treasury and pick out something you like as a gift to celebrate your improvement." Smith Doyle naturally did not refuse Odin's generosity. He had come to save Frigga's life, and he could afford to accept one of Odin's treasures in return. "Then thank you, God King." Odin then looked at Jane Foster and said, "How could you, a mere mortal, possibly compare to him? You're utterly absurd. What a waste that you went to watch the Dragon Ball battles, you have no eyesight at all." Jane didn't quite understand. No matter how powerful Smith Doyle was, wasn't he still a human being? We're all Earthlings, so why is the treatment so unequal? Upon hearing Odin's words, Smith looked at Thor, shrugged, and smiled. Thor quickly spoke up. "There is something in her body, father. A substance I've never seen before." Smith Doyle also said that the power was very strong, and the energy it emitted just from residing in Jane's body exceeded 2.2 combat power. Smith even judged that if Jane could fully utilize that power, it would be enough to destroy a planet. Odin looked at Smith Doyle with surprise. He had heard Heimdall mention Earth's combat power rating before. 2.2 was not weak at all, and she was qualified to be his daughter-in-law, but only if she could utilize that power. Smith Doyle nodded as he saw the look in Odin's eyes. Seeing this, Odin stepped forward and reached out to examine Jane's arm, while red energy flowed through Jane's veins. "This is impossible." The therapist standing nearby spoke up, "The thing she was infected with is protecting her." "Do not." Upon hearing Odin's denial, Thor said, "It's protecting itself." Odin turned to look at Smith, trying to see if the other knew anything, but he couldn't see anything. At the same time, he knew that Smith Doyle was right. If it could be used, it would be enough to destroy a planet. But was Jane capable of using it? There was absolutely no chance they would be blown apart by this energy. They were lucky to be alive right now. He immediately spoke up, "Follow me." Smith, Thor, and Jane followed Odin to his library. Odin said as he walked, "Some things have histories that can be traced back to before the formation of the universe. The thing inside her is such an ancient artifact." Smith looked up at the top of the library, which seemed to be the world tree. Then a huge tree rose from the ground, with 9 star clusters of different shapes hanging above it, much like the 9 realms. Smith was curious whether this tree was just a replica, or if this place was originally part of the world tree. Odin continued his explanation, "The 9 kingdoms are not eternal, they have the dawn of birth and the twilight of their demise." Odin then explained to everyone the dark elves and the ether particles they controlled. Seeing that Smith's gaze was fixed on the view above, he asked, "Have you heard the stories of the dark elves?" Smith shook his head, "I'm more curious about what's above my head." Odin gave Smith a deep look, then continued, "That's a branch of the world tree, it doesn't belong in the treasure room." Saul then asked his question, "Are you sure? Legend has it that the ether particles were destroyed along with them. But now it has reappeared." Odin looked at Thor and said, "The dark elves are extinct." Looking at Odin's serious face, Smith wondered if Odin really didn't know that the dark elves still had remnants or if he was pretending not to know. Jane then asked the question that concerned her most, "Does the book mention how to remove it from my body?" End of this chapter. Chapter 549 Odin and 039's collection. Chapter 549 Odin's Collection, Bonus Chapter 2. Odin glanced at Jane, then said, "No. Or rather, I don't have the method to keep you alive and extract the ether particles." After speaking, Odin glanced at Thor and Jane Foster. "As for Jane, Thor, you show her around first. She can stay in Asgard for the time being." Thor smiled and said, "Yes, father." Odin then looked at Smith and said, "Smith, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you, and I'd also like to show you my treasure trove." Smith followed Odin into Odin's treasury. After a few seconds of silence, Odin spoke. "You must know about the recent spectacle that the 9 kingdoms will converge and the 9 realms will become one." Smith nodded. "Yes, with the convergence of the 9 realms, the distance between them will no longer be so great." Odin continued. "Even Hela, who is sealed in Helheim, can observe the outside world through this phenomenon. I know you've been there a few times. How did your talks go?" Upon hearing Odin's words, Smith Doyle remembered that Hela had asked him to take some food and wine with him when he left last time, and he smiled and said, "Not bad. We've made plans to have a drink together next time we meet." Odin was somewhat surprised, then spoke. "It's good that she doesn't reject you. I'm really worried that the girl will be as stubborn as a mule and unwilling to communicate with you." Then Odin sighed and said, "Actually, after all these years, I don't know how to face my daughter anymore." Smith Doyle heard Odin's words but didn't say anything. It was someone else's family matter, and he could just be a listener without offering any opinions. Odin rambled on for a while, and seeing that Smith Doyle didn't speak, he ended the conversation by saying, "If you reach an agreement with her, let me know, and I will break the seal and inform the people of Asgard that I have an eldest daughter, who is still the eldest princess of Asgard." Smith Doyle looked at Odin with some surprise. It was quite unexpected that he had chosen to release Hela ahead of time instead of waiting for her to break free after his death. "Okay, I'll talk to her about it next time we meet." After thinking for a moment, Odin said, "She must be missing the aged wine from her hometown too. I'll have someone send you a batch later, and you can take it with you." Smith Doyle nodded and did not refuse. He also really liked the Asgardian vintage. Odin then showed Smith Doyle his collection, the Infinity Gauntlet filled with counterfeit gems, the Box of Ice, the Eternal Flame, the Heart of Frost, the Heart of the Earth, the Sphere of Agamotto, the Monument of Life, the Eye of the Sorcerer, and so on. Odin, seeing Smith Doyle's slightly bewildered expression, chuckled and said, "I can help you reforge your armor. I may not be able to grant you the blessing of the gods, but I can certainly enhance it with runes." Odin had clearly seen that Smith Doyle's suit was a modified version of the destroyer armor fragments, but the artifact he had used to pave the way for his son was now useless. Upon hearing Odin's words, Smith Doyle pondered for a moment. He currently possessed 2 Infinity Stones, and with his current power, using 1 or 2 barehanded would likely be his physical limit. To use them all, he would need a divine artifact like the Infinity Gauntlet. As for upgrading his suit, Smith Doyle didn't see much need for that. "I am very interested in the Infinity Gauntlet in your treasure vault. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it." Upon hearing that the item Smith mentioned was the Infinity Gauntlet from his own treasury, Odin fell silent, his eyes scanning Smith up and down. "It seems your desire for the Infinity Stones is even greater than I imagined. I can give you the item, but there's one thing I need to remind you. Earth already holds more than 1 Infinity Stone, and there are multiple forces in the universe collecting them." Smith nodded solemnly. "I'll pay attention." Picking up the gloves and looking at the gems embedded in them, Odin laughed. "Those are all fakes." Smith waved his hand and removed all 6 gems from the Infinity Gauntlet, then put it on his right hand. As Smith put on the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand, the enormous gauntlet began to shrink continuously, quickly becoming the same size as his palm, fitting perfectly on his hand. Smith flexed his fingers, feeling very satisfied. He then took out the tesseract from his storage space and, in front of Odin, crushed it with all his might. A burst of blue energy shot out, shattering the tesseract into fragments and revealing the space stone inside. Smith Doyle seized the space stone and placed it on the Infinity Gauntlet. Bite! With a crisp sound, the space stone was embedded into the Infinity Gauntlet. A blue energy spread out from the gauntlet, climbed up Smith's right arm, and then slowly faded away. Seeing Smith effortlessly wield an Infinity Stone, Odin guessed that his bloodline must be extraordinary and he was definitely not an ordinary earthling. This was an Infinity Stone, not a tesseract with a protective shell. The conditions for using the two were completely different. Ordinary life forms, let alone mastering the Infinity Stones, might not even be able to use their power even if they risked their lives. And looking at Smith, he doesn't have a tail like any other earthling. With your strength, you are capable of mastering the Space Stone, but I don't recommend that you wear it so openly. Believe me, attracting attention like this is not a good thing. Smith Doyle knew Odin was right. Many people in the universe didn't care about the Tesseract because they didn't know that it contained the Space Stone. But if you were to wander around with the Space Stone, it would be enough to attract the attention of other powers. However, Smith Doyle didn't care. He knew that the strength Odin sensed was only his normal combat power. When necessary, Odin could unleash the 10x Kyoken. Of course, he didn't care and there was no need to wear it all the time. With a thought, Smith Doyle stored the Infinity Gauntlet directly into his system space. Odin, unaware of where the Infinity Gauntlet had gone, nodded in satisfaction. Now that the 9 realms are about to be unified, the space will be quite chaotic. If you don't have anything else to do during this time, you can stay in the Immortal Palace. Smith nodded. Only by staying could they save Queen Frigga, and it would also be a good opportunity to test just how powerful the cursed warrior really was. After all, it was incredibly easy for the opponent to hit Thor. He could even send Thor flying with Mjolnir, something neither Hulk nor Thanos could do. Okay, I'll go visit Thor then. End of this chapter. Chapter 550 Cursed Warrior. Chapter 550 Cursed Warrior. The other side. On the Dark Elf spaceship, Dark Elf King Malekith looked at the image of the planet before him and spoke. The 9 kingdoms have almost formed a straight line. He then pulled out a silver-white dagger and said to Aglin, "You will ultimately be cursed." Aglin turned around and looked at Malekith, saying, "I will give my life, like our people, like you." Malekith plunged a knife through Agram's abdomen, then took the cursed stone and stuffed it into the wound, saying, "You will become a cursed warrior, cursed by this world until you are completely assimilated. By then, our enemies will no longer be able to stop you." Agram took a deep breath, looked up at Malekith, and said, "I will utterly destroy them and create a completely new universe for you." At this moment, a dark elf soldier brought over a helmet that could block detection. Malekith put it on Agram and sent a ship to the guarded area in Vanaheim. He was then taken to the dungeons of Asgard by the Warriors 3 as a traitor. Loki, in the dungeon prison, watched the new prisoners being brought in and grumbled, "Odin always sends me new friends, how thoughtful of me." At that moment, Frigga appeared behind Loki, looking at her son and saying, "Don't you like the book I sent you?" Loki turned around, looked at the books beside him, and said, "Am I just going to spend the rest of my life reading books?" Frigga looked at Loki and said, "I've tried my best to make your life more comfortable, Loki. Is it? Would Odin even care about this? Where is Thor? They worry about me day and night, they must be very tired." Frigga looked at her youngest son and said helplessly, "You should know that Thor almost died in the battle to revive you. You know very well that you brought this situation upon yourself." Loki asked in surprise, "It's your own fault. You have been lying to me that I was born to be king, and I have only made that lie a reality." As for the Dragon Ball battle, he didn't even get the right to make the final wish. Frigga looked at Loki and asked, "To be king? A true king will admit his mistakes. What will you say when you go on a killing spree on Earth?" Loki retorted, "Compared to the people Odin has killed, it's nothing but a drop in the ocean." "Your father." Before Frigga could finish speaking, Loki roared angrily, "He is not my father." Frigga looked at the enraged Loki, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Then I'm not your mother either." Loki took a deep breath and then uttered a self-deceiving statement, "No." Frigga looked at Loki and said, word by word, "You can see through everything, but you can't see through yourself." Looking at his mother's outstretched hands, Loki reached out to touch them, but they were just an illusion that vanished into the prison. At this time, Thor took Jane for a stroll near Asgard and changed her into an Asgardian outfit. Jane looked at Thor curiously and said, "Did you know I was in trouble when you came to see me?" Thor said as he walked, "When Heimdall can no longer see you, you are no longer on Earth." Jane said incredulously, "How is this possible?" Thor continued, "I believe you are both here and there. The 9 kingdoms wander through the world tree, revolving around Midgard like the Earth revolves around the sun. Every 5,000 years, these kingdoms align in a straight line, which we call a celestial convergence. During this period, the boundaries between the kingdoms become blurred, and you may have found one such blurry point. It's lucky that the point wasn't shut down once the kingdoms deviated from the convergence line, their connection with each other would be severed." Jane took Saul's hand, gave him a kiss, and said with a smile, "I like your explanation. What will happen to me?" Thor looked at Jane intently and said, "I'll find a way to save you, Jane." Jane shook her head and said, "Your father said there's no way." Thor thought for a moment and then said, "My father is not omniscient either. Even in the end, we can still make a wish through the Dragon Balls, but we have to wait for the Dragon Ball battle to begin." At this moment, Frigga walked over and said with a smile, "Don't let him hear you say that." Smith Doyle then walked out from the other side, also smiling, and said, "So, I remember you didn't win the championship last time." Thor was momentarily embarrassed, coughed, and said, "This time I'm different, I'm stronger." Smith looked at Frigga and said, "Goddess, hello. Welcome, guardian of the Dragon Balls. Thor looked at the two of them, then began to introduce them. Jane Foster, this is Frigga, Queen of Asgard, my mother. In the dungeon, Loki lay on the bed, casually tossing a cup around to pass the time. Meanwhile, in another prison, Agron reached out his right hand and retrieved the cursed stone from the wound in his abdomen. He then crushed the cursed stone in his hand, instantly transforming into a cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. Seeing the surging energy emanating from Agron, the other inmates in the cell showed expressions of fear and started banging on the defensive net in front of them. As crimson energy erupted from his body, everyone in the cell except for the powerful prisoner was swept away to ashes. Aglin slammed his fist on the ground several times, then with a roar, he adapted to the surging curse power within him. However, the roar also attracted the attention of the prison guards, who immediately rushed to his cell. Seeing that one of his fellow inmates was still alive, Aglin immediately grabbed him and slammed him into the energy net. The energy net burned the prisoner, causing him to scream in agony. Aglin slammed his fist into the energy net, instantly exceeding its capacity, and the energy net shattered on the spot. Boom! The prison guards who witnessed this scene all stared wide-eyed. The energy net had actually been shattered. It should be noted that no prisoner had ever been able to break through an energy net of this strength. Despite their shock, none of the guards retreated. Instead, they channeled their divine power, their swords gleaming with silver light as they slashed at Agron. Clang! With a crisp clang, even Aglin's defenses were not breached. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Agron grabbed two guards and used the power of curses to kill them instantly. After leaving the two bodies behind, Aglin looked around at the prisons, intending to create enough chaos to draw the king's attention. Aglin walked up to each prison, shattered the energy barriers that imprisoned the prisoners, and released them. With Aglin's intervention, a large number of prisoners were released. The chaos in the dungeon immediately attracted the attention of the Asgardian soldiers outside, and a large number of them grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the dungeon. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.